Good afternoon, everyone. We're getting ready to start our meeting. This is the City Council meeting for Palo Alto on June the 12th, 2023. And we're going to call this meeting to order in honor of Immigrant Heritage Month. Madam Clerk, will you take roll, please?
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
Mayor Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We're going to start with special orders of the day, and this is a proclamation honoring Asian Americans for Community Involvement, or for short, AKI. So I'd like to read the proclamation. Whereas Asian Americans for Community Involvement was formed 50 years ago in 1973 by 12 concerned members of the community in response to the growing unmet needs of Asian Americans in Santa Clara County, and has since built a proud history of promoting health, wellness, resilience, and civic engagement among marginalized communities. And whereas Dr. Alan Seed and Mary Chan Seed hosted the founding meetings of AKI from their Palo Alto living room and established AKI's culturally sensitive therapeutic services, including the Asian Women Homes Domestic Violence Shelter, as AKI's first executive director and administrative director, respectively. And whereas Leo Lowe and Paul Sakamoto, both respected leaders in the field of education, lent their credibility to AKI in its infancy, effectively shielding the organization from efforts to undermine its advocacy for social change by being labeled as subversive. And whereas Palo Altans Jeanette Arakawa and Emmy Okano co-chaired AKI's first education committee and went on to lead statewide advocacy efforts to enact landmark legislation that eliminated racist and sexist content in public school instructional materials. And whereas Bob Cam and Nilo Sarmiento established and served on AKI's Affirmative Action Committee, leading efforts to support Asian Americans who were being mistreated at their workplaces. And whereas Paul Wong and Victor Wong used their experience as veteran community organizers to advise AKI's early advocacy strategies, mobilized community members, and recruited clients for AKI's services. And whereas Edward Kawazo and Connie Young Yu, both gifted communicators, led fundraising efforts that were the cornerstone of AKI's long-term financial stability and educated AKI members on the power of Asian American visibility and the importance of documenting the histories of Asian Americans in Santa Clara County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Palo Alto does hereby recognize and commend the founders of AKI for their 50-year legacy of service, inclusion, and advocacy, and for serving as a testament to the power of community coming together for the common cause of strengthening the health, well-being, and resilience of our diverse communities in Santa Clara County. Thank you for your services and your accomplishments. Do we have any persons from the AKI organization that would like to speak? Ms. Sarita Colley, thank you.
Mayor Koo, council members, thank you so much for this honor and for this proclamation. AKI's, the people who founded AKI, Amy and Jeanette, are here, Dr. Alan Seed and Mary Chan Seed, who are residents of Palo Alto, and the others that you mentioned, were such visionary individuals And they thought so far into the future about, what it would look like and how they could support the communities. And back then, when they started in 1973, November of 1973, the organization was incorporated. Santa Clara County was probably 4% Asian. Now we're close to 40% almost. The landscape has changed a lot. And of course, when we talk Asian, we're talking about a very multicultural community within the Asian community. And certainly Palo Alto has seen that. Really, it's an honor for us to receive this proclamation today, and it is a testament to the vision and the work and the dedication that these individuals 50 years ago put forward this organization. So we are extremely proud to be still here after all those years, and if I may be in the new parlance calling humble bragging, I think we're thriving and doing really well in terms of supporting our underserved communities. And we have, of course, expanded way beyond just serving the Asian community. We serve all people, regardless of ability to pay and regardless of immigration status. And our staff are speaking 40 different languages. We serve close to 21,000 people a year with our various services, all ranging from, primary care to behavioral health, dental services, as well as domestic violence, special programs for refugees, programs for youth, programs for seniors. So it's an all integrated health and wellness organization. And I think it's all due to the vision that these founders had to think about creating an organization that could provide culturally sensitive services. So thank you very much. I'm honored to receive this proclamation on behalf of our founders here.
Thank you. And if there's no one else who'd like to speak, we'd like to invite you up on the dais to take a picture with us. Or we can come down. Okay, we move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. I don't believe we have any, but Mr. Shikata, no agenda changes, correct?
That's correct. No changes.
Thank you so much. Now we move on to public comment on items not on the agenda.
Our first speaker is Jeffrey Shore, followed by Alka Mithal.
Mayor Koo and council members, my name is Jeffrey Shore. I'm a Palo Alto resident. Last Thursday, I was surprised to learn that the plan to replace the Pope Chaucer Bridge is at risk. Based on new data from New Year's Eve peak stream flows, the planned downstream improvements are woefully inadequate to contain the increased flows after Pope Chaucer is replaced. The conveyance capacity of the downstream portion is 25% less than what was expected. In other words, contrary to prior representation, some neighborhoods downstream of the new Pope Chaucer Bridge would flood if there were another 1998-like storm. Now what? Well, according to the Creek Authority, we have to consider raising the height and the length of downstream top-of-bank structures. More cost, more delay. Within 24 hours after this revelation, some of my esteemed neighbors in Crescent Park started rallying support to stay with the current plan to replace Pope Chaucer. As one of our Crescent Park opinion leaders wrote, it's time to fix the Chaucer Bridge and say tough luck to the property owners who are downstream of the bridge and who might be vulnerable to increased flooding if the bridge is fixed. I call upon community leaders and public officials to uphold the Creek Authority's longstanding policy not to transfer flood risk to downstream residents, whether they live in Palo Alto, East Palo Alto, or Menlo Park. At the Creek Authority meeting last week, Vice Mayor Stone said the following: at the end of the day, none of us wants to transfer these flood risks anywhere else, especially downstream. But we are far too early to remove any option from consideration, end quote. We should not permit anyone to mistake open-minded consideration of all options for a willingness to increase flood risk downstream. That should be a red line. After all, that is certainly our collective position when it comes to Stanford's Searsfield project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alka Mithal, followed by Sandeep Dodge.
Good afternoon, and thank you all council members for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to express my concern regarding the Senate Bill SB 403. This bill was introduced by Senator Aisha Pahat regarding caste discrimination. While I am against all discrimination, including caste discrimination, and I believe in equality of all humans, I'm a little worried about SB 403. It is not a facially neutral bill because it is specifically targets brown Hindu Americans. You look at them and you say, okay, you practice caste discrimination. Already I've had people come to me and ask me, is your native country India? Do you practice caste discrimination? So this is causing negative perception and affecting our social as well as professional lives. And I'd like, this is also unconstitutional, I believe, because it targets only a certain community. Normally, all bills in America, in United States of America, are for all citizens because everybody has a color, a race, where their ancestors were from. But this bill is only for a certain community like brown Indians, Hindu Americans specifically. And I think it's unconstitutional and it kind of denigrates us brown Americans. And I would urge you to, give a thought about it and talk to the assembly people. Give us some thought. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sandeep Didaj, followed by Shirish Agrawal.
Thank you so much. Honorable City Council members, greetings on happy celebrations. My name is Sandeep Dedge. I work right here in Palo Alto. I'm also representing an organization called as Apna DB, the California-based largest 501c3 of Dalit Bahujan, which is marginalized people of South Asia, that the bill SB 403 aims or claims to protect, but it does not. We strongly oppose SB 403 because it's discriminatory and fundamentally unfair. And it's very unfortunate while this beautiful city is celebrating the happy, essentially the state is trying to essentially substantiate and butcher our cultural existence. The bill, which is now in front of the Assembly Judiciary, will be in front of the Assembly Judiciary. It's not a bill of Hindus versus Dalit, but it is Dalits versus anti-Dalits, which is my community of marginalized people versus those who are appropriating our identity. This is bill which is not the bill of the caste, but it's a bill of weaponizing anti-discrimination and butcher our cultural existence of minorities like I. We request the city of Palo Alto to pass the resolution against 403. I have received multiple death threats for our lives, and the people of my faith and my particular marginalized background are not willing to come forward in light of these kind of death threats. But nonetheless, it's a time to stand up and make our voices heard. For a people of marginalized communities like us, it is right now a bill of cultural existence for our next generations also. SB 403 supporters have made ugly and unsubstantiated claims about harassment, discrimination, violence in our communities. And they are the same groups who had asked the Department of Education to remove the contributions of marginalized communities from the California's textbooks. However, CD thankfully did not hear to them, and I hope the state does not hear to them, but it's important that city like ours essentially passes a resolution against these bills, claiming that the South Asians, South Africans, South Americans all have casteism makes all Black and brown people and immigrants of California target of more hate. It ignores the colonial trauma that we have all gone through. We strongly condemn that. There is no established data of caste oppression from global South communities in California since the founding of the California. Senator Wahab did not even ask the inputs of communities like ours, which are largest representation in California, about this bill before framing the bill. Just if you look at the bill's language and bill's how the bills has been evolved, there's a lot of problems, but I'm just going to cite a few on page number 4. The terminology caste oppressed is undefined. If you look at the supporters of this bill from the analysis of the city council or the state council, all these organizations have been connecting caste oppressed only to certain communities and basically dividing the communities, and that's exactly where this terminology is used.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
I request the city to essentially pass a resolution to oppose the bill. Thank you so much for your services.
Our next speaker is Shirish Agrawal, followed by Mohit Thawani.
Respected Mayor Q and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you all. I deeply appreciate it. I've been a Palo Alto resident since 2015, and I would like to voice my concerns for the bill SB 403, which introduces caste as a protected category. I believe this bill is a misguided attempt to fix a problem which it's unclear whether it even exists. There are fatal flaws in the two major pieces of evidence that were used to highlight caste-based discrimination. First, the widely touted Cisco lawsuit has been summarily dismissed. Although, I'll add, not without leaving the lives of its defendants in upheaval. If this bill passed, I would expect such frivolous lawsuits to become the norm. That can't be good. Secondly, the methodology used by Equality Labs in its study is questionable, with several eyebrow-raising discrepancies, and will unlikely pass any scientific review. In any case, Equality Labs can't be considered exactly neutral. It's a for-profit organization that stands to benefit handsomely in consultancy work if this bill was to pass. I also reject the ideology put forward that caste is an integral part of Hinduism. I'm a devout Hindu, and I've raised my kid to be God-fearing. Yet, we have never had a discussion about caste in my home. And she's an adult at this point. When I organize religious events at home, I don't look at people's caste before deciding whether to invite them or not. Both members of the so-called upper caste and the Dalits have attended these events where we have together read holy Hindu scriptures. Making caste an integral part of Hinduism is nothing but an attempt to malign Hindus and Hinduism. And I urge the council to condemn that. In conclusion, I would urge the City Council to issue a motion strongly condemning SB 403 and refusing to participate in divisive politics that can cause irreparable harm to the city, state, and country. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mohit Thawani, followed by Sandeep Bhatt.
Thank you for the opportunity, council members. I'm here as well to oppose SB 403. It is a discriminatory bill that targets Indian Americans unfairly. SB 3 was introduced by first-time Senator Aisha Wahab of Fremont in attempts to add caste as a protected category. This bill is not needed because most Indian Americans do not identify with a caste. Caste discrimination is already covered under existing laws. Even the bill admits this, and I quote, "The amendments in this act are declarative of and clarify existing law. This act shall not be construed to mean that caste discrimination is not already prohibited under existing law." It's very clear this bill is not needed at all. In addition, this bill is not facially neutral as required by law. That is, it targets a minority community. With existing laws in place, we question the need for a new law that relies on bad data and is unconstitutional. I'll yield my time for this. I would like to show you a quick video of Santa Clara County District Attorney Jeff Rosen's view on the bill. Thank you.
Let me play a clip here real quick of Jeff Rosen. He's the Santa Clara County District Attorney. He's a guy who's a law enforcement professional. He puts people, he incarcerates them when they are breaking the law. And I had a chance to have a conversation with him about this bill. Here's what he had to say.
I know a little about caste. What I've learned is if you ask 5 South Asians what caste is, you get 15 different opinions about what it is. I know that there have certainly been discriminatory practices in societies all over the world since the beginning of time. As district attorney, I'm focused on whether there is discrimination or hate crime or violence based on discrimination in my county. And while there have been hate crimes committed in our county, I'm not aware of anything related to caste and hate crimes or criminal violations. And so I just wonder if the bill is necessary. I'm also very concerned about anyone being stigmatized or any community being assumed to be racist because they look a certain way or come from a certain place. And so one of the concerns I certainly would have about a bill that talks about caste discrimination is it strikes me as discriminating against Indian Americans and making them suspect in some way that others are not.
Our next speaker is Sandeep Bhatt, followed by Anil Rajakonda.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for the opportunity to speak on SB 403. We request that you file a motion to oppose the bill. I'm a Palo Alto resident for more than a decade and have been in the United States for 20 years. I've lived in 4 states and 8 cities during this time. Needless to say that I've interacted with Indian communities in multiple places, and not once have I experienced or witnessed caste-related issues. At first, I was unconcerned about this bill until one day my 10-year-old daughter, who was looking at my screen as I was reading about this issue, innocently asked, "Dad, what is caste?" It dawned on me that this generation, my kids' generation, has no clue, to the extent that they don't even know how to pronounce the word. I felt proud of the fact that caste was not a factor in her worldview. but at the same time horrified that California legislature is about to introduce a bill that will create an issue where none exists. The bill has been authored by a for-profit organization called Equality Labs, which is on record declaring Hindus as evil and attributing our constructive contributions to American society solely to caste-based dominance. It's based on flawed survey and data, and also references Cisco case, which has been thrown out of the court after 3 years of media trial and misinformation campaign by Equality Labs. What is more concerning is that a California Civil Rights Department engaged in dubious methods while investigating this issue. This is the kind of tyranny of the state that our founding fathers must have been concerned about when they created our Constitution and established checks and balances for this great nation. I urge you to do your own research on this issue, form your opinion, and take appropriate action. If there's time left, I'd like to play that second video.
Hi Susan. It's been such a long time since we played together. Do you want to go with me to the swings and we can play?
I'm not so sure, Anjali. The teacher in our class said that South Asians are not good people and you treat others with different caste badly. All the teachers in the school are getting trained on this now. I'm sorry, I don't want to play with you because you are a South Asian.
Mommy, Susan does not want to play with me because her teacher said that we South Asians are bad people and we treat others badly. But I am not a bad girl. Now Susan and my other friends don't invite me to play with them. The teacher said it's because I am South Asian and I have a caste. What's a caste, Mommy? And why are the teachers being told that we treat other people badly?
If the bill SB 403 becomes a law, it could paint South Asians as discriminatory people, even prone to violence. This could further increase hate.
Our next speaker is Anil Rachakonda, followed by Dilip Amin.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and respected councilmen and women. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I would like to further elaborate on what my friends have been talking about. Myself, Anil Rachakonda, I've been a resident of Palo Alto since the last 7 years. To further elaborate on this matter, right? Let us look, who and how will this law be enforced on? There are more questions to be answered here. Most Indian Americans don't identify by caste. Similar to one of my friend who was talking, right? I asked my elementary school kid, saying, hey, what does caste mean to her? And she was referring to me saying, hey, is caste the one that you put to fix your, fractures? That's the understanding of these kids. Now, because of this bill, if it gets enforced, now we'll be forced to educate them about things which we are, they're not even aware of, and, unnecessarily throwing stuff in their brains, creating unnecessary discrimination. That's what concerns me more. Actually, this bill creates more, sets people apart than bringing them together. And there's several other elements of this bill, right? The bill's vague language, it says, hey, caste refers to an individual's perceived position in a system. So what does it mean, right? People self-identify themselves with their own caste. So based on the convenience of the situation, one could pick one caste over the other and, create more discrimination or, take advantage of the system. Who will define caste, right? Will the state of California define the caste for the individuals, or, is that in law? Think about that, right? Will individuals need to carry a caste certificate? What about kids of interfaith, or, hey, will people need these caste certificates when they apply for jobs? It creates so much of, discrimination, a lot of, unnecessary headaches in the system, then addressing it to be, making people come together more. In summary, right, I would say, yes, we shared the goals of, standing up for civil rights and eliminating all forms of prejudice and discrimination, including, any discrimination based on caste. But, the senator provided, we have provided alternative language to the senator that would make the bill facially neutral. It does not unfairly target the Indian community, but she has refused to engage in this discussion. This is a bill looking for a cause where it doesn't exist to begin with. Discrimination has no place in today's world. We all strongly believe that, that's why we even didn't bring this up, as first generation Americans, I think my time is up, but one thing I would stress, right, we would request the council and the mayor to oppose this bill. Thank you, guys.
It seems as if Dalip Amin has lowered their hand. If you wish to speak, please re-raise your hand. So our next speaker will be Aram James, followed by Matt Schagel.
So I'm supporting SB 403. I believe that caste is a particularly ugly problem. I would it makes no sense to me, the opposition to the bill here. This would just add to the UNRU bill, okay? It says existing law, the UNRU Civil Rights Act provides that all persons within the jurisdiction of this state are free and equal, no matter what their sex, their race, their color, their religion, their interests, their ancestry, national origin, disability, medical condition, genetic information, marital status, sexual orientation, citizenship, primary language, or immigration status, are entitled to the full and the equal accommodations, advantages, facilities, privileges, or services in all businesses, establishments of every kind. This bill would additionally provide that all persons within this jurisdiction of the state are so entitled regardless of their caste, and it goes on. So it's mind-boggling to suggest that we shouldn't add caste as something people cannot discriminate on. And there's a long history of caste discrimination. And I'm just going to read very, very briefly from the book Caste Matters, written by an academic Dalit. Dalit used to be known as the quote-unquote untouchables. And I agree with the gentleman that said we need to do our research. So I'm suggesting that you read Caste Matters by Suraj, and last name is spelled Y-E-N-G-D-E, with a foreword by Cornel West. And I'm just going to read a little teeny bit of what Cornel says. Cornel West, of course, wrote the seminal book, Race Matters. A new day is dawning in the Dalit struggle for dignity and freedom. The oldest, most entrenched and ignored form of human domination and degradation, caste, is gaining global attention. An intellectual awakening and moral focusing on the plight and fight of Dalits now confronts us. There are 300 million Dalits in India, and most of the folks allowed into this country come from the high caste, not from the Dalit caste. Much like the US Black movement and the anti-apartheid movement and the Palestinian movement of recent years, the Dalit movement is now on the global stage. So I highly recommend that book. And I also asked you, and I've read it, and I'm going to have to reread it again as this controversy grows, and that's the extraordinary book, Caste, The Origins of Our Discontent, by Pulitzer Prize-winning Isabel Wilkerson. It's a fascinating book. It goes back, it talks about the, 2,000-3,000 year history of caste discrimination and how it has brought itself over here to the United States. So yes, of course, anyone that discriminates on caste basis, this should be included in the UNRU bill. And I see signage in the chambers saying no on 403. So that's going to suggest to me that I need to get out my own signage. I've been known to do a lot of it in support of SB 403. Thank you for your time this evening. Yes on 403. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matt Schagel, followed by Muni Madali.
Good evening. Firstly, I'd like to thank city staff for putting together and presenting the SCAP presentation last week, and thank the SCAP ad hoc committee for all their contributions, and thank City Council for passing SCAP unanimously. I regret not being able to attend the session in person last week, but listened to everything carefully and will go over the report cited. As many of the public mention, we are in a dire climate crisis, and we all need to urgently stop burning fossil fuels and to stop emitting CO2 into the atmosphere. Every molecule of CO2 we emit moves us in the wrong direction towards an uninhabitable planet. If you want to see for yourself the horrific path we're on, just watch the new TV series Extrapolations. Or you can do like I do and follow the climate scientists who are now sounding the alarm on a daily basis. Also, I want to encourage the SCAP ad hoc committee to reconvene and do a deep dive on the root causes of the low installation rate of the heat pump water heaters in the pilot program. We are nearly halfway through the year, and so far we've installed 12 new heat pump water heaters. That's 12 out of 1,000, 1.2% of our goal. What are the bottlenecks keeping the program from increasing the installation rate month over month? We must figure this out. Burning fossil fuels to heat water has to be the most banal way to destroy our habitable planet, especially when there's such an attractive alternative. On a side note, I appear to have received a suspicious email apparently originating from member Bert's city email account today. I forwarded that email back to him for investigation. So thanks again, everybody, for the terrific work, and keep it up.
Our next speaker is Muni, followed by Mohan.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and the Palo Alto City Council. I'm Muni Madhipatla, a longtime resident of Cupertino. I also serve on Cupertino Planning Commission, but I'm here representing myself as Indian American citizen of Cupertino. I'm here to speak against a new Senate bill known as SB 403 taking shape in Sacramento. I request Palo Alto City Council to pass a resolution against this bill as it unfairly targets and discriminates against Indian American community in all of California. It is ironic that you declared this month as Immigrant Recognition Month for their contributions, and here we are discussing about a bill aimed at discriminating against immigrants from India. By the way, does anyone know where Indian Americans can get their caste certificates? I'm wondering if I should go to DMV seeking my caste certificate. Right? I know one of the speakers, spoke in support of SB 403, reading some text from a book about caste discrimination going back, 2,000-3,000 years ago. I don't think, we had people here in US 2,000-3,000 years ago, that were anything to do with, caste, right? So he's reading from an academic book, but then he failed to provide any data supporting this problem exists in the US, right? I mean, when we come to this country as immigrants, we leave our problems behind. This is the land of opportunity. We come for the goodness of America, and and we practice what's good here. So trying to label us as caste practicing community and we discriminate against others is by itself is discriminatory, right? And our district attorney Jeff Rosen clearly stated that there are not a single case under his jurisdiction that has got anything to do with caste. There is your data, right? So there is no evidence, and this is a law. It's a solution for a problem that doesn't exist. It's looking for a problem, right? And this, in my opinion, this bill is unfair and needs to be rejected. And the lawmakers advancing such bills should be reprimanded. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Mohan, followed by Dalip Amin. Mohan, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Are you able to hear me okay now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm at the airport, just about to catch my flight, but this is such an important topic that I decided to delay my boarding and talk about this point. Thank you, Mayor Koo and rest of the City Council for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and the Indian community is a vibrant, law-abiding community. Although it comprises less than 2% of the population, it contributes positively to our community, economy, essential services, and more. But Senate Bill 403 calls us bigots, bullies, rapists, human traffickers, even murderers to justify an assault on our rights to equal protection under law. I know somebody spoke here earlier, talked about saying yes on SB 403. I would love for somebody to form a bill which says white Americans, Christians, shall not cause discrimination among each other based on the accent of English that they speak, or maybe make another comment of their religion, but target only white Americans. There's no bill in the US which targets only a particular community and asks them to stop discriminating. The bill has been made facially neutral, and we have requested over and over again, asking the bill to be revised to be facially neutral. But we continue to emphasize that caste be included into our consciousness. Like a few of my friends have mentioned earlier, the concept of caste does not exist in any of the conversations we have here with any of our friends. But lo and behold, with this new bill that has come in, we have started talking about it. Is this the way we want to pull the community together? Or is this the way you want to break a community? I feel the bill is designed to do the latter. All we are asking is be facially neutral. And every time we have asked for the bill to become facially neutral, come back the response about the amount of injustice that has occurred. I would like to end this call with just one comment. We have heard of the statement about lies, damned lies, and statistics. How much of this that is being presented as data is this statistics, or maybe they are lies and damned lies? Thank you. And I'm off to catch my flight. Thank you for listening to me.
Our next speaker is Dalip Amin, followed by our final speaker, PJ's Hawaii.
Hi, this is the Dalip Amin. Whatever Aram James said has value. We are against any kind of discrimination, including the caste. However, current laws already cover any discriminations under racial and ancestry already, as has been done in the Cisco case. Further, in this bill, if caste is a Hindu issue, like James was talking about, there is no word Hindu included in this bill. Instead of the bill keeps on going round and round, like includes South Americans, Africans, but not Europeans and Middle Easterns. So the whole bill is pretty confusing. It's talking about Hindus, but it does not include the clearly, explicitly spell it out. It reminds me of the Californian Alien Land Law of 1913, which targeted Japanese, Chinese, South Asians owning the land. Now, some 110 years later, our new Senator Aisha Wahab has proposed a law exactly doing the same, and that is targeting the same South Asian communities. See, there are 4 different lawyers have put out a really excellent publications against this bill. That is the Dean Vikram Amar of University of Illinois College of Laws. He states the thinness of the clarification motive for the law's enactment opens the door to possibility that the bill is intended to target and condemn particular communities with whom the word caste is deeply and stereotypically associated. There are many other experts like Barbara McGraw, Suhak Shukla, Shamir Karlas. They are the law experts, and they have raised the same serious concern for the constitutionality of such discriminative law. So the problem, whatever James is saying is agree, but unfortunately the law is trying to deceive people from exactly what the intent is. And that's why I'm speaking against it. And I wish you will write something about it, rejecting the bill. Thank you very much.
Our final speaker is PJ's Hawaii.
First of all, I apologize. My name is Ravi Marabushi, and I've been a resident of Palo Alto for more than a decade. As a small businessman and an entrepreneur, I go through this process, and we consistently train our employees in our organization to actually make sure that everybody is treated equally, and we encourage everybody to be a productive part of society. That's how we live. My request to Mr. Adam James is, you have taken the time to read one book. I personally recommend at least 100+ books, which actually educates him about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The Hinduism at its core views world as one single family. Okay? And some of the talking points that he raised are not today's incidents and doesn't apply to Western Hindu living. These are happening. I will agree with him 100% that these happened thousands of years back. These are happening in communities where there is no educational process of basically making sure that people have to be treated one way or the other. If you go to deeper parts of Africa or India or any country, you will come across these experiences. My only concern with his articulation of his support was, it was based on two things, okay? One is a book that he read. Second one is, he himself do not understand the contribution Hindus of America actually provide to the society. So I would encourage him to read some of the books that we will recommend, and based on that, form an opinion for his own sake, and based on that, decide whether to support the bill or not. And second, last part before I go is Miss Ayesha Wahab. Okay, I read a little bit about her. See, unfortunately in California, if you look at California statistics, we passed more number of bills in the last few years which had no relevance to increasing the productivity for the society. There are statistics for it. I can give the numbers to you. So, and if this lady, I'll encourage her to actually go through 100+ books, which we would recommend, go through that, form an opinion, because she is a Muslim herself. If she is not, I'm sorry, don't quote me. It's just, I just went by the name. So I would encourage these people to read what we are recommending and form an opinion, and then come back with their position. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I took too long.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next item is council member questions, comments, and announcements. Council member Lifkat-Hams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking right now to make my fellow council members aware of State Assembly Constitutional Amendment 5, known as ACA 5. It's a bill proposing a constitutional amendment that removes the anti-gay marriage provision known as Proposition 8 from the California Constitution. As most of us know, Prop 8 passed in 2008, but has subsequently been nullified by the courts, yet it remains in our California Constitution. Though the effort to remove the language is largely symbolic, since it's been overruled by the courts, removing it is an important way for our state to declare that gay marriage is unequivocally legal in California, which is a valuable thing to do, particularly in these polarized times when in some states anti-gay legislation is now flourishing. Just as many southern states took years to remove their discriminatory legislation from their state law books that had been overridden by federal law, I would hate to see California make that mistake. So I would hope that we as a council will decide to publicly support what's known as ACA 5, proposed by Evan Lowe and Scott Wiener.
Are there any other lights? Any more announcements or comments? If not, then I would like to say that ACA 5, I think our staff is recommending a support on it. And I agree, discrimination of any sort should not be tolerated at all. At the same time, removing it means that it erases it from record. And I would hope that that doesn't happen and that we continue the education that everything we have, our freedom and liberty, is fought for and needs to be reminded through time. So I believe it is in the pile that I will be looking at and signing later today. I don't see any other lights. We'll move on to our study session, which is the biannual discussion with the independent police auditor. Chief Binder.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, I think I'll just lead this off for staff, noting that per council direction, you have twice a year opportunity to visit with our independent police auditor. The Office of Independent Review, Mr. Mike Giannacco and Steve Conley are here present with you in the chambers, and I believe have a presentation and then be open to your questions and discussion.
Okay, and with that, before you start, Chief Binder, I just want to let the public know that we're going to do the presentation. After staff presentation, as well as OIR presentation, if there's one, we'll close public comments. So if you have comments you'd like to make, please raise your hand or submit your speaker cards. Thank you.
Good evening. It's good to be back. We look forward to having discussion with you this evening regarding our two most recent reports. I see four familiar faces and three new folks on the dais, and look forward to this discussion. Could we go to the next slide, please? The group that we consist of is OIR Group, and we have been involved as your independent police auditor for a number of years. We produce semi-annual reports, and now that we are somewhat post-COVID, we are now back having a chance to meet with you in person twice a year. We publish our reports twice a year. One of them involves the cases that we have reviewed over the past 6 months. And then as a result of direction from you all, last year, we also published, and the city released a couple weeks ago, a special audit report involving our review of the hiring and recruiting policies of the police department. And we're obviously here to present at a high level, at least in our initial comments, our findings with regard to both topics. Can we go to the next slide, please? As part of our review, we provide an update on new cases, and we also serve as a liaison for public complaints and inquiries. What that means is that sometimes there will be individuals who are interested in learning about how to file a complaint or an inquiry regarding performance of the Palo Alto Police Department, we are prominently featured on the city's website and the department's website in order to provide an opportunity to provide options and to help potential complainants enter a complaint into the process. And we find that advantageous in the sense that early on we have at least some knowledge about the nature of the concern or complaint, and then we can then begin to monitor the complaint as it works its way through the internal investigative and review process. We then receive any completed investigation for independent review. And by that, I'm talking about not just the investigative report that has been completed, but all external information that's related to that investigation. For example, most of our complaints are now accompanied by body-worn camera footage, which we find to be obviously extremely helpful to sort of sort out and evaluate, one, the strength of the investigation that was conducted by the police department, and then two, whether the outcome was based on evidence and principled and consistent with evidence-based determinations. And finally, whether or not the resolution addresses any issues that were identified during the process, and appropriate remediation is had. And then we write a public report with regard to each of those findings for purposes of you all as leaders in the city, but also in a broader way to your residents so that they have a better sense or some sense of what is going on with regard to how the department is doing when these complaints are received. And finally, we have consultations if we have any questions. If information doesn't present itself in the documents, we have an opportunity and do frequently consult with leadership of the department, as well as those who are assigned the responsibility of investigating these cases so that we have a better understanding of the deliberative process, the investigative process, and ask questions accordingly. You know, the next slide, please. I am now going to turn the discussion to my colleague, Stephen Connolly, who's here with me this evening to drill a little deeper down into the individual cases that were reviewed as part of this process. And then I will come back for thoughts on the second report that we did. Steve?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm happy to be back and thank you for having us. So I want to talk a little bit in an overview-ish sort of way about the latest semi-annual report that was released to the public a couple of weeks ago. The contents of the report are going to be driven by the volume of cases that the department receives within a particular time period. And so we have 2 report cycles a year. It's roughly 6 months, obviously. And so cases completed in that 6-month period that fit in those categories as established by the scope of work that this council modified a couple of years back. We have the opportunity to review those completed cases and to weigh in on them in various ways, with some of it being really forward-looking in terms of not just looking at not just scrutinizing how the department has handled allegations of misconduct, critical incidents, uses of force. Are the review processes appropriate? Is a proper accountability taking place? Are the concerns that are brought to the department by members of the public, are those taken seriously and investigated objectively? That is certainly a big part in terms of looking backwards and making sure that the department is handling its internal review responsibilities appropriately. But there's also a forward-looking component to it, which is to say, is there anything that we're seeing in these cases that sort of suggests a systemic issue, and we make recommendations to the agency accordingly with regard to possible adjustments to policy or procedure or training based on the specifics that come out of the cases. And the obvious goal there is to try to improve the department's operational systems on a going forward basis. So in terms of the contents that I was talking to you about, for this latest cycle, there were 3 investigations into alleged misconduct. One use of force that met the criteria established by the council in terms of the person that was involved ended up going to the hospital, which is one of the reasons that the case makes its way to us in terms of the severity of the incident. And then this is a new category that we have not reported on before, and that is the whole pointed firearm incidents. This is a new concept that more and more agencies. Pointing a firearm is not a new concept, but the tracking of it and the accountability for it and the internal review of it is a new concept. It is definitely something that is gaining traction throughout the state and throughout the country as we are starting to realize that those are significant events for people and that the police should be responsible and accountable for the instances in which they have that level of a show of force. And so we've had that protocol again, as guided by your council. And so that the mechanics of that process are underway internally at the department, and they're underway with regard to our report. We talk a little bit about working out some of the initial bugs in that process. That was one of the things that we talk about, and we'll touch on that a little bit later. But that, again, is a new category that we address for the first time in this report. Next slide, please. So again, in terms of an overall assessment of this particular report and our findings, we had the opportunity to do our own review of the department's evidence gathering and analysis of the different allegations and the use of force, which was found to be consistent with department policy. In each instance, we concurred with the outcome that the department reached. But this next point is one that I really want to emphasize because I think that it is a significant one, and it's one that we have been pushing for in Palo Alto and in all the jurisdictions where we work. The complaint process and the use of force review process, these internal reviews, there are some bottom line accountability issues that have to be addressed if these systems are going to be appropriate. And so, of course, that's our primary focus is if an officer violated policy, is the department investigating that, identifying it, and doing something appropriate about it. But we see many, many instances where even when the conduct does not rise to the level of a policy violation, or even when the allegation is not sustained for whatever reason or proven to be not accurate, oftentimes these incidents provide an opportunity for the agency to kind of go to school on what's happening out in the field. And the level of scrutiny that the department has invested in these processes, I think has definitely improved. It's become more thorough. There's more of an emphasis on looking at the totality of the event and not just that bottom line determination, and trying to come up with some potential feedback points for the involved officers or for the agency as a whole to say, hey, even though this complaint was unfounded and there's not going to be any discipline associated with it, we definitely identified some things that could be done better, maybe should be done better. And maybe most importantly, I think the department would tell us for years, oh, of course we do that kind of thing. And of course we look at it in a thoughtful way. And of course our supervisors provide feedback. And that may very well be true, but what we've been saying to the department is if it isn't written down on paper and if that documentation isn't there, the good ideas that your supervisors might have in assessing these things, are they translating into action? Are they translating into opportunities to actually improve the agency at the individual officer level or more broadly? And the department in recent years has absolutely committed to documenting it, to making sure that the lieutenant level folks who are looking at these cases are taking any of the initial investigative findings and delving a little bit deeper to look at performance issues. And then they actually document any interventions that take place as well. So we found that to be a particularly striking aspect to one of the cases. And obviously it's going to be driven to a certain extent by the facts of the case and the circumstances of the incident. But in one of the cases that we talked about, we were really struck by how the lieutenant who had the initial decision-making responsibility really did delve deep into it and found some things about the officer performance and supervisor performance that merited some additional follow-up and some intervention and some suggestions for improvement in the future. And we thought that was a very positive thing. Lastly, with regard to the pointed firearms protocol, that there were 3 cases that we looked at in this cycle. We are in regular communication with the department about kind of ironing out the mechanics of that, but we were able to see the 3 instances that were recorded for the relevant period. And we determined that as the department did, that in all 3 instances, the officer's use of that particular tactic or technique or show of force was appropriately warranted by the circumstances that they were facing. Next slide, please. So with regard to the recommendations I was mentioning to you a couple moments ago, we don't just pull these things abstractly, from our perspective on best practices or work that we've done in other places, but we actually really try to ground it when we make a recommendation in the particulars of the actual Palo Alto cases that we look at. And in this particular cycle, there were 3 recommendations that we made. We'll talk about them in a little bit more detail. But the whole idea, as I mentioned earlier, is to enhance future effectiveness. And so a couple of cycles ago, your council said to the leadership of the department, well, these recommendations are interesting, but what happens to them after the auditor is done? And since that time, the police have taken on the responsibility of digesting the recommendations and responding to the recommendations. And so there is actually some follow through in terms of potentially influencing the way the department does business, which we think is a positive thing. Next slide, please. So we had 2 recommendations, a couple of categories of recommendations, a total of 3, 2 of them related to personal cell phones. And I'm going to turn it back over to my colleague, Mike Chinarco, for that in just a minute. But I want to follow up on the pointed firearm review process. As I said before, it was new to the department and new to us. And there were some initial clunkiness in terms of getting materials to us, which is one of the issues, but maybe more importantly, the department's own tracking of these events, making sure that they were capturing them as efficiently and effectively as they could be, and then instituting a protocol to have supervisors be looking at them in relatively real time. So there were instances where pointed firearm events were emerging subsequently to when they maybe initially could have been reported to us or should have been reported to us. In all 3, in any of those instances, the department, the officers certainly held up their end of the bargain. They were reporting it, they were acknowledging it, taking responsibility for that action. It just wasn't being captured and translated. And we're in the process of working with the department to kind of refine that on our end. And I know that the department has worked on some internal protocols to enhance their capture and review process themselves. So Mike, I'm going to give it back over to you to talk about the cell phone recommendations.
Yes, just to give perspective and context to the cell phone recommendation about what it is and what it isn't. The way this came to our attention, again, as Steve indicated, it actually came from our review of an actual investigation. This investigation was a complex investigation involving claims and then counterclaims within the organization. Interestingly enough, it's one of those cases that was internally generated in which the complainant was a member of the department. And as you recall, those of you who've been on the dais longer than others may recall, there was a time in which we were not reviewing these cases. Now we are. We found appropriate that because of the complexity and because this involved claim and counterclaim within the organization, that the case was transferred out of the department and an independent investigator was brought in to conduct the investigation of this incident, to take a look at the claims, take a look at the counterclaims that were raised during the investigation. And what we found was that investigator did a very thorough and fine job to unpack what was a complex series of incidents or allegations over the course of several weeks. And we didn't have any issues with regard to the investigators' investigation. It was thorough. The recommendations, in our view, reached the right result. But what we did find is looking through the investigative report, reviewing the transcripts of the interviews, and doing our due diligence, is we found that at one point, the investigator were talking to two of the individuals involved who were members of the PAPD. And he learned during the investigation that there may have been communications that were work-related and relevant to the investigation, that the individuals, the officers, may have used their personal cell phones in order to communicate with each other with regard to drafts of police reports, et cetera. And so the investigator appropriately asked the officers for access to information that may have been translated back and forth that were on their personal cell phones, since it was work-related business. The individuals, the employees who may have engaged in using personal cell phones for Palo Alto business, through their attorney, declined to provide that information. The investigator then followed up through the attorney and said, would like that information. And the attorney again declined to provide that information. And that was the end of it. And so looking back on that, that was information that would have, in our view, been potentially critical to the assessment, the full assessment of the allegations. And the investigator couldn't get access to it or didn't get access to it. And so what we recommended, focusing just on the investigative process, was that in future occasion should be able to ask and demand that information for purposes of completeness in the investigation. And there has been case law here suggesting that if in fact you use a personal device like a cell phone to conduct public business, that information is accessible, particularly if it's an internal investigation with regard to allegations of serious misconduct. And so in talking with the department, what we learned was that that investigator had never come to the department's command staff to ask about, I'm not getting all the information I'd like to get, and getting advice about what to do next. And so one of our recommendations had to do in similar future situations in which there is potential information relating to PAPD business on a personal cell phone, that the investigator should be asking, more than asking, demand that information pursuant to the ability to do so. On a larger perspective, we also recommended that to the degree possible, because of this mixing of personal and work-related information, that individuals within the department be advised of how important it is to use Palo Alto cell phones in order to do Palo Alto business, and your personal cell phone should be reserved for your personal business. And we feel that that was a significant hole, but based on the department's response, we believe that on a forward-going basis that this issue will not present itself to us again. Can we go to the next slide, please? we're now going to focus into our hiring and recruitment report, and I'll turn this back to my colleague, Steve Conley.
So this is the second report on the agenda for us tonight. And this audit is, again, the first of its kind that we have done in Palo Alto. It was commissioned by the council as part of our new scope of work. And the council has the flexibility and the option to select a topic that they would like us, apart from our usual list of items that we are responsible for, a special topic for us to do some initial inquiry and review and engagement with the department to see, to test for how that process or how that system is working and see if, again, we have any recommendations with regard to best practices and so forth. So the topic that was decided upon for the first version of this was our hiring and recruiting audit of the department's practices. And this has been a hot topic in law enforcement for several years now. I was doing some research, just getting ready for this evening, and just did a simple Google search on recruiting and hiring in law enforcement. And I saw a major report that was done by the International Association of Chiefs of Police, which is obviously a major law enforcement group. And the thrust of that whole special publication that they put out was, recruiting and hiring a crisis in law enforcement. And the date on that was actually 2018. So this has been an issue for a while, and obviously in the aftermath of 2020 and everything that was going on with regard to demonstration activity and public perceptions of law enforcement, that challenge, that crisis, if you will, for law enforcement has really only intensified in terms of making sure that agencies are getting and retaining the quality of officers and the kind of officers that are really representative of a new set of public expectations, and trying to accomplish that in what is a very, very competitive environment because everybody's in the same boat. And also with a lot of people deciding that they didn't want to be in the profession anymore. So there was a significant number of retirements, a significant number of younger people that just left to go into a different profession. And so it really has been a big challenge for agencies around the country. And Palo Alto was not immune to that. So I think that was the underpinnings of the original council interest in this topic. And we decided from that perspective to take a look and to kind of really get some more specific understanding of how the Palo Alto Police Department in particular recruits officers, tries to hire officers, what the processes are, and to see if we had any thoughts about doing it differently or better. So in terms of some of the key issues, certainly diversity is a priority in terms of hiring and in terms of new conceptions about what law enforcement can look like, should look like, what kind of representative law enforcement agencies could help bridge some of the tensions and the dynamics that have been a source of obvious and understandable concern for many years now. And as I mentioned before, all of this is happening under a backdrop of every agency being similarly situated and trying to find not only the best people, the most appropriate people, but also kind of defeating the other agencies in the area to make sure that you're attracting them and keeping them for your own agency. And there are a lot of challenges that go along with that. Next slide, please. So in terms of our report, we delved into the mechanics of the process and described those in what we hope was not too much detail, but it was very interesting to learn about how PAPD does it. They have a team, a dedicated team of folks supervised by a lieutenant. But there's a civilian who's been in the position for several years who I think everybody would tell you is the brains of the operation. And she has a lot of experience in making it work and provides a lot of the infrastructure to help manage what is a very complicated process. And then there's a dedicated officer whose primary responsibility is to work on recruiting and hiring. And so it is a commitment. Palo Alto, the police department is not a huge agency. And for them to dedicate those kinds of resources to this specific topic is a reflection of how important it is and how seriously the PAPD is taking it. So the third thing that I wanted to mention is just there are a lot of state requirements that relate to eligibility for people. And again, finding a sufficient number of qualified applicants is difficult in and of itself. And then taking that to the next level of people who not only get through all the hoops of the statewide requirements for eligibility, but also are showing some of the other characteristics and features that are desirable to the agency and what it's looking for and the kind of mentality that it is pursuing as it continues to add to the department and replace the folks who have moved on. Next slide, please. So in terms of our findings, we did notice overall, I would say, and I hope the report reflects this, we were very impressed with the energy and the dedication, and I think of it as the get it factor of the team members that we met and spent a lot of time with. They absolutely understand the challenges, but they also understand the public's expectations and about the kind of officers that I think the community is hoping will join law enforcement and protect and serve as we adapt to appropriately evolving standards and ideas about what law enforcement's role should be. So we found that their approach was very engaged. They are flexible, they are taking initiative, they're going out there to find people and to connect with people and to hang on to the people that have shown an interest and that might be promising. And we think that their strategy of a rolling recruitment, in other words, they don't just go out a couple times a year and let that be that. They are always looking for ways to see who might be out there and might be a good match for this agency. The whole idea of making sure that you're maintaining high standards in an environment where you have probably fewer applicants than in the past and more intense competition, there's obviously a push and pull there. And one of the potential pitfalls is that agencies are going to start to lower their standards or turn a blind eye to some things that might have been concerning or even disqualifying in the past. And our sense was that Palo Alto remains very committed to a rigorous process, and the folks that make it through their screening are appropriately ready to do a good job for the agency. Diversity is absolutely a recognized priority. That's not to say that the success has been overwhelming, but I don't think that's necessarily a function of a misguided approach or a lack of receptivity to the importance of it. And I think there's always room to continue to innovate and to continue to come up with new ideas for where to go look for folks and how to attract a broader range of people to the profession. But again, it is a longstanding challenge, and I think a lot of agencies in California will tell you they have some of the same goals and are struggling with some of the same issues. But we certainly had the sense that Palo Alto recognizes the value of a diverse workforce, and they've had some success in recent months in terms of adding to their agency in that way. And last but not least, one little point that some folks who have been following these issues for a long time, there was an issue a few years back where the department's recruitment video, which I would recommend, if you haven't seen it, it's easily accessible on the website. It used to be, not that many years ago, the recruitment video had sort of a militaristic undercurrent to it. They sort of featured a lot of the fancy equipment and the SWAT related stuff. And that was thought to be, this is an attractive way to present our department and to make people interested in coming to work here. And that received a lot of criticism from some members of the community and elected officials who said this isn't resonating with the kind of messaging that we want and that we think this agency should be about. And the new video, I think that they worked on is very well done. And they show the humanity of officers, and it's a lot of officers who have come from different professions to join the agency. And it really does present them as human beings who are bringing a lot of different skills and a lot of different kind of profiles. And I think it's a very effective approach. So we just wanted to mention that at least briefly. Next slide, please. So this last slide had to do with the recommendations that we made. I want to turn this back over to Mike to talk a little bit about these and some of the ideas that we had to kind of just throw our 2 cents worth into what we consider to be a good process. So Mike, back to you.
Coming down the home stretch here, I just wanted to first talk about our recommendations with regard to hiring and recruiting. One of them is that we thought it would be helpful to the degree that the process allows it for there to be more community input into these decisions about who is a good applicant, whether or not the applicant seems to be a good fit for Palo Alto, and just to get an outside perspective from a community member regarding this process before a decision is made about who to hire, who to extend employment offers to early on in the process, just to get a different perspective. This is consistent with the tenets of 21st century policing in the sense that opening up this process so that it's not just totally insular, not just totally PAPD employees that are involved in this decision-making at the front end, I think will benefit at the back end to have that input from a community member or two as this process begins to unfold. And I think that is a helpful recommendation we made for other jurisdictions. We also have suggested some strategies, particularly with regard to increasing female representation. But this is really also about retention, because retention is as important as the hiring process. You want to keep people if you can, particularly those who are high performers. And what we have learned, not only in Palo Alto, but in our work in other jurisdictions, is that particularly with females, as they move forward in their career, there are times in which they don't want to work midnights to 8 in the morning. They don't want to have a full-time job. They may have other family child rearing responsibilities. And therefore, the idea of having some flexibility with regard to either a job share or limited duties for some period of time would be helpful for regard to retention. We have heard too many times about female officers going to the district attorney's office, for example, because they can work days, they have a finite schedule, they don't have to work the midnight shift, 40 hours a week. And we find that to be a way to sort of forestall good people from leaving the organization. Quite frankly, that will require some assistance from the larger city, human resources, et cetera, to come up with some flexibility there. This is a lift that the department cannot do on its own. And we recognize that as indicated in our report. Finally, there are times in which an individual seems to be a really good fit for employment, but particularly these days, academies are overfilled with people because of the interest in hiring new folks and getting them through that training. And sometimes there's some downtime with regard to somebody who you want to hire, you want to put through the academy, but the academy doesn't have space. And so there could be weeks go by in which you want to bring this person on board. And the department, as we indicate in our report, has been very effective in finding a home for these individuals in the interim so that they don't go to another organization. But what we suggest is, to the degree that these individuals are employed by the department, that that opportunity is used to have that pre-applicant get to know the city, get to know the social programs, what's going on with regard to support for the unhoused community, talking and meeting with folks that provide mental health services in the community, et cetera, et cetera. And instead of painting walls or doing make work or clerical work for the department, finding things that might be more meaningful for that person once they then end up going through the academy and come back out. Because what we've seen sometimes is somebody coming out of the academy will automatically start a law enforcement perspective. When you have a law enforcement perspective about your community, it's a little different than your non-law enforcement perspective and learning the community with that kind of perspective in mind. I have to say that since we wrote this report, as a result of some good work by city leadership and your negotiating team and the union, et cetera, there's a new contract that's a generous contract. And we believe that that's not in our report because it hadn't happened yet, but I think it shouldn't go without saying that that has in our view, going to help not only with regard to bringing other folks into the city, but also with regard to the current folks who will less likely leave for what may be seen as greener pastures as a result of that new contract. So we think that that is a positive that hadn't occurred by the time we had authored this report. One final thing that isn't on our slide, but I think it's important to at least mention, and that is we are presenting this report a little later than our schedule allowed, the explanation for that is that there was a transition at the police department level. Our liaison was different, and as a result, we didn't get the materials in time to do a March rollout because we didn't get the materials till February. We believe as a result of conversations we've had and recognition that we need to stay on schedule, that that's going to happen. And in fact, our cases for the next cycle, we understand are going to be delivered to us this week. So we think we've got that, but we certainly recognize how important it is to stay on pace with regard to presenting cases before they become stale and before you forget about us. So we'll make sure that that happens on a forward-going basis to get back on track with our schedule. And then finally, two final things. One is, I almost forgot to say this because it's almost goes without saying, but it shouldn't go without saying. And that is, the fact of the matter is, since the beginning, but particularly over these past tumultuous years in policing, your new leadership, your past leadership has been nothing but extremely cooperative with regard to our work. We don't ever have a situation in which we're not being able to have communications all the way through our folks that we deal with most frequently, all the way to your chief of police, and candor, talking things through, making sure we have a better understanding of why the department does what it does. Sometimes the materials don't present themselves in writing, and those conversations that we continually have on a regular basis are critical for us to be effective. And that has continued over the years and continues to this day. The other thing that I almost forget to say, which is this, and that is with regard to perspective and context. There are a number of independent cities your size, larger, smaller, in this county. And with the exception of San Jose, the big dog in the county, this city is the only city that allows this kind of discussion to go on. This city is the only city in the county besides San Jose that allows us to dig into the confidential materials, write a public report so that you all can digest it, and more significantly, that your residents have an opportunity to learn how the department is handling these very important internal investigative matters, to know whether or not, in our view as independent police auditors, they're doing a good job, they're doing a thorough job, they're not putting their thumb on in favor of the police officer, that it's an objective assessment. And when we feel that it isn't, we're going to tell you, and we're going to tell your residents. And that freedom, that ability, that level of transparency, the ability to make recommendations designed to improve the process, you're not going to see in any other city in this county. Would that you could. Would that there were others that were willing to do this. But we've been doing this for a dozen years in this city. And I think that stands out. The tenure, the willingness to fund us that you as leaders have provided, I think is critical. And really the most important thing there is, which is, let's allow the IPA to look under the hood, make a diagnosis, and then report out what we're finding. You need more oil, your carburetor needs to be replaced, whatever. I'm not going to torture that analogy entirely, but I think you get what I'm saying. And with that, I will end, but certainly we are here to hear from your public comment and to have any questions that you all may have. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Janako, Mr. Connolly, thank you so much for your presentation and the report. I'll bring it back to council if there's any comments or questions. Please. Oh, great. Thank you. Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, and thank you, Mr. Janako and Mr. Connolly, for coming here tonight and for the professionalism and depth of analysis that you bring to this. It's really critical in our city that we have a police force that our city has confidence in, and I think the fact that and I want to thank the police force for being so accommodating with respect to the audit and forthcoming. And I want to thank you, Chief Bender, is it, I forget your title, Ms. Apple. Lieutenant Apple, thank you for being here tonight and for cooperating with the auditors. It's absolutely essential and does set our city apart and makes us, it's something we can be really proud of. I wanted to ask you about the second half of your presentation with respect to recruiting and hiring. And thank you for emphasizing the importance of officers who reflect and embrace a diverse, equitable culture. I couldn't agree more with the importance of that. Do you happen to know how many women were hired in the last year and how many total are currently on the force?
Council member, that may be best directed to the chief. Do you have those numbers, chief?
I believe we hired one female over the last year, and I would defer to Lieutenant Apple if she knows the number of females within the. Somewhere around 5.
And I think I heard you say we've had 2 leave, so we're down 1 for the year, it sounds like. And that actually goes to my next point and something that you mentioned, which is there's recruiting and hiring, and then there's retention. And, you know, it's not easy necessarily to recruit and hire, but retention is absolutely key. And it's often a function of a lot of things, you know, personal circumstance, but also training, being given opportunities for advancement, being opportunities to show why you deserve advancement, being mentored, the culture in the workplace, being free of harassment, all of those things being respected and fulfilled in your work. So while I think that was beyond the literal scope of this particular audit, did you get any sense of that, or am I wrong? Was that something that you did investigate as well?
No, I'm totally in sync with your comments and think that those practices are critical with regard to this. But you know, one of the things, just as an example, when we have a team of independent police auditors, and at one point, one of the members on my team had some maternity issues and wanted to take some time off, but we're on contract. We don't have maternity leave. We don't have paternity leave. We don't have any of that. So, but what we do have is flexibility. So I said, instead of not getting paid at all, can we find a partner for you and just job share you? And will that allow you to continue to work with us as the independent police auditor? And that all worked out. So that's an example of what we're talking about, to provide some flexibility so that you don't have to be an officer full-time for 20 years. If there's a time in which you need a break, that doesn't mean you need to leave employ and then start all over, or need to take leave without pay for a long period of time. But this whole job sharing idea is just one example of a city that wants to retain individuals can.
So is that an example of something that we have as a policy, or that you're recommending as a policy? Was that your team or our team?
It's a recommendation that we've used from our team to try to export to you all.
Okay. Although it does relate to your team, and I'm glad to hear it sounds like there was a woman on your team. I was going to ask you, we have 2 white men auditing the department that are showing up tonight, but I thought perhaps there might have been others that you consulted or worked on this audit that were more diverse, either people of color, LGBTQ community members, or women. And so were there?
Yes, there were. I mean, our team consists of a core group and we have a very diverse team. For sure.
That's good to hear. I did want to respond though, just to your point about the flexibility. And earlier you said something about women coming to a point in their career sometimes where they might not want to work a certain shift. And I guess I would prefer to say parents or people that encounter certain circumstance, because I don't necessarily think that we know what all women want. And I think there could be men in that situation. In fact, my husband was a probation officer with the county of Santa Clara. And when our daughter was 1, he asked to go part-time. They said no, and he quit. And he may have still been a probation officer today, but for that, thereafter they did change their policy. But I think it's a parenting issue, and bringing some degree of gender neutrality to it could also be helpful.
Couldn't agree more.
Well, I think I'm over my time, so I will stop at that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Janaka, Mr. Connolly, for your wonderful reporting as always. I always believed, and you talked about this, I think supporting law enforcement and ensuring transparency and accountability in their practice just go hand in hand. And by really drawing back the curtain and showing the public what our officers are doing really shows the incredible work that they are all doing in serving our community and keeping us safe. And so just want to commend the police department for your excellent service. I mean, it struck me reading through this report, 19,000 calls for service, 600 arrests just during the time period of this IPA report, so about 6 months. And during that, only 1 use of force case that required a supervisor report, 3 incidents where guns were drawn and aimed at individuals. And I was struck, the IPA on page 2 of the report said, quote, much to commend. And so really, I think, great job. Are we perfect? No. Do we strive for that? Yes. Will we never meet it? Of course. But I think we are on a great path. So thank you. And also really appreciate the chief's decision to include the race of individuals who appeared in the IPA report. I know that was not a requirement. I thought that was a really great decision. And on some of the recommendations, I understand the department's hesitancy to include community members. I know you've accepted the recommendation, and that's great. Understand the need to be nimble in that hiring process, but certainly in Palo Alto, we have so many community members who I think would love to be a part of that panel. Those who are either retired or have flexibility in their work, who can also be nimble in working with you. So hope we can pursue that. Really loved recommendation 4 in the hiring portion of the report, and wonder, this would be a question for you, Chief Binder, has the department discussed with other city departments and HR to really look beyond the police department to be able to offer temporary jobs while these applicants are awaiting the next police academy? One suggestion that I have, I know our teen center has been closed for a while because we can't find anyone to staff the teen center. Seems like a great opportunity for those applicants to be able to work there, get us established relationship with our city's teens, and also learn more about the community. So have you reached out to figure out, can we place them anywhere besides just the police department?
Yeah, and I agree with you. I agree with you, Vice Mayor. I do think it's a great recommendation and something to consider. The challenge that we've had and the balance that we're trying to walk is over the last couple of years, if we've had staffing shortages. We've used these new hires, number one, to lock them into the department, keep our hooks in them, get them employed, get them into the department. And they're also helping with the workload that goes unworked because of the absences we have. With that said, the city does have a new employee orientation that each employee is required to go through that does kind of introduce them on a very high level to what's happening within the city. But ultimately, it's a great recommendation. And I do believe that other city departments would be receptive to taking them on. It's just finding that balance, because there's a ton of value of getting them. One of the places we generally will put our new hires is in our records. And although they are doing some data input, they're learning systems, they're learning data to collect, they're getting to know the record staff and that administrative portion of the police department. We find that that's valuable, but again, it's a balance. And I think I'm happy to say that our record staff is full, and the workload is has been condensed. And so that is an option that we can look into.
Great, thank you. And one of the parts of the report that disturbed me a bit, and it seems like it hasn't been resolved, is this issue of the internal complaint investigation with the communication on the phone. And what concerns me, I think, the most is the inability to, even during the investigation, access that information. So do we still not know, either from the IPA's side or the department's side, what was contained in those communications? Has no one been able to gain access?
That's correct.
Okay. That is very concerning, and hope that we don't just let that one die now that we've had this IPA report and this discussion tonight. I hope there are plans to continue to pursue that.
Yeah, I'll just say I was disappointed in the investigator's decision not to require the officers to turn that over.
Agreed. And then last one, since I'm out of time, I'll just kind of leave it as a statement, and hopefully we could follow up. But I know other departments around the state and the country have been doing, it's a struggle for everybody, but seem to be doing well. Again, certain departments on recruitment of officers of color and female officers as well. Hope we can reach out to some of those departments that are doing it right, learn from their best practices, and be able to replicate that here. And I hope the department chief, that you are not shy in coming back to council and asking for the necessary funding in order to be able to do that. I know we've allocated that in the past, but to keep an open communication with us on that.
Yeah, and I just want to thank council for the money that they allocated through our COPS funds a couple months back, and just reaffirm that a diverse department is a better department, both internally and to serve our community. And we're committed to that. And that's what we'll continue to do. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So one of my questions and concerns was answered by Mr. Giannakko on how do we get on track to having this reporting system like we've been hoping for, and I'm looking forward to that being the case going forward. It sounds like we're making progress. One other thing, I just want to follow up on this challenge on diversity in recruitment and retention. And one of the concepts that Mr. Giannakko talked about was, can we provide any greater flexibility over the course of a career or otherwise? And it struck me that when we're operating with staff shortages and needing to work extensive overtime, that runs up against being able to have that flexibility. So Chief, I wonder if you could give us any insight on to what degree is addressing and making the progress that we've been recently making critical to being able to implement any of those progressive practices, and what do you see on the horizon on being able to do that and interest in doing that?
Well, first, it starts with having the people in the building to do the job. And I think we've made really good progress with your support over the last couple of years in adding positions, and then backing that up with the money to recruit and to retain and do those. So as we continue to fill our ranks, and build up that cadre of people to do the basic tasks that we're required to do for public safety. It is then looking to these options. I'm a huge proponent of job sharing. Councilwoman Vinker's instance with her husband hits close to me. I'm the lucky recipient because my wife works for the county at probation. And when we had our first child, she was able to job share, and that has benefited our family greatly. Palo Alto has done job sharing in the past. And when we look at recruiting opportunities and offering that job sharing, I'd say it goes beyond just the police department, our dispatch, our records, a lot of the professional staff. So we're interested in that. I know we've begun at least preliminary conversations with HR. And I will say, and I appreciate OIR's recognizing that we're open to new possibilities and doing what we can, because it is a competitive market. And we do want to recruit and retain and hire the best and the brightest. So we're open to those suggestions. And I believe that the path has been laid for, and we'll continue to pursue them.
Thanks. And I just want to remind all of us that the funding that we use to restore our vacant and unfilled police department positions, we had a gap funding that we're able to do that. And we're only able to continue that based upon the success of our business tax that was supported by the community. And when we look at how important that is in this discussion tonight, it benefits not only our residents, but it benefits our business community at the same time. And so I just want us all to remember a real important foundation for being able to do some of these things that we're talking about. Thanks.
Councilmember Lipscott-Thames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Giannakko, Mr. Connolly, thank you for your work on behalf of our city and for your report in writing and tonight. I also appreciate your sense that the IPA reports will come in a more timely fashion, and appreciate understanding the why behind that. I also appreciate your reminding us that we're the only city in this magnificent county outside the big one, San Jose, that even does this. I think it's important for us to continually reflect on the why of that and to appreciate it. It reflects a fantastic commitment. I want to thank Councilmember Vinker for mentioning the challenges parents face with the challenges inherent in this profession, and Chief Bender for also commenting, and rather than making it an issue of gender. I too have a partner who worked part-time while I was the full-time breadwinner, and he dealt with the challenges inherent in that. And finally, I want to offer, if I may, a reflection, given that you work not just with us, but with so many jurisdictions. When you characterize the difficult recent challenges for the profession and the nation, I encourage you not to use euphemisms like the events of 2020, but rather to refer to the murder of George Floyd. It makes a difference. I'm a firm belief that we can't tame what we can't name, and it is hard to name these things. But it is essential that we do, and we honor him by speaking his name in the context of police transparency, accountability, and reform. My ask, by way of question, is regarding the presence of the police chief at this semi-annual reporting meeting. I know that council has asked that the IPA come twice a year, but I think it is not technically a requirement that our police chief come. Now, as long as Andrew Binder is our police chief, I know he wants to come and will come, and you are here, thank you. But I would just like to ask staff if we could ensure that this is an expectation and that the chief's schedule is taken into account when we're scheduling the IPA report to come before council. Chief, while we have you, it's a little off topic, but I would like to ask about your plans for use of the RIPA data. Your website is incredibly thorough. You can pop in all kinds of search queries and come up with all kinds of data, but I will admit to being a little perplexed at how to take this massive data set and begin to make meaning of it and use of it. So I wanted to ask whether you have any plans in the works for helping us and the public, most importantly, helping us make sense of this vast data set.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up and acknowledging that I think Palo Alto is leading California law enforcement agencies, as far as we can tell, go about coming out with that and our plans. And, as the police chief, I'm blessed to have an immense amount of data that we've never had before. And you want to talk about insight to the police department, but we're only half the step in the process, and that's data and its aggregate. And that's what you're seeing on that website. And there's more. And while sometimes data can raise more questions than it answers, I can tell you as a police chief that we want to answer as many questions as we can about how can we improve? How are we policing, and what areas can we improve in? Similar to the same vein that we're here with the independent police auditor. And so there are plans. We've talked about this at Race and Equity. There are plans. We have been in discussions with subject matter experts who deal specifically in the field of data analysis with law enforcement. They've been in the field for decades. Chantal Cotton Gaines from the city manager's office is heading that up. She's been doing a wonderful job, and those talks are in the way. Because data without content is just data. And we want that context, we want that analysis, and we want to be able to draw from that in a prudent fashion about areas that we need to improve on. So that is underway. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Chief. For those who may not be aware, who might be watching or attending the meeting, RIPA stands for the Racial Identity and Profiling Act. My final question, the time remaining, for Mr. Giannacco, just thinking ahead to what we might want to have a report on in the future. A number of our constituents are concerned about the use of canines, a sense of sometimes it may be appropriate, other times less so. As a new council member, I'm frankly curious about what is common in the Bay Area, what is common nationally in terms of reform in this area. What is the prevailing wisdom about the use of canines? I'd love to know for the future how we stack up against those we might consider to be our peers and thought leaders in this area. Thank you very much.
I don't see any more lights. Okay, I do see lights coming on. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for your work on this. Really appreciate it. And thank you to the police department for cooperating. Really appreciate that as well. A few questions here. First question is, I know I kind of understand the focus of what you guys did, but did you guys also look at the efficacy rate of like solving crimes, preventing crimes, and things like that? Just how effective the police is in doing police work as part of your audit?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. That is not a part of our normal scope of work. It's certainly an interesting and significant issue, and I know that the department keeps meaningful statistics in that regard, but it isn't something that we pursued as part of this project.
I see. Okay. Who usually does that kind of work?
I'm going to defer to the chief on that one in terms of how the department evaluates operational effectiveness in that way.
I mean, we keep records of what we solve and what we don't solve. I'm not sure if there's an external entity, much like the IPA, that does that analysis, though.
Okay. And then in terms of, you guys might have heard, but we're planning to get automatic license plate readers, and to make sure that there's not abuse of that kind of stuff. Is this something that you guys can be handling or someone else?
Again, an audit is not within our current scope of work. That doesn't mean it couldn't, on an ongoing basis or forward-going basis.
Okay. And then last question here is just kind of like my colleague said, is I would also be interested in knowing more about the K9 and TASER type of activity as well. But thank you for your work.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, I don't want to repeat all of the very on-point items that my colleague said. I just want to emphasize one because it can't be emphasized enough. You already know this, Chief. Everybody knows this, but a year from now, we really want to see more diversity. So I just urge you to do whatever you can that's legal. I'm emphasizing that. It was somewhat humorous, but we need to do this. So be as creative as possible, ask for help, quote, think outside the box, all that kind of stuff. Because we really have to solve this problem. And I appreciate Councilmember Burt noting that, if we're going to pay for this, again, it's going to be out of the business tax to help the business community and everybody else. And we want to do that. but we have to see results in the hiring process and with the diversity. So I know you're committed to it. I'm just saying, be as creative as you can possibly be to execute on this. And I like some of the suggestions of, if you need 3 people to do one job, because that's how we have to execute in the short term. That kind of stuff that sounds really weird. I think we have to try some of that. And thanks for what you're doing already.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. And I'll just give a shameless plug to my Twitter. Over the last year, when we've been hiring police officers, I have been taking photographs with them and posting that on social media so the community can see the officers that we're bringing on. So, but understood, and we'll do it.
You need to add Instagram as well. I do want to say thank you for all the work that OIR has done and reported out, as well as to Chief and your team at the police department for really, as Vice Mayor Stone said so eloquently at the beginning, that allowing OLR to come in and to look through the records and working with them collaboratively so that the community feels that there is transparency and that they feel confident that there is accountability as well as transparency. So I want to thank you for that. I do want to say that while I do know how hard the department and the recruiters are working in order to bring diversity to the team, in the report itself, it says that, in moving forward with the need for being diverse, the obstacles actually are not attracting as much of the applicants. And so the problem is still there. So it's not for lack of trying. And I just want to say, I appreciate that you do try. The fact that yesterday you also mentioned at the community meeting that, the radio communications, the radio silence that through the DOJ that came through, you have restored it. So that's another level that should make the community feel that this is a transparent department. I won't go into the reports coming late because it's already been said and you've heard it. But again, I just want to thank everybody for being here and reporting. And before you leave, I'm going to go to public comments. And if we have any.
Our first speaker is Aram James, followed by Winter Dellenbach.
So I got an invitation to meet with Mike and Steve last week. I prepared very hard for it. We spent an hour at my home today talking about a lot of police practices issues. Julie, I like the idea of saying George Floyd's name. I did bring to their attention, had it on my desk sort of as a prop, Break the Wheel, Ending the Cycle of Violence by Keith Ellison, who of course was the Attorney General that led the prosecution in Minnesota of George Floyd. It's a very good book. I've only started that, but I recommended that to Steve and Mike. I did ask them to consider some options regarding making the knowledge of the independent police auditor more letting the community know that they're out there. And we had some ideas. I'm hopeful we're going to be able to follow through with those. I would point out that when the RIPA data report came out with Gennady Shanir, in my estimation, as I commented, the police chief thumbed his nose at that. So Julie, you're concerned about that. I think it may be solved by somebody in the community. I won't say who, it's certainly not me, but I look forward to that. I also mentioned, and of course this isn't within their scope, but from limiting your First Amendment right, which also means that I don't get fully informed about your ability to criticize the police. And it's just bunk. There's still an all-white command staff in the city. I think, I'm not going to call it out here publicly, but somebody knows this, that there's a conflict between the person doing the recruiter and a high up captain in the police department. So I want to know, maybe Vicki, you could ask Ivanka, how many blacks have been recruited. It's despicable how few the females have been recruited. I know when I was a public defender and my son was young, I was able to get a 3 and a 4 day a week assignment way back when, so that I could be in my youngest son who just turned 45 on June 2nd. So that concerns me. We have the Black Lives Matter officers. We don't know what's going on with them in terms of racial bias. We still have, like I said, the all-white command staff. These are all issues that I brought forward. And I would say, Julie, there's an index I'll send you, all the materials that I gave to Mike and Steve, and it includes a lot of stuff on the police canine stuff, including Sean Allen's written testimony up at the State Assembly Public Safety Committee, his op-ed to the San Jose Mercury News. I read Malcolm X quote off the back of my t-shirt on what Malcolm X said about police dogs and the police. I'll read that to you another night. But we had a very, very detailed, and I appreciate them coming to my home and spending an hour with me today, to say the least.
Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, followed by Liz Gardner.
I'm really pleased that this meeting is once again happening tonight. Thanks everyone for participating. I want to say a couple of things. I am very concerned about the timing, how late the IPA report was this time, and also then throws off the timing of the Palo Alto Police Department's report. However, I am gratified to hear that for Mr. Giannakko to recommit to reports on time. But I also want to alert everybody that it's not, can't be just left with in the lap of responsibility for the IPA. It's the IPA's contract says that the reports will be February and August, will be published to the City Council and public. But also there is in the IPA's contract that requires him to pass around a draft report, has to give one to the Palo Alto Police Department to review accuracy. And then outside the contract, drafts also have to go to the city attorney. They also go to the city attorney and police union to review the draft IPA report before he can issue his final report. And so this really depends on a number of other departments, people committing to being timely and not just our IPA. For the IPA to even start, he's got to have the data, the information material from the police department, who's supposed to provide that 2 months before the IPA report final is actually due. So I want people to be clear about that process. I don't know why in tonight's staff report, it quotes different deadlines than what's in the IPA contract, because there's no basis for that. So the other thing is, in your meetings in the IPA contract, you might be interested to know that the IPA shall meet with City Council 2 times per year to discuss trends in criminal justice and policing, policy and training matters, recommendations made by consultant, and other council concerns. So you have a wide range to talk about a whole lot of stuff with the IPA, and I hope you never feel constrained about doing so. I want to shout out to Chief Bender. Good job. The use of force was down in the last half of 2022 compared to the first half and before. That may reflect our new policing policies, particularly de-escalation. Thanks for including race and ethnicity in your report for the first time. And that's about it. Thank you so much. Chief Bender and Mr. Giannaco and Conley's for being here, and the City Council for prioritizing this.
Our final speaker is Liz Gardner.
Hi, Liz Gardner here. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you for all of the really deep, how should I say it, the questions asked by each of you city council members. I really feel that you're with us. Were a few things. I hope I don't get cut off. I'm in the middle of Knight's Landing in along the Sacramento River, coming back to Palo Alto with my children and my dog in the car. We're parked safely on the side of the road, so no worries there. I just really wanted to make a couple of comments, just having listened to the presentation and also to some of the city council members. First of all, I come from a very long history of law enforcement family, brothers, uncles, and I also want to say that since during World War I, I've had a relative fight in each of our battles in our world wars, and also each war, Korean and Vietnam. So that said, I'm very familiar with some of the different tactics in the law enforcement world and such, militarization of our country. So that also said, I wanted to get back to one of our council members was talking about the issue of really talking about the George Floyd issue and not just referring to it as 2020. 2020 was an incredible year, the beginning of the pandemic, and the whole saying, I can't breathe, when it first came out, I was in some little bit of a shock because I thought it was talking about having to wear masks, because I wasn't privy to what the current event was. So I think referring to 2020 and the George Floyd incident and the changes that have come down since then are really important to refer to. Second of all, this idea of talking about the retention of law enforcement or these different positions, I did want to mention about the business tax, which is supposed to supplement our law enforcement here. It also has to do with our housing costs, and that could be part of the long-term retention of our law enforcement staffing because of the huge, very expensive Bay Area housing, in particular in Palo Alto. And also just to, in closing, talk about the full-time versus part-time. Anybody that has a part-time job in a law enforcement and is full-time parent, that's a job and a half. Just wanted to put a shout out to that's not just asking for a part-time job. That's you're raising kids. And so it should always be encouraged in these instances. Thank you.
And with that, we conclude our study session. Thank you again for being here. And I think I saw you earlier around 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock. Thank you for being here. Have a good evening. Thank you. Okay. Now we go on to our consent calendar. We'll go back to public comments on the consent calendar.
Our first speaker is Stu Block.
Good evening, Council. I'm Stu Plock, and I've been a Palo Alto resident for 45 years. And I'm spokesperson here tonight of a group of longtime residents from different sections of the city who are interested in helping to shape the city's rail corridor vision. I think since tonight you were talking about the evaluation criteria, that's why I came here tonight. We have a vision that we want to see a vision that will be a bold one, that all our neighborhoods will be living with for decades to come. And that's why we applaud the council possibly reconsidering a vision for a city's rail corridor. It would include a viaduct strategy. We believe that strategy is the best overall direction to deal with rail, auto, bike, and pedestrian traffic along the current rail corridor. And when residents from all over the city learn more about the advantages of a new rail viaduct with a beautifully landscaped green space underneath, we predict that there will be strong support for the extra investment that it might take to take that direction. Again, we thank the council for reconsidering the viaduct option and getting better cost and timeline comparisons leading to your final decision. And we plan to discuss our reasons and the need for some additional evaluation criteria the next time that the Rail Committee meets on the 20th, where we'll bring our support for that further. So thank you for your time.
We have no other requests to speak.
Thank you. We'll move on to any lights for the consent calendar. Any registered no votes or polling off? Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 7 and 8.
No on 7 and 8 for Councilmember Tanaka, and I'm going to register a no vote on 6. Can we have a motion?
So moved.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes moved.
Second.
Councilmember Venker seconded.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Motion carries. 7-0 on items 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Motion carries on item 6, 6-0. Oh, 6-1. And motion carries item 7 and 8, 6-1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no's on 7 and 8?
Yes, and I would also like to share my screen. So I don't know if okay, thank you. Okay, so number 7 is the utility manager raises. So this is about $2 million more a year. There's roughly 55 managers, so 2 million divided by 55 is roughly $36.3K extra each year for each person. And if you add up the current average salary and benefits plus what we contribute to pensions, plus this extra $36.3K a year, it's about $386,000 a year in compensation. And let's contrast that to the average household income. So not what we just have now is $386 a year per person for a single manager. And if you look at how much the average family, okay, not a person, but average family in Palo Alto makes, it's about $194,000 per year. So we just gave a raise that's now making a single manager making almost double the household income of a whole family here in Palo Alto. And then this 36.3K represents basically about a 11% raise. So if we contrast that to what is the current inflation rate, the current inflation rate this year is about 4.9% per year. So this 11% raise represents about double the current inflation rate. And it's one thing if the city revenues are just booming, right? We're just like rolling in the dough. But if you look at the latest budget, we actually are projecting a negative 1%, right? Drop in revenue. So our revenue is not booming. So, so I guess, when we think about, I lost the page, but as we think about this increase and we think about the massive utility rate increases that our residents faced, the gas rates, electric rates, we think about the mass layoffs that people in our community have faced. And the fact that we've had two major recent bank failures, Silicon Valley Bank and First Republic, this is not a good situation. So that's why I couldn't support this. And then on the second topic, the tough books. So always in favor of trying to leverage technology whenever possible. But my issue with this one was basically we paid extra for a 5-year warranty on these tough books, but these are supposed to be only lasting for 4 years. So I didn't quite understand the rationale behind that. It comes with a 3-year warranty already. And then if this was a really important purchase, then why wasn't this included in the budget already? So for those two reasons, I couldn't support number 8. But thank you.
Thank you. I'll speak to my no vote on number 6. For the most part, the evaluation criteria works, except for item number I. Now, it used to be minimize visual and visual changes along the rail corridor. And I appreciate adding privacy into this visual impacts, but I think that consider is not as strong of a word as minimize. And with potentially the viaduct been discussed and brought back as an alternative, I think the stronger language is needed in order to minimize visual and privacy impacts. Thank you. And with that, we're going to close public comments and we're going to move to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the city clerk for assistance with this as always. Let's go to the next slide, please. As was noted earlier in the meeting, the city did have our latest town hall meeting yesterday at Palo Alto High School involving a number of neighborhoods in the nearby area. We did have good attendance of roughly 60 residents attending, and I'd like to thank both the residents that attended as well as everyone involved in organizing and putting together that town hall. We will be issuing, if we haven't already, a YouTube recording, so it'll be available for viewing for anyone that's interested in it. And would simply note going forward that the practice, now fairly well-established practice of quarterly town hall meetings will continue, and we'll be working both with council members as co-hosts, as well as occurred in this case with a number of neighborhood leaders that collaborate in identifying the issues, the topics that they believe the neighborhoods would like to hear updates from the city on, as well as really providing a unique opportunity for listening to the perspectives and issues, concerns from residents in the neighborhoods, as well as engaging in some discussion of those topics. So with that, let's go to the next slide, please. Then looking forward through the month of July, wanted to note a few upcoming events that community members may be interested in participating in. One is on June 27th at 6 p.m. We'll be having a community meeting to discuss a recently released safety assessment at the regarding the intersection of Lincoln Avenue and Middlefield Road. Our staff in the Office of Transportation via a consultant has also conducted or participated in this review, and this will be an opportunity to both present the initial findings as well as get community feedback. Second, want to note that we have a draft of our comprehensive economic development strategy that's now being circulated, and there will be a community meeting to share that, review it, as well as to get some initial community feedback on June 29th. And then finally, in the month of July, we have an in-person event, very active in-person event at our Municipal Services Center, opportunity for community members to see and talk to our staff that are involved in many cases 24/7, 365 in providing services throughout the community. And would note that those are all identified on our homepage and on our city calendar. Next slide, please. Then also want to make a plug for the Third Thursday California Avenue events that will continue in June and July. The next Third Thursday event, which will be extending throughout the commercial section of California Avenue, will be this Thursday, June 15th. And I understand there may be something of a ribbon cutting there as well, understanding that the last month's event was something of a soft opening. So there will be more celebration this week. Also, information available here on our webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/3RD Thursday. Next slide, please. Then looking forward, recognizing that prior to the end of the fiscal year, we only have one more city council meeting, and that's next week. And next week, we will be taking up your budget as well as having an initial study session on 1-year implementation of the new tree ordinance, opportunity for both community members to identify areas or issues that they'd like the city council and city to be aware of, as well as some initial council discussion. And then moving into August, we've got a number of items planned for your August meetings. There will be 3 meetings that are scheduled as a part of the council's regular calendar on the 7th, the 14th, and the 21st. And a number of land use related items relating to some proposed developments on El Camino Real, the Portage development agreement proposal that is being reviewed through environmental review, as well as through our a number of our commissions, and then upcoming items for downtown parking, as noted earlier, the economic development strategy coming for city council review. And that covers the items on my report for this evening. Thank you. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. The council is going to take about a 10-minute break, so we'll come back at about 8:15, a little bit more than 10 minutes. Thank you. council business and restart our meeting. One, two, three, four, five. All right, we have a quorum and we're going to get started. Everybody have your seats. We're going to start with action item number 13. This one is direction and operating model for Palo Alto Animal Shelter, which may include negotiating a new agreement with Pets in Need, moving to in-house service delivery, or issuing a new request for proposals. I'm going to let staff go through their presentation, and I want to advise the public that we'll have presentations from both from staff as well as from Pets in Need. And if you would like to make public comments, to please submit your cards or raise your hands before the presentation ends. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, and good evening, council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane, the Community Services Director. Next slide, please. So tonight we return to council to continue our discussions related to operations of the Palo Alto Animal Shelter. We are joined here tonight by Pets in Need, who also has a presentation for you this evening. The staff recommendation included in the staff report was intended to not only provide responses to questions the council asked when we were last here in March, but to provide a deeper analysis and discussion of the in-house model for shelter operations so the council could provide direction to staff. And while we have completed that analysis, PIN has expressed concern about the in-house model and its consequences on animal welfare, safety, and services to the community. PIN has requested more time to digest and analyze the city's model and consult with industry experts before the council makes a decision. Therefore, we are recommending that council's discussion and direction tonight focus on PIN's responses to council questions from March and only a cursory review of the in-house alternative, which will be presented by Assistant to the City Manager, Lupita Alamos. If council would like to continue the discussion of an in-house model, we recommend that we return in August for that discussion. Next slide, please. So council previously discussed negotiating a new agreement with Pets in Need in February of 2022, when council directed staff to continue negotiating a new agreement with PIN. And most recently this past March, at a study session to review a draft term sheet with PIN. As a point of comparison, staff presented a high-level staffing and cost estimate of returning shelter operations in-house with city staff. Council asked several clarifying questions and requested additional information about PIN's proposed budget, a more thorough comparison to the Peninsula Humane Society's operations, a prioritized list of capital improvements, more information on feral cats, and more detail on the in-house alternative that would include long-term pension costs. PIN has prepared responses to council's questions, and they are attached to the staff report and will be the focus of their presentation this evening. Next slide, please. So a recap of the current agreement with Pets in Need. Pets in Need began operating the shelter in January of 2019 for a 5-year term. PIN executed their right to terminate the agreement early, which has been extended several times, most recently to September 30th of this year. The compensation over the 5-year term is $3.4 million, and the current year compensation to PIN is $700,000. And as you likely recall, there were several capital improvement projects that the city was obligated to complete. All of these have been completed except for the new kennel building, which was designed but never built. Next slide, please. So key terms of the new agreement, as we discussed previously in March, include a 5-year term with an option to extend, additional compensation totaling $1.4 million for the first year of the agreement and increasing annually thereafter. The city would allocate $2.5 million for capital capital improvements, and some additional smaller adjustments to the agreement were also included. I did want to point out that since the last study session in March, there's been some new and revised terms based on council feedback and community feedback that we received. So the trap, neuter, return policy that was included in the term sheet, we've updated that a bit. It's now just referred to as a feral cat policy. So the plan is that PIN and the city will continue to handle feral cats the way we're doing that now. And we will continue to have conversations on the best way to handle feral cats in the future based on municipal best practices, research, and a lot of conversations with each other and the community. We've also prioritized the list of capital projects that was requested, starting with the highest priority being a small animal and cat area. Either it would be new, either a separate building or attached to the existing shelter. And then followed by additional safety improvements to the existing dog kennels, as well as a retrofit of the medical suite to accommodate larger dogs who are having medical procedures. Another new term that is important to note is PIN is requesting interim compensation that would begin June 1st, 2023, so beginning this month. And that compensation is being requested at $55,000 per month until a new agreement is executed. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to turn the mic over to Assistant to the City Manager, Lupita Alamos.
Thank you, Director O'Kane. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be going over the very high-level presentation of our in-house shelter analysis in consideration to PIN's request to review our in-house shelter model analysis. Alternative service models options for the council to consider are the issuance of a new RFP, which would possibly bring shelter services outside of the city of Palo Alto, or could possibly provide options for shelter services at Palo Alto as we have in the current model. Or we could return to an in-house model, which I'll be sharing in the next slide. And as Director O'Kane stated, staff recommends that the council defer the detailed discussion on the in-house model until August. Next slide. So just before going into these numbers, I just want to remind the council that the animal shelter costs are only estimates at this time. A more refined process involving HR and the Office of Management and Budget review and approval would be needed prior to adding any new positions or budget appropriations. If we focus on the box to the right, focus on staffing for the shelter, when costing out our in-house service model, we had careful consideration went into this proposed model, one that provides capacity to safely operate the shelter our size and within the proposed scope of services. In consultation with animal shelter experts and review of historic staffing prior to shelter operations transferring to PIN, the proposed staffing model includes the following positions: the addition of a new superintendent, a kennel attendant, 2 part-time kennel attendants, a vet, 2 vet techs, 2 admin associates, and the time of an assistant director to manage the new division at 10% of the time. So in total, the new proposed staffing would add about 7.98 full-time equivalent positions at an estimated cost of $1,166,000. And attachment E in your packet of the report shows the organizational chart of how these positions would fall within the new division, including the existing ACOs that would make up the new division. So when we look at the shelter costs in the box to the left, the non-personnel operating costs include overhead, utilities, training and safety, tools and equipment, pet food and medical supplies, as well as any outside services such as pet disposal and emergency after-hours vet care. So on average, the city can expect to budget about $280,000 for non-personnel costs. As for capital improvements, these were not identified as part of the in-house analysis. However, future improvements and maintenance updates could be possible at a later date. And then when looking at our revenue, if the city were to bring back animal shelter operations in-house, it could expect to collect about $400,000 in revenue. So this revenue would come from service contracts, adoptions, medical procedures and licensing, among other fees. Again, these are estimates based on previous historical revenue trends based on shelter activity. Also to note is the fee schedule for the shelter services has not been updated for some time. So it's possible that a fee study may recommend higher fees that could therefore provide additional revenue to offset shelter costs. So in sum, the city could expect to spend about $1 million annually for an in-house animal shelter. Next slide. So animal shelter scope of service comparison at a very high level, the overview of scope of services differentiation between the in-house model shows that both the proposed PIN scope of services and the in-house model would provide about 80 hours of biweekly of public access to the shelter. There would be no cap or limit on impounds for either model. We would have both models provide weekly vaccine clinics and would both need to seek support for after-hours vet care. One of the differentiating factors in the two models is the spay-neuter surgeries is an area where the in-house model would be proposing about 150 surgeries monthly, and this would be for cats, dogs, and small pets. And this focus would be due to a full-time vet focused on these types of services. The other area that the city would be able to focus on services is cruelty investigation and necropsies. And again, that is due to the full-time staff dedicated to these services. And in both models, feral cat policy would come to council for final approval and implementation.
Thank you. Thank you, Lupita. So in my final slide, I will touch on what's included in the fiscal year 24 proposed operating and capital budgets related to the animal shelter. So 0.5 million has been added to the proposed operating budget to recognize the higher cost of animal shelter operations, regardless of the operating model. And 1.5 million plus some additional staffing costs have been added to the animal shelter renovation capital improvement project in the proposed capital budget. There may be some additional funding needed depending on the path forward and the final terms that are decided on. And then the interim compensation I mentioned that would begin June until an agreement is finalized would also need to be considered. So that concludes our presentation. I'm now going to ask City Manager Shikata to say a few points, and then we'll turn it over to Pets in Need.
Thank you, Director O'Kane. I did just want to spend a moment coming back to our modified recommendation to focus this evening's discussion on the Pets in Need service proposal. And then again, subject to council's interest, come back in August for further discussion of the potential in-house model. And probably the best way to address this issue is to acknowledge the inherent sensitivity when discussing any service where we have an existing incumbent service provider. In this case, that is Pets in Need. And as we talk about an alternative service model, it would be difficult to avoid any comparison that would potentially put, well, all parties in somewhat of an adversarial discussion. And so we certainly want to avoid that, particularly true actually with any one of our nonprofit partnerships where as a practical matter, each nonprofit partner brings different strengths and different areas of focus, such that the discussion between the city and the nonprofit really is one of identifying the areas of common interest and developing service offerings based upon those interests and the community's needs. So again, just really want to provide that context for our recommendation that we separate the discussion in order to really, quite frankly, respect our partnership, as well as to provide opportunity for deeper discussion as council sees fit. So with that, let me ask our representative from Pets in Need to come up and provide their presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable city council members. Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to come back to you since we were here on March 27th. Very quickly, I'm Laura Toller-Gardner. I'm the CEO of Pets in Need. I have my colleagues with me, Laura Birdsall, our Director of Shelter Operations, and Terry Dunwoody, our Director of Finance and Budget. You will notice that our fourth colleague is not with us tonight, Dr. Barbie Laterman-Jones. Dr. Barbie sends her best. She is down in LA at a conference doing continuing education. So the three of us will be with you tonight, and we appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. All right, so the goal of our presentation this evening is specifically to address the questions that you posed to us the last time we were here, March 27th, as well as some of the individual questions we've received from you since then. So we're going to just jump right in. If we could have the next slide. Thank you. Okay, great. We'd like to underline the power of partnership that Pets in Need brings to the city contract and our partnership with the city. So Pets in Need, as you well know, we're two shelters and we're two medical clinics. We're in Palo Alto and we're also in Redwood City at our flagship location, which is an adoption center. So in Palo Alto, we're an open intake shelter. In Redwood City, we're a limited intake shelter, and we're one of the few hybrid options, both in the area and in the state. In addition to all this, we're also a mobile clinic that has been serving the peninsula for about the last 10 plus years. And through our city contract, we want to be very clear. In jurisdiction, we serve Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills. Additionally, through our mobile clinic, we serve in jurisdiction, those three communities, as well as Redwood City, East Palo Alto, East Menlo Park, San Jose, and other communities that need supportive services. And why is this important to underline? Our mobile clinic delivers community medicine and access to care. Access to care and community medicine really is the future of progressive sheltering. And what it allows is us to support those who basically need the supportive services to keep their animals in their homes. Ideally, we don't want animals to need to be in shelters at all. We would like a vision for the future of sheltering that prevents animals from entering shelters and therefore is preventive and goes to the source of where folks are having challenges and provides resources in partnership with spay-neuter initiatives and basically helps the community help themselves and help their animals. So access to care ensures that people, regardless of what their situation is, they can feed, care for, and house their animals. And this is really where progressive sheltering needs to go. And this is where we are looking and what we're seeing as community medicine and how we're going to be using our mobile clinic. So it's important to focus on the Palo Alto shelter, but it's also important to focus on what we can do with our mobile clinic in jurisdiction and beyond. So to this point, I just want to point out that Pets in Need currently has 2 FTE dedicated to outreach and access to care. in our current contract and what we're proposing going forward, Palo Alto would pay for 0.75 FTE for outreach. Pets in Need will pay for 1.25 FTE in outreach and all of the program expenses. So everything that it takes to set that, put the mobile clinic on the road, we will bear that cost. Next, please. Thank you so much. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. So in fiscal year 23, which we just ended at the end of May, Pets in Need underwrote in-jurisdiction access to care services by $185,000. And that included weekly low-cost vaccine clinic at Palo Alto. Roughly each week, we are vaccinating 50 animals. Free mobile vaccine clinic seasonally in jurisdiction. Scholarships for free dog behavior modification for adopters in jurisdiction, and free pet food and supplies. The reach that we have is a dynamic nonprofit with a lot of different service providers and partners is really amplifying what we can do with access to care in jurisdiction. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right. So to give you a sense of where we've been, fiscal year 23 just completed, Pets in Need's total organizational budget was $5.7 million. Palo Alto was 1.2 million of that overall budget. So Palo Alto basically makes up 21% of our organization. In fiscal year 23 that we just ended, Pets in Need received approximately $700,000 in shelter contract fees from the city of Palo Alto. We thank you for that. And in addition, Pets in Need subsidized $500,000 to get us to 1.2 million, which is what it took us to run the Palo Alto shelter in fiscal 23. So that's where we've been. And now you know that attention to access to care, very progressive community medicine, and getting mobile in jurisdiction is a high priority to keep animals in their homes so that we don't have animals coming into the shelter. So having level set that, I'm now going to invite Terry to join me, and we're going to look ahead to the new contract.
Thank you, Laura. Good evening, Mayor Koo and distinguished council members. I'm going to be speaking about our new contract proposal. There's also quite a bit of detailed information about this in the 14-page staff report that we put together, so I will be referring to that. I'd like to start out by, if you could, actually, we're good there. Thank you. To draw your attention to the budget, which is in table 5 of our staff report. It shows that we propose managing the shelter with 12.3 FTE. We feel that it's important to have this level of staffing because it includes the expertise and specialization that we believe is needed to run the shelter with quality and for the safety and well-being of the animals and the quality of services that we believe the citizens of Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills need. Part of that staffing includes a foster program, behavior management for the animals that have behavior challenges, of course, veterinary medicine staff, population management skills, which means ensuring that we keep our length of stay down and that we have a good mix of animals in the shelter to ensure foot traffic and adoptability of all the animals overall. We have adoption counselors, volunteer management, and client services all in our budget. And we feel that this level of staffing and expertise is absolutely essential to ensure enrichment in animal care, high quality services, human safety, and again, the services that meet Palo Altoans' expectations. Next slide, please. In our proposal, we came to a fee of $1.37 million for the contract fee in year 1. This is comprised of $1.223 million in personnel expenses, which includes benefits. We also included $240,000 in direct expenses and $150,000 in indirect expenses. Those are things like insurance and other things. Offset these these operating expenses are offset by $240,000, which we estimate to be the income from affordable veterinary and adoption fees. You'll note that this is a bit lower than the staff proposal for revenue coming in than we have. We also request retroactive payment for the increased contract fee beginning this month until we are able to reach an agreement. Next slide, please. So we had gotten the question when there's about $1 million left in the capital improvement fund. We proposed increasing that by 1.5 million for a total of 2.5 million. We believe the most high priority items that would help the shelter operate smoothly and again provide the best services to the animals and to the community would be related to small animals and other improvements to the medical facility and the kennels. We did want to draw attention to the fact that there was an audit done in 2015. And in page 21 of that audit, it stated that the Public Works Department staff stated that the current shelter has reached the end of its useful life. The shelter facilities were a 1972 era building, which is in need of replacement. And we are really only asking for strategic improvements. Next slide, please. Additionally, the audit from 2015 mentioned, although the city has kept the shelter operational, the efforts to date have not brought it current with modern animal care standards, and it does not fully meet the city's goals and objectives or residents' expectations for animal care and control. Next slide, please. So the capital improvements that we feel would be highest priority would be around improved space for cats and small animals such as rabbits, guinea pigs, and hamsters. We believe that it would be helpful to have additional dedicated space for medical assessment and treatment of those same animals, cats and small animals. We would like new housing for kittens and adult cats and rooms for adult cats. We also feel it's extremely important to have better meet and greet areas to facilitate adoptions. Currently in the shelter for people who come in to consider adopting cats, most of those meet and greets happen in a hallway outside of our very limited cat space. In general, our space is quite cramped overall, as many of you know who have seen the shelter. Okay, next slide, please. And lastly, our capital improvements, we believe, will provide enhanced safety and other upgrades for indoor and outdoor dog kennels, inclusive of the doors that separate the indoor and outdoor space for the dogs. We actually are quite happy that we have the indoor-outdoor kennels. That is a very favorable option for the animals that gives them a choice, and we would like to make some refinements to it, however. Additionally, we would like to retrofit certain kennels in the medical suite to accommodate very large dogs. Again, those of you who have seen our facility, we have a fantastic new medical suite thanks to the investment of the city. There are some slight modifications we'd like to make to accommodate the larger dogs, which don't really have enough space to recover from the medical procedures that we do. So I hope that that answers a lot of the questions that came up before. Again, please refer to the staff report that we prepared, and we'll be here to field additional questions. And with that, I'll turn it over to my coworker, Laura Birdsall. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Mayor, council members, I get to do the death by statistics portion, so I'll try to move quickly, recognizing it's 8:45. But these are basically, again, just answering some of the questions that came up last time. If you have any further questions or would like us to expand on any of these, I'd be happy to do so at the end. But in terms of our intake, the basic intake statistics, the Palo Alto shelter is what's called open admissions or open intake, meaning that we take in any animals from Palo Alto, Los Altos Hills. So that's stray animals, police custody that are brought in by the animal control officers, and owner surrender animals. We cannot and we do not turn away animals that are in jurisdiction. Total animals that were brought in calendar year 2022 were 671. Of those, we sent 312 out to foster. And the reason that's important is one of our key metrics for success that we look at, or a KPI, if you would, is the length of stay, the amount of time that any animal is spending in the shelter, and trying to limit that as much as possible, not just from a financial point of view of trying to move them through as quickly as possible, but an animal welfare standpoint. The less time that they're in those cages, in those kennels, the more time they're in a home, be it a foster home or an adoptive home, the better for that animal. So we really focus in on that, and the foster program helps us do that. We currently have 62 active foster homes for the Palo Alto shelter. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so moving further into the in-jurisdiction intake, we do have volunteers that assist with the care of the animals on site. Primarily, they do socialization. So for dogs, these are the volunteers that would come in, interact with the dogs, take them for walks. We have the beautiful Baylands trails right by the shelter, which are lovely. For the cats, cat volunteers come in and just do in-kennel socialization with them. Last year, they logged 1,471 hours with 88 volunteers. For shelter and community spay-neuter statistics, we were asked for last calendar year was 413, with an additional 43 spay-neuter services for rescue groups. And then finally, the save rate for the calendar year was 98%. And then just for the sake of a definition, no kill is considered anything over 90%. So we are well above the 90%. 98% is great. And again, if you have any questions about those statistics, I would be happy to answer them. Next slide, please. Digging a little bit deeper into foster home expertise, I just want to touch on this because it's so vital and important to what we do in terms of making sure that not only are we doing what's best for the animals, but we're doing what's best for the community. So foster homes allow us to get these animals out into the homes where we can help work with the animals. They gain weight if they're too small for spay neuter. They can recover from an illness or an injury, but also we get a lot more information about how that animal behaves. We can look at them in a kennel, in a cage, and say, we think this is what it's going to be like in a home. But when we send them out into a foster home, we have a foster volunteer who's giving us information like, this dog likes to sleep 24 hours a day. That's good to know. We want to make sure we have that information. So if someone comes in looking for a jogging partner, we can try to move them away from that dog. Furthermore, we use it a lot to help the dogs and cats who have been on site for a really long period of time. There is a kennel stress associated. Anybody who's been in a hospital can recognize when you're stuck in an institutionalized area for too long, you start to go a little crazy. And that goes for the dogs and cats as well. So sometimes they just need what's called a shelter break. We send them out. They get to spend some time in a home where they get to choose if they want to be around people or not. And then they can come back and go back up for adoption. And a lot of times their behavior has dramatically improved just by getting them out of the shelter for a short period of time. Next slide, please. Which brings us into behavior management. And this is an area that I feel very passionately about. And I love, especially in the last 10 years, animal sheltering has really dialed in and focused in on the importance of behavioral management for animals in the shelter because it is stressful. And we want to not only acknowledge that, but try to mitigate that to whatever extent we can. So that's why we have the 1.5 staff members that would be doing what we call environmental or behavioral enrichment. So not just the dogs and cats that have behavioral issues, but everybody receives a proactive approach to getting out of their kennel when they're supposed to, learning basic commands. When we have an adopter coming in and the dog sits when they approach the kennel, that is really beneficial, not just for the adopter to see this dog already knows the basic commands, but for the dog. It's very appealing for adopters when they come in and see a dog sitting at the front of the kennel. So things like that are really, really helpful in moving the animals through. And then for those that need that little extra more, we do have a fantastic consultant that is paid for by our generous donors that provides post-adoption support. So this individual will follow up with people 1 week, 2 weeks, a month, 1 month after they've adopted, and will go into their home if they want. She also does Zoom consultations to help them address problem behaviors. And one one thing that's been shown time and time again is that when someone's adopting a pet, they don't retain a whole lot of information in that moment because they're really excited. And so it's after the point, after the adoption, when that follow-up care is really, really helpful to answer any problems they have, again, to keep the animal in the home that it already has. And then finally, we do work with a leading veterinary behaviorist, Dr. Janine Berger. She has been instrumental in helping us come up with medication plans for some of the dogs and occasionally cats that need a little extra help pretty much just while they're in the shelter. Occasionally, we do get those animals that are going to need to be on long-term behavioral medications. But for the most part, it's just helping them deal with the stress. They've gone through a lot of changes, a lot of recent trauma. So helping them with the medications so that they work through that, so that basically that fight or flight part of their brain calms down enough to let the cognitive brain turn on. And we find out a little bit more about who the animal actually is. Next slide, please. And then here's where my colleague, Dr. Barbie Lederman-Jones, would be presenting. She and I actually have been working together since 2009. She's the reason I came to work at Pets in Need, so I'm going to do a shout out for her on that. She was one of the first graduates from the UC Davis Court Shelter Medicine program, and is an amazing veterinarian and an amazing shelter veterinarian. So she really leads our team in treating illness, injury, rehabilitation, but also very progressive, cutting edge, from high quality, high volume spay neuter to things like bilateral, so both knees, TPLO, knee surgery repair that we do for animals that come into our care. So we really have a very strong and amazing veterinary team. She also brings with her the resources from UC Davis, as well as the AVMA, or the American Veterinary Medical Association, and then of course the Association of Shelter Veterinarians, which for any of you who have gone through the tour know that I really geek out over that kind of stuff. So that is something very unique that she brings to the table. Next slide, please. Thank you. When asked about our spay neuter statistics, fiscal year of 23, we were performing up to 60 spay neuters per month. That was coming out of COVID. And Dr. Lederman-Jones was just starting at the beginning of that fiscal year. So we have ramped up now to where so far in fiscal year of 24, we're up to 80 to 90 procedures per month, hoping to continue increasing that. But one of the things that we've really focused on is making sure that we are fulfilling and promptly fulfilling 100% of the in-jurisdiction spay-neuter demand. And what that looks like to us is the ability to, if someone requests an appointment, to being able to book that appointment within a month of requesting it. Currently, we're at only a 2-week wait list. So basically, if someone calls and says, I'd like to get my dog or cat spayed, and they live in Palo Alto, Los Altos, or Los Altos Hills, they will wait up to 2 weeks for that spay neuter appointment. Next slide, please. And then finally, we end with adoptions. We do have 4 adoption counselors that work. We are open currently 7 days a week, which is excellent, especially Saturday and Sunday being big adoption days, although today was a very big adoption day. I'll just do a quick shout out for the staff that worked real hard today. But the staff are all trained in barrier-free adoptions, which basically means they don't look for a reason to say no. They're looking for a way to match the person or the family up with the family member, the dog or cat that's best going to fit their household and what it is that they're looking for. We also really focus on post-adoption follow-up. So again, recognizing people may not have questions in the moment, but after they've had the pet in their home for 2 weeks, they may. And so intentionally following up with them, asking how are things going? What can we help you with? What extra resources do you need? And a lot of these people end up bringing these pets that they've adopted back in for the weekly vaccine clinic or other support services going forward. So they kind of get to stay within the family, or even they just show up and show us pictures of their dog or cat in the home, which we always love. And last slide, please. And I will end with this of just in terms of the animals that are being adopted out of Palo Alto. So again, in 2022, 72% of the animals adopted out of the Palo Alto shelter were from in jurisdiction. So this is going to be Palo Alto, Los Altos Hills, which means 28% of them were transferred in from out of jurisdiction. And I want to be really transparent about that because that is part of a strategic population management plan The purpose of bringing animals in from out of jurisdiction is to fill an adoption void that we don't have from the over-the-counter open admission animals coming in through the shelter. And the reason that's important is there's been a lot of research and a lot of data and studies that show that even though animal sheltering is about animals, there is a marketing component to that, and we need to keep that in mind. And when we're looking at trying to minimize the length of stay, having animals be at the shelter for a short amount of time as possible, that we need to keep in mind what animals we have available for adoption, what people are looking for, and what's going to get basically feet through the door. So sometimes we bring in those cute puppies to drive traffic into the shelter, so then the pit bulls or the shepherds or the huskies that we already have can get adopted more quickly. So even though sometimes it feels counterintuitive, the intention of bringing them in is to actually increase the adoption potential for all of the animals that are there. Conversely, we also do take some of the animals that we would expect to have a longer length of stay. So again, the huskies, the shepherds, the pit bulls, and we move them to our Redwood City location to kind of spread them out a little bit more to try to dilute out that population, because the Redwood City shelter is closed admission. So we do get to choose who comes into there. So if we have a rescue group saying, hey, can you take these 3 German shepherds? We can say, no, we're good on German shepherds at the moment. Thank you very much, though. But then bring in the ones that our constituents are looking for. And with that, I believe I will leave it here and open for questions. Or yes, open for questions. So thank you very much.
That concludes our presentation. So we're available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So I think I'm going to bring it back to council for questions, then go to public comments, and then come back to council for comments and to move it forward. So if there's any questions right now for any of the teams, thank you for lighting up your lights. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I just have a couple of quick questions now and a lot more later. But I think, both of you that created and made the presentations, really help clarify the decision set that's in front of us. Just want to confirm that, as was pointed out by Pets in Need, they're forecasting about 250,000, I think the number was, in revenue, and the staff is forecasting 400,000. Are we counting the same things there, and it's just a difference in estimate?
When we looked at our revenue, we looked at operations for over a 10-year trend line. So that was typical of what we could collect in adoptions, medical procedures, and many of the other services provided by the shelter. I'm not sure I can speak to how PIN is projecting their revenue.
Was that a backward look or a forward look, the 10 years?
Backward.
Backwards?
Yes, we've.
And
we think our estimate is accurate because we're running the shelter right now and it's based on our current numbers. Additionally, the staff model has very few, if any, adoption counselors. So we had some concerns about what the adoption fees would actually look like under that scenario. So we do feel that our estimate for operating revenue is very credible. And additionally, I would add that we intentionally keep our fees low to maintain that access to care that Laura spoke about so much. We feel that that's important for the equity behind the way we run the shelter.
Okay, and then since you have the mic, I'll ask another question.
Okay, sure.
Of both participants here, but we'll reverse the order. You're moving up to 80 to 90 surgeries per month from 60. And there seems to be some concern on the part of staff that, they're more like 100 or more than that. And again, you're running the shelter now, so that's what you're seeing, but you're going to ramp up. So I guess why does staff think it's going to be 100 or 150?
Again, when we looked at our numbers historically, those numbers were actually a modest consideration of what was being done in the past. We had a very experienced vet that performed these surgeries, and we're focused for that type of service provided to the community.
Okay. And staff in the short term are you suggesting that the $55,000 a month is appropriate? Are you recommending that? I'm looking at Director O'Kane, but.
We haven't looked at where that 55,000 was derived. So I think we'd like to take a deeper dive into how that number was developed. And I think, we've been trying to negotiate this agreement for some time, and in probably a perfect world, we would have that agreement start in June. So in that sense, I think it's appropriate. But again, whether that's the right number, we would need to look a little bit deeper into that.
Okay. And my last question for now is I'm hearing from both of your points of views that the exact number of dollars for capital expenditures is not quite known yet. So that's not going to be 10 million, but it might not be 2.5. And is that correct? Your Director O'Kane?
That's correct. We have not started any design whatsoever on the capital priorities.
Or estimates or things like that.
Exactly.
So, you folks agree?
Agree. We don't have an exact figure with estimates for the capital improvements. And to your excellent question about spay and neuter, I would just like to add that what we're seeing right now is that there isn't demand from within jurisdiction for 150 spay and neuter surgeries per month. And so we're concentrating our efforts on meeting the demand from in jurisdiction. And at this time, we're able to do that within a 2-week period. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. That's all for now.
Excuse me, did you say that you are seeing a demand or you're not seeing a demand?
We see a demand, but not for 150 spay and neuter surgeries per month from within jurisdiction residents. And we're able to meet the demand currently within a 2-week period, which is significantly lower than 150 per month.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
So first, let me follow up on that volume of spay neuter. When we did a retrospective look, if you said going back 10 years, is that correct?
Yes, we looked at our revenue and our expenditures for about that long.
But over the preceding 10 years, some portion of that time had Mountain View's demand in there. And we would not be returning Mountain View's demand. So I don't understand why those years would be appropriate to compare to.
When we were doing a full view of trends, we considered the years where Mountain View was part of the contract. And when we were actually calculating averages, we were not including Mountain View in those calculations.
Oh. Okay. And then I wanted to return to this capital subject, and everybody agrees that we don't have a good firm estimate or even close to that. The staff report basically says that one of the advantages to in-house would be that we wouldn't have a capital need. But I've seen that facility. I don't understand the basis for that assertion. I get that we don't know what we would choose to do, but the building's dilapidated and inadequate capacity at the same time. So I don't think we should be assuming that the in-house model would be absent the capital need. On the other hand, the alternative that we're looking at right now is looking at an additional cost of, so 1.5 million in FY24?
That's correct. It would be a one-time add to the CIP.
But we wouldn't expend it in FY24, nor would they, correct?
Likely not. So we would propose it to be reappropriated at the following year.
Yeah, that's one of the things I keep struggling on in our capital budget. I'd put it more than probably not. I'd put it almost certainly not. They wouldn't spend not only the 1.5, but the balance that's in there already. So I don't know why we budget it that way, that we allocate it all to FY24 as opposed to some reasonable spread over the period that we think it would most likely be spent.
Sure. So the reason that this was a request from PIN to have it put in the agenda or put in the budget as a lump sum. And you're welcome to chime in, PIN, but I think it was for confidence that the city is committed to doing those, even though, and I've explained that it's not guaranteed that it would be reappropriated to the next year.
Well, we can put into a contractual agreement a commitment to put capital funds in without having to allocate it in our budget a 4-year expenditure in the first year. I mean, what that does, it screws up our capital budget. We wouldn't spend things in FY24 that we would otherwise be able to invest in capital if we just assign that, even though there's no way we're going to spend even half of it in FY24. It's not like some of the capital items where we say, well, we think we're going to spend all of our appropriations in the fiscal year, and then almost invariably some portion of them we aren't able to. There's no way we're going to spend it, and yet we're talking about putting it all in the front end. I don't get that.
Well, I think Director Keynes explained some of the back and forth effectively that has led to the proposal that's before you. And again, not unlike some of the earlier comments, I think that based on council feedback, we would refine the proposal working with PIN.
Okay, good. And then the staff or the council motion earlier this year asked for greater comparison to Peninsula Humane Society. And I didn't see that. Did I miss that in the report, or is that somewhere?
I believe that was in PIN's report. That was an attachment to the staff report.
Oh, in their report rather than the staff report. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in the proposed PIN contract, after our veterinary care for stray hold animals no longer included, what happens then when a stray hold animal needs services after hours? Where do they go? What's the closest clinic?
Thank you for that question. I'm going to ask Animal Control Officer Cody McCartney to respond.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Yes, the closest clinic is the MedVet clinic in Mountain View, which is right off the Los Altos border. So it's very close to us. And I guess the proposal is that the city would pick up the cost for the after hours care.
Okay, so that's the $15,000 extra is
approximate. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good. Makes me feel a little better. I was concerned that would be taking our animal control officers off patrol for a significant amount of time, but it doesn't seem like that would be. Okay, great. And then other questions. So the cost estimates for staffing, if we go in-house, what estimates about almost 1.2 million. And the report states on page 323 that those costs include salary and benefits. So I just wanted to confirm the benefits that would include expected pension costs as well.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And those are my only questions for this round. I'll reserve till after public comment.
Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. First of all, I would just like to thank all of you at both PAPD, Animal Services, and at PIN for what you do every day for the most needy animals in our community. It really is blessed work, and thank you so much for doing it. I wanted to follow up on a couple of things. As was mentioned earlier, the 2015 audit shows that the residents were very happy with the quality of services that were rendered by the city at that time, but very unhappy with the physical plant, as was noted. And so following up on Councilmember Burt's comments, after having a lovely tour of the facility, it was tough to see in some ways because the animals will steal your heart. The lovely people caring for them will steal your heart. And then you look around at this physical plant and it's cramped. I had an 85-pound rescue dog, and he wouldn't have been very happy in most of the places there. Whether it's the post-operative area, which you now have to take the dogs out to the kennels if they're large, they can't even recover right nearby. Even the exam room was a little small, and the mobile unit, no, not going to happen for that dog. And it is run down. It is dilapidated. It is not worthy of our city. So I'm starting there because I believe that whatever we do in terms of running it, whoever is running it, we need to invest in the physical plant. It could take some time, per your comments about when it should hit the budget, but I feel like that's sort of a necessary predicate. And I worry that if we do too much transition in terms of who's running the services as we're trying to upgrade the physical plant, it's a pretty big ask, but I'll come back to that. So just a couple of quick questions to make sure I'm understanding things well. So is it right that when I read through the in-house model and looked at the various attributes of it, that the shelter would be closed on weekends if we ran it?
The shelter as proposed at this time was to be open Monday through Friday with every other Friday closed for 980 schedules.
Yeah.
Correct.
That is a very big concern to me when I look at when people can go there to adopt with their families, when you have time off work to take animals in for vaccines and other things. That's a very big concern. Also, just a quick question. So while in jurisdiction is Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills, if a resident of East Palo Alto shows up with an animal, I know you don't have to take it, I guess, if it's surrendered, but will you vaccinate? How does that work? What do we do for our neighbors in East Palo Alto?
No. I just wanted to speak on the last comment. We actually, the proposal is to be open on Saturdays. We historically have been open on Saturdays, Monday through Saturday, with the 980 Fridays were closed.
Oh, okay. I think that's different than the staff report, but okay.
I think it's just a typo.
I see. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. So with regard to if someone comes in with an animal, we just had one today that came in from East Palo Alto. The person was on their lunch break, found these puppies, didn't have time to drive all the way to Sabaka. So in circumstances like that, wherever we're able to, we intake the animal, and then we, as in Pets in Need, transport the animal to the appropriate jurisdictional shelter. If it's an owned pet and we have the veterinary staff available and they just need a simple vaccine preventative care, we can certainly try to help them with that at that time. But mostly we reserve those services for when we have the vaccine clinic up and running, because usually, hopefully, our medical staff are busy doing something else at that moment in time.
Thank you. All right, so back to finances. And I think this is a question for the city. When we look at the current proposals from each, and I understand they're both a little bit of moving targets, but we look at the revenue that we could, when we also consider the revenue we could get, it's about a $250,000 less of a budget the way it's currently presented if the city runs the shelter. But there are also going to be some transition costs that were noted and hard to quantify and not yet quantified. But do you have any kind of ballpark as what that would be? Because that, I understand it'd be a one-time expense, but I assume it might be non-trivial.
Thanks for that question. For transition costs, that wasn't something that we calculated in the staff report. At this point, we just focused on what it would cost to staff it and, keeping operations as is.
Right, but there was a sentence in there that said there would be XYZ expenses. I just wonder if you have any kind of ballpark. If not, it's okay. Because I think that we don't.
I don't have any at this time.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. And just quickly, or am I going? Oh, I'm already out of time. Okay, I'll save the rest. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming out and for you guys working out this plan in some different scenarios. A few questions. I guess one comment is, I did find the revenue estimate between in-house and pets in need very striking. So would definitely love to see a much more detailed breakdown to just try to see how that could be. And then if we go to slide 7, it shows that they're going to staff, Pets and Needs going to staff, is it what's 7.9 people? Is that right? Am I reading that correct? Oh, sorry. Wait, so how many people are you going to staff? 12.3. Okay. Okay. And for those 12.3, how much is that going to cost us again?
Total of 1.37 million. And the personnel expenses are about 1.2 million.
So we're looking at 8 versus 12. So how, I guess for our in-house, how do we know that we could staff it for so much less? Like so much less people?
When we considered staffing and we spent a lot of time reviewing whether this was the appropriate model for the shelter of our size, when also consulting with other shelter experts, the shelter proposal provided capacity and the appropriate level of care to support the hours of operation and providing care for the animals.
Okay. Because you're talking about like 4 people less, right?
I'd also like to note that we are providing basic services. We are including services that possibly PIN focuses on. They mentioned they have a mobile clinic, they have a lot of marketing and additional services that our shelter would not provide. So we're not accounting for additional staff to provide those kinds of programs.
Because it seems it's kind of odd because you guys get more revenue and you have less people, which would be great if that's actually possible. But I'm just trying to understand how that works. And did you say that this includes pension costs already or doesn't?
Yes, they include pension costs.
Everything, fully loaded?
Yes,
Okay.
fully loaded positions.
And then we're servicing other cities like Los Altos, et cetera. Do we get reimbursed by those cities?
Yes, we have a contract with Los Altos and Los Altos Hills and receive revenue for services provided.
Okay, does it cover the cost?
Director O'Kane?
Yes, thank you. So that's really to offset the animal control officers' time that they spend in Los Altos and Los Altos Hills. And it's actually based on actual numbers, number of calls that the ACOs do in those cities.
I see. So it's when our personnel goes out there, we get reimbursed on that. But the services that this clinic provides, do we get reimbursed on that?
No, it's really tied to the ACO's time in the field.
Okay, so then why do we do it then? I mean, if the other cities aren't chipping in to pay for usage of this facility, why do we, do we charge like non-residents a lot more money or how does it work?
So I'll describe to you how our contracts with those two agencies work. So Los Altos Hills pays 4% of the actual program costs. So I guess there is some program costs and animal control. Los Altos, because they're larger, pays a little over 11% of those costs. So we're receiving, let's see, about, I'm sorry, I'm confused with my numbers. If I could look at them and get back to you.
Okay, the main thing I'm trying to figure out here is, because it seems like we're obligated to provide services for the other residents. And I just want to make sure that we're actually getting paid for it, right? That we're actually getting reimbursed in some ways, because if we're not, then the question is, why are we doing it? Because I think with Mountain View, they actually paid for it, right? So of course we should provide that service. But here, if they're not paying for it, then why the heck are we doing it?
Separately from animal control services for residents of Los Altos and Los Santos Hills, if they're seeking services such as spay neuter, boarding, and those kinds of services, they're still being charged a fee for those services. And it's up to really us as a city and council to determine what that fee structure is and how much we choose to subsidize. So as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, it's been a while since we've done a fee analysis.
Okay.
And so if the council would be interested in looking at that, we could look at cost recovery and how much the council would choose to subsidize for residents and for contract cities and non-residents.
So for pets in need right now, do you guys charge different rates between Palo Alto and non-residents?
Yes. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
And what is, so do the non-residents make up for it? I mean, how do the economics work, the unit economics?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can speak to the overall economics of the Palo Alto's relationship with Los Altos and Los Altos Hills. All we can say, we follow the municipal fee schedule, and we do provide a discount for in-jurisdiction citizens.
Well, in-jurisdiction means Palo Alto, and jurisdiction means Los Altos.
Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills.
Okay, but they're only paying, I thought you said they're only paying for the people that go out to those cities to do work.
We're going to review the contracts right now.
Okay.
If we could have a few minutes doing that, we can get back to you with that answer.
Okay, yeah, that would be really, really great. So the speed and neutering service, is that profitable or we lose money doing that?
I'm sorry, could you
The spade and neutering service,
spay neuter?
is it profitable for us or do we lose money doing it? Is it subsidized or do we make money doing it, or is it cost neutral?
We charge between $70 and $85 per spay or neuter surgery for cats, and between $100 and $225 for dogs. I think considering the cost of the entire medical suite as well as all of our veterinary staff, I do not think it is likely that the fees cover the cost, but that, as I mentioned before, that is intentional. Our model is access to care, and the public shelter is really about ensuring that even our low-income residents can access the veterinary care that they need.
Okay, I'm running out of time here. So anyone that walks in, we provide that service, is that right?
Yes, again, the spay neuter, it's a 2-week.
I mean, if it seems so, how much does it cost us? So like, how much are we losing on this per service?
Sure.
Don't think we have that information.
Okay, so I think we should figure that out, because if we're losing a lot of money per service for non-residents, I don't know why the city should be subsidizing this.
So for the city is not paying for anyone who is not in jurisdiction.
But in jurisdiction means Los Altos, right? But
in jurisdiction means Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills.
yeah, I mean, Los Altos and Los Altos Hills are very wealthy, maybe wealthier than Palo Alto. So I don't get why we would even, unless they're paying us for it, right? I don't know why we would handle it. But okay, I'm almost out of time, so maybe you guys could read the contracts, figure this out. But I'm really just trying to understand just how the unit economics work here. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. I'm sorry.
I don't take it personally.
No, it's not you.
It's a long night. I have one question. Thank you for the presentation. I'm interested in the specific question of how many FTE are devoted to adoption services through PIN versus in-house. Both the sheer number, but then I want to know the percentage of overall staff. I'm trying to get a sense of, is adoption services the primary work? Is spay neuter the primary work? And this will help me understand that better.
All right. So, okay. So we have 2 FTE for adoption staff specifically. We have half an FTE for an adoptions manager. But we also understand is there's a dotted line with our foster staff, which is 0.75. There's a dotted line for behaviorist, which is 0.5. There's a dotted line to animal care manager, which is 0.5. So while we have 2.5 specific, we have dotted line responsibility and contribution from several others.
And for the city?
In our model, it's a very lean staffing, and what we propose is we would have 2 administrative staff providing that kind of public-facing service, though Aspen, we would have several staff included in that process, whether it's preparing pets for adoption, vet time to make sure pets are cleared for adoption. So we would have 2 FTEs, and then whatever time would be dedicated of ancillary staff.
Thank you. And I want to apologize, Councilmember Lithcott Haynes. I was letting my breath out at the time I was saying.
No problem, I understand.
So I would like to thank you and ask a question with regards to back to the adoption manager and the animal care manager. Adoption staff and animal care staff, is it possible to have volunteers to help with that job of adoption staffing and animal care staffing?
It is certainly possible to have volunteers help with that. And I've worked at several shelters where we have had volunteers that supplement the adoption counselors. But when it comes to things such as processing payment or taking personal information, there's really a strong case to be made for it needing to be staff that are handling that sort of information. With respect to animal care, the majority of the volunteers that want to volunteer at an animal shelter want to walk dogs and socialize cats. They don't want to clean up or do the laundry. So while I have certainly been involved in organizations like HSSB where we have big asks for that, usually you do not have enough support to routinely fill out a schedule or a routine. Staff are the ones that have to be ultimately accountable for that work.
Thank you. And, you just mentioned the costs for spay and neuter of cats and dogs. What would be the full cost?
Retail versus wholesale. Yeah, I don't know that we have that information prepared. I know that Dr. Jones was working on figuring out what the cost is. I can tell you from my own personal experience at San Francisco SPCA, the full cost of a spay neuter was $450, and that was not revenue generating.
That was not revenue.
It was not revenue generating, no.
Okay. Then I did want to go back to the comment or question that Councilmember Venker said in terms of hours. And I noticed that you have changed your hours so that you're 7 days a week and it's consistent except for, I think, a Saturday, or is it a Sunday? Is it all 12:30 to 6?
For Pets in Need?
Pets in Need. Right?
Saturdays we're open at 10.
10, okay. Oh, even earlier.
Correct.
So I was reading the audit report from 2015, I think. Basically, the hours that was recommended was that they see that it go to 7 o'clock because people who get off work, 7 p.m., people who get off work can stop by and do adoptions or look at pets or so forth. And then, of course, weekends are very important. So I am glad that you're open on the weekends. But keeping consistent hours are very important. And is there a consideration for going to 7?
We have definitely had a consideration. It would involve increasing the staff headcount in order to accommodate having people come in early enough in the morning to prepare and clean the shelter in order for us to open on time, as well as the regular intake responsibilities. And then also, I'm going to piggyback a little bit on the police department's presentation. Hiring in the Bay Area is very competitive, and there's not a whole lot of people that want to work until 8 p.m. So we are held a little bit hostage to what it is that we can realistically staff.
Some years ago, when this original contract came through, I thought the modular building that was going to be put in was going to also have educational services for programs, not services, programs for youth. I don't know what else, but also could it potentially be also a cats on small animal showing area?
I love the creativity. Yes, it could. And we have, in fact, during adoption specials for rabbits or for cats, physically rolled the cages into there and set them up in the modular. The biggest difficulties we have with that is that it's really not set up as a cleaning space. So it's very difficult to clean and sanitize the area. And additionally, we have the administrative staff that are in that area as well. So it's kind of a conflict of needing that additional space and room. For socializing, we have used it for socializing dogs. So for adopters to meet and greet dogs. Cats really don't like being picked up and moved that long of a distance to a new place. By the time we get them to the modular building, they're pretty upset about the whole thing and not very interested in meeting the adopters. So we don't really try that with them anymore.
It's also important to know we've got at any time between about 11 and 15 staff members in that modular. So it's kind of tight quarters sometimes.
And is there still administration staff and offices in your Redwood City PIN? Or are they at the Palo Alto?
There's one dedicated office that we have set up for 3 staff in Redwood City. And then when we work there, we basically set up in the neonatal kitten ward in an exam room. So we work in the neonatal kitten exam room.
That's at Redwood City?
In Redwood City, yeah.
Okay. And the medical room where you do the operations and the recovery, there's cages in there. And when I came to visit, the bottom cages are not preferable, or is it against the law? So who put in those cages
We inherited in the cat rooms, we inherited those cages and the kennels, and in the medical suite, we inherited the cages and kennels. Now, there was a minor modification when the city did the upgrade and to the medical suite, and we thank you. It's been fantastic. Apparently, there was a mismeasurement, and so we lost 2 kennels that had been there originally. So it's 2 kennels less than apparently than before that project, but we inherited those.
Okay. This one here is a little bit difficult, but I wanted to ask how much effort is placed to train or retrain a pet dog or cat before euthanizing? There has been a lot of communication in the public, and I think I want to get to the bottom of that and understand it.
Sure, absolutely. So I can speak primarily to dogs. We don't face this issue a lot, if ever, with cats. With regard to a behavioral euthanasia decision. For dogs, the primary concern is going to be safety of the staff and safety of the community. So that is really where we start. If we have any safety concerns about the animal, then the first thing that we do currently is we reach out to our veterinary behaviorist, Dr. Janine Berger, to get her input. She is readily available and gets back to us almost immediately with recommendations of medical interventions that we can take. Obviously, we also want to check the animal for any sort of gross medical concerns that could be adding or exacerbating the condition. And if the medical conditions are ruled out and the medication that we are providing is not rendering the animal safe to work with in a way that the animal is still cognitively active, then that will be something where we continue looking at, is this a potential rescue placement? We'll reach out to local rescue groups or even rescue groups within California, sometimes out of state, breed specific, depending on the breed. If the rescues are unable to take the animal or pull the animal because they're unable to put it up for adoption, then that's where it gets moved on to what we call a QOL committee, which is a number, I think it's currently 6 of the managers and directors within the Pets in Need staff, where we all meet to discuss potential outcome options for this animal. And if euthanasia continues continues to be what's really in the best interests of not just the public safety, but also the welfare of the animal. So do we have this, just as an example, this dog that is very aggressive live the rest of its life in a cage? Is that humane welfare versus do we have a place a sanctuary that can take it? And if not, how do we proceed? Then that's where we move forward with euthanasia decisions.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you so much. And with that, we'll go to public comments and then we'll come back to council.
Our first speaker is Karen Holman, followed by Jeanette Washington.
Madam Clerk, seeing that there's so many speakers and we've closed it, right? Seeing there's so many speakers, I'm going to say 2 minutes for each, and then for the group of 7, let's do 7.
Our first speaker is Jeanette Washington, followed by Lenore Delgado.
I wasn't ready for that. Good evening. My name is Jeanette Washington. And sorry, does my time start over? Okay, good evening. My name is Jeanette Washington, and I'm an animal control officer for the Palo Alto Police Department with nearly 25 years of experience. I grew up in Palo Alto. I actually moved here when the shelter was built. I didn't realize that. I moved here, I grew up in Palo Alto, and I was a Palo Alto Animal Services volunteer prior to being hired. I've dedicated my career to the care and well-being of animals and people in the community. Pets in Need, or PIN's, current and proposed model doesn't align with the needs of the city and its citizens. A municipal shelter does more than just adoptions. Unlike a rescue, it doesn't get to pick and choose which animals it helps. We must be ready and willing to work with animals with challenging behavior and give every single one a fair chance. It acts as a safety net for all animals in the community and provides essential services for its citizens and pets. For 4 years, PIN has and continues to struggle with meeting the needs of a municipality. They do not have the knowledge, policies, or staff to adequately provide all necessary services needed by our community. PIN is proposing a major reduction in services by removing the off-hours medical care stipend and only aid animal control investigations at the medical director's discretion. These are crucial services to keep animals in our community safe and are considered best practices, leaving Palo Alto behind other shelters in the Bay Area. Animal control and animal control services staff provided consistency, stability, and direction. We were composed of knowledgeable and experienced staff on municipal operations. Our duties range from adoptions, education, cruelty and neglect investigations, rescuing strays, handling aggressive domestic and wildlife animals, enforcing state and municipal laws, inspecting public and private animal facilities, and so much more.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up.
Oh, they timed it for 3 minutes. Okay. All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is Lenore Delgado, followed by Kadri Coroyo.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. A public shelter must provide spay-neuter services to meet its community's needs. The proposal by the current operators of the shelter, Pets in Need, specifies only 60 spay-neuter surgeries per month, which is nowhere near the number needed in our communities. Even the city-operated proposal of 150 monthly surgeries is inadequate. We are asking that the City Council make that number an absolute minimum as part of the agreement with whichever organization will administer the shelter. We further ask that the city government actively enforce that policy. Pet owners, both dog and cat, need to be able to get their animals neutered in a timely way. Costs for spay-neuter at private vets nowadays are exorbitant, with only the wealthy able to afford this basic need. Please ensure that any shelter operator be required to provide this basic service. Charges could be adjusted according to income, providing the operator with an additional source of income. The key factor in any trap, neuter, return, TNR program is carrying out the N part of the equation, spay neuter. If people are worried about homeless cats, they often call on us rescuers to help. And then the city shelter needs to provide surgeries to rescuers bringing in these cats. Their numbers diminish in this way. Making it difficult to impossible to neuter them only serves to increase their numbers dramatically. More spay and neuter equals fewer roaming cats. It's that simple. In closing, we hope that you will join us by supporting the implementation of carefully thought through and properly administrated TNR, and above all, a requirement for adequate spay and neuter services. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Kadri Karoyal, followed by Rashi.
Hello, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and esteemed council members. My name is Kadri Karoyal, and I'm the Animal Control Officer for the City of Palo Alto. I began working for Palo Alto Animal Services in 2010. I worked for Pets in Need for 3 years before transitioning to my current position, and I have seen ins and outs of both organizations' operating models. Pets in Need, or PIN, is a nonprofit rescue organization, prioritizing transporting animals from Central Valley for adoption. Over the last 4 years, PIN has drastically reduced services available to public, including spay and neuter, and propose even more reductions. Additionally, PIN has extremely high staff turnover, which creates issues due to staff being untrained, unknowledgeable of policies and procedures, and low job performance. Since 2019, more than 50 staff members have left or been fired at Pets in Need. This is more than 100% turnover. This instability makes it difficult for the shelter to run efficiently, and since council members began to touring the facility in March, PIN has artificially increased the number of cats by moving adoptable cats from their other facility to fill cages and then moving them back after the tour is complete. The purpose of outsourcing animal services was to reduce cost and the potential for nonprofit to fundraise the construction of a new shelter. PIN has not successfully collected funding. The current contract has not saved the city any money, and the new contract terms will cost the city even more than it would to bring the shelter operations back in-house. The Palo Alto Animal Services had a 96 live release prior to Pets in Need takeover and was therefore a no-kill shelter by its definition. With an in-house model, all revenue would stay with the city to offset the cost, and it would be cheaper. And it's dedicated to the citizens and pets of our jurisdiction. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rashi, followed by Aram James.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Rashi Sharma, and I am a resident of Los Altos and a local high school student. I love nature. The birds in our yard and around town provide beauty and access to nature and reduce stress when school gets tough. Please do not allow Pets in Need to release feral cats into my hometown, directly or indirectly, now or ever. Feral cats not only hunt birds, but also reduce the food available to hawks and other raptors. They infect wildlife with toxoplasmosis that caused the death of sea otters in Monterey Bay and rabbits at Shoreline Park. In Palo Alto, native gray foxes were infected with this parasite. In the hillsides and in Palo Alto Baylands, which I love so much, they hunt ground nesting birds and small mammals. Please do not contract with pets in need if they continue to pursue a change to our joint city's policy of not releasing cats into the environment. Please do not allow release of cats into our natural habitats and ecosystems, our urban forest, and our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram James, followed by Annie Yang.
So I thought Councilmember Lenko raised a really, really critical point, and that was the citizens were really happy with the service when they looked at the audit in 2015. So I think this was probably somehow an attempt to do, union busting, and that's shameful. We should support our working people. And then the last person who spoke, with the one before me, said, "Hey, pets in needs have had this great turnover." Well, that's understandable when you don't have a living wage and you don't have benefits and you can't look at a decent retirement. So I really think you need to do this more detailed conversation in August about keeping the city. I would also say that we got to do something about making a new shelter and doing Band-Aids, putting 2 million here, and it doesn't make sense. I sent you all a piece about a volunteer in Los Angeles who the staff hadn't warned about the risk of a German Shepherd, nearly ripped, as you noticed in the article, the volunteer's arm off. It took years and years of surgery, $6.8 million settlement. So you got a small facility like that, you're looking at liability issues as well. So I say, bring the shelter back to the employees of the city of Palo Alto. We got to do the fundraising, whatever it takes to knock that old facility down and put up a new one. We can house our animals somewhere on a temporary basis to do that. And let's act like the billion-dollar city that we are. Let's reach out to the zillion-dollar people that live in our city and see if they might fund it. Let them put their name on it for a little while. I don't know, Zuckerberg shelter or whatever. But we've got plenty of folks that can fund that sort of stuff and feel good about it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Annie Yang, followed by a mobile caller ending in 169.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Annie Yang, and I'm the chair of the Environmental Action Committee of the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society, SCVAS. Trap, neuter, release programs are based on maintaining a population of neutered cats in unhoused conditions, feeding them, and with the assumption that the cat colony will shrink in size over time. This has two problems. One, TNR programs often fail to reduce the overall feral cat populations. These are not closed systems. And two, the cats are allowed to remain outdoors to kill native wildlife while exposing the cats themselves to diseases and predators. Removing the cats altogether would be a much more compassionate and better way to control cat populations. People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, PETA, opposes TNR as cruel to the cats themselves. The released cats rarely die in peace, so TNR's premise of natural attrition of cat colonies comes with great pain and suffering to the cats. They are attacked by predators such as dogs, coyotes, or owls, or hit by cars. They suffer from fleas and ear mites and exposure to the weather. They die slowly of untreated diseases, injuries, or infections. Cats should be loved and pampered indoors, not dumped outside, and most of the cats can be adopted and cared for. SCVAS and other wildlife advocates oppose TNR because it maintains a population of cats with huge implications to ecosystems and species. Cats are implicated in the extinction of 63 species worldwide. In Mountain View, a feral cat killed a burrowing owl a few years ago, one of the few remaining owls in our region, and that story made the New York Times. Let's not have a repeat of that. Palo Alto has a great policy against releasing feral cats that protects wildlife and is humane to the cats. I hope this doesn't change. However, if there are future changes, the final decision should be brought to council and not just made between staff and the shelter. We hope you continue to protect the birds and wildlife in our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is mobile caller ending in 169, followed by mobile caller ending in 191.
Yes, I'm here to give my time to Karen Holman.
All right, thank you. What is your name?
It's Terry Holzmer.
Got it, thank you. The next speaker will be mobile caller ending in 191.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Hi. I'd like to give my time to Karen Holman.
All right, what is your name?
Pat Hernandez.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Casey Hederly, followed by Linda Ruthruff.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. I'm Casey Hederly, and I'm an intern with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. In recent weeks, we've shared information about some of our great local birds in order to emphasize how important they are to us and our local ecosystems. 50% of birds in the US are experiencing steep population decline, with domestic cat predation as one of the main driving forces. In the US alone, outdoor cats kill about 2.4 billion birds yearly. In fact, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, lists cats as one of the world's worst non-native invasive species. Advocates for trap-neuter release seem in denial of the fact that releasing cats outdoors is just as harmful to the cats themselves. Growing up in Palo Alto, I've seen many cats with fighting scars. I constantly hear about cats contracting infections and disease, being hurt and killed by cars, or even just disappearing permanently. As a cat lover myself, I can't imagine supporting this suffering. I'm surprised that so many self-professed cat lovers promote and enable an ineffective program that abandons cats to a shorter life full of suffering. Palo Alto has the ideal policy prohibiting the release of feral cats in our city. Please maintain this policy, and if it's reconsidered, keep the process inclusive, transparent, and protective of our birds and wildlife. Please ensure that the final decision for policy change goes to council and isn't done privately between staff and pets in need. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda Ruthruff, followed by Eileen McLaughlin.
Good evening. I'm Linda Ruthruff. Cats make lovely pets when they live with people and are well cared for. Feral cats are not so lovely. They are an introduced invasive species, an indiscriminate and apex predator in our neighborhood ecosystems. They kill billions of songbirds in addition to small mammals, reptiles, and amphibians. These native species have not evolved adequate defenses to withstand cats' innate drive to hunt, even if they aren't hungry. Feral cats spread deadly cat diseases to treasured pets just by visiting a garden and relieving themselves. They also spread toxoplasmosis to other mammals, pregnant women, children, those with compromised immune systems. Toxoplasmosis in pregnancy can have tragic consequences, leaving the baby deaf, blind, or with other significant birth defects. Trap-neuter release is not the answer to feral cats. These colonies remain stable for years with new cats finding their way to the colony. People learning of the colonies dump unwanted cats there. The science is clear. Trap-neuter release does not reduce the number of feral cats. It merely sustains the population of feral cats in the neighborhood. Please protect the biodiversity of Palo Alto and the health of your residents by continuing to prohibit trap, neuter, release in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eileen McLaughlin, followed by Sachi Huangbo.
Good evening, Mayor Q and members of council. I'm Eileen McLaughlin. I'm representing the Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge. I did have time to send you a short email today on the topic of trap, neuter, return, or release, depending on how you want to define that word. And I'm really pleased that the city has continued to take the position that it does not want to allow release of cats, return of feral cats within its jurisdictions. Hope that stays as it is. I would request that perhaps you ask for more information about the trap neuter program. The data provided does not talk about how many intakes are cats, much less how many are feral cats, or their releases, how many are cats and that are feral cats that are released. The point there is that Pets in Need in its response to the March study session said it does not do trap, neuter, return, but it does have live release data, which is saying they're releasing animals elsewhere. And who would they be giving a feral cat to? Is it an individual or a group that might practice return on its own? How does Penn keep that from happening in Palo Alto and other jurisdictions? So I appreciate your taking a look at that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sachi Huangbo, followed by Liz Gardner.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, I am Palo Alto resident and former city employee. I was volunteer coordinator of Palo Alto Animal Services. As a city-run shelter, we were community-minded. Serving community was our guiding purpose. And despite running the shelter for over the last 4 years, Pets in Need, PIN, has little presence in our community. No educational opportunities for children at our shelter, neglect of local connections such as the We Care Alliance, no animal evaluation process, few trained staff or volunteers to handle under-socialized animals. They give up on scared, shy animals for the sake of convenience. The most vulnerable population of pets requires specialized care in foster homes. The city once ran a thriving neonatal foster program for orphan kittens, but it has whittled away to only a few experienced fosters. Their concern about the in-house model is presumptuous. Their own operation is unstable and lacks continuity. PIN managers continually make poor decisions, leading to disastrous outcomes, and in the last 18 months, the shelter managers and executives have all been replaced. I truly hope to see Palo Alto Animal Services return with our community as its focus. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner, followed by Shawnee Kleinhaus.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. I'm en route here. So I pulled over safely with my 2 kids and my dog in the car. And I just really wanted to speak to a couple of things that I felt like the Pets in Need didn't really address. And one is the low income aspect of spay neuter. There was a donation given, I don't know, over a year ago to Pets in Need for low-income people to get their pets spayed and neutered. It was a 3-month wait period, and I do need to give a shout out. They were really responsive, but when I got the form in email, it was quite lengthy and quite arduous to complete and fill out. that is one thing. I would also like to address the fact that, low-income people are really in need of pets. And that was addressed in some of the presentation, although I really feel like our pet really rescued us. There's been a pandemic where there's been a lot of isolation, a lot of separation. There's also probably been a number of pets that have been abandoned because people just moving transitory during the pandemic and having to leave different cities in the Bay Area. My third thing is I really wanted to address climate and the idea that how is Pets in Need really reaching out to those demographics that really consider 100% purebred pets, dogs, cats, over, adoption. So I know I'm in transit, but this is a really important topic based on, how does adopting a pet versus purchasing a pet 100% purebred, what's the equation there? How do you, and that's all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shawnee Kleinhaus, followed by Karen Holman.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. I'm Shawnee Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society and a resident of Palo Alto. I'm a Parks and Rec Commissioner, and I'm not speaking for the commission. I don't think the TNR was intended to be the most important thing to discuss. I think there's a lot of issues that many of the other speakers have brought, but it is the main focus for Audubon. And for me personally, I love pets. I have dogs and 2 adopted cats, none of them from PIN or the animal shelter here. But I think that it's time that we made it very clear that we're going to keep our policy of not releasing or abandoning animals in places that are not good for them and where they can get killed or injured or hurt. Their life is short and miserable, and I've seen it in my backyard. One was poisoned, feral cat, and one was taken by an owl. So I think it's really important not to continue the discussions. And I'm really worried about where it says in the contract, it says, for feral cat policy, both parties will work together to develop a humane feral cat program reflective of municipalities' best practices. That's code for TNR. There's no other way to interpret this. And if tonight you say, yes, okay, let's look at it, I would encourage you not to, but if you decide to do so, then the wildlife aspect, the disease aspect, public and environmental health should be part of the discussion, not only the humane and solution for the cats. And also, what is humane? Is it better to abandon a cat where it's exposed to the elements and maybe eaten by coyotes, like what happened recently to the cats in Shoreline Park? Or is it better to just euthanize it? I'm not sure that being mauled.
Thank you for your comments. Your timer is done. Our next speaker is Karen Holman, speaking on behalf of Tom Du Bois, Terry Holzmer, Winter Dellenbach, Carol Kaparsky, Ian Irwin, and Pat Hernandez.
Great, thank you very much. Palo Altans care about their pets and their animals. When I was on Policy and Services on council, and the city was considering closing the shelter, these chambers, the Policy and Services Committee had moved to these chambers, and the chambers were filled to overflowing with people speaking up. The 2015 audit, and I hope you've all had a chance to read it, had several findings. One was that the animal shelter faces challenges that are unlikely to be resolved if it continues operating as solely a city-managed function without a significant increase in general fund subsidy, donations, and/or revenue and general contracts. So I'm surprised actually that we're back here looking at this again. The shelter facility, there are many things, I'll just hit a couple of them, is an outdated and does not meet modern standards for animal care. And in addition, the shelter facilities are outdated and inadequate to meet modern animal care standards. The shelter does not meet animals' physical and behavioral needs. There's insufficient space to separate incompatible animals. Back then, it says, and some types of small animals are housed in the staff lunchroom. I've had occasion to be there quite a bit of late, and they're actually in the lobby where dogs go by and, you know. In the audit again, Public Works Department stated that the current animal shelter has reached the end of its useful life. In the 2013 IBRIC that Greg Tanaka, you participated in, these aging facilities, meaning the MSC and animal shelter, have been in need of upgrade or replacement for many years. And in the November 2011, the Mountain View City Council received a report that recommended switching its animal control services to Savaca, noting that, quotes, Palo Alto has identified its animal control services center as being functionally obsolete and in need of extensive repairs and seismic upgrades. Audit again, facility is too small to meet current needs. This is an important thing. And when I was on council again doing this, we were taken back to the back of the facility, and there was an area back there that I think is ripe for expansion of the shelter. The MSC and animal shelter are on one large parcel. It's 16.1 acres. There's not a property line that I'm aware of and have never been told that there is. So that where it's indicated in your staff report that's for the animal shelter, that's fungible. That's a movable line as far as I'm concerned. Right now, there are 3 shipping containers and 2 good-sized open, lightweight buildings back there that seem to be underutilized, if utilized at all. I'm going to have to skip forward here. There are a lot of things in the audit that the in-house model doesn't address, having to do with the shelter. In the last, the staff report also indicated that no improvements or allocation of funding for shelter improvements is intended. So this is presented as a cost savings to the city. We've heard something a little bit different than that tonight, but is in contradiction to the audit and to the well-being of animals. Shelter improvements need to be done no matter who manages. In the audit, having to do with shelter hours, and that has come up this evening too. The in-house proposal of Monday through Friday, 8 o'clock through 5 o'clock, closed every other Friday and no Saturday and Sunday. Again, we've heard something a little bit different than that tonight. The prior model, as I'm recalling it, was weekends and evenings and going to events on weekends is time and a half. It's overtime because these will be pensioned employees. Penn operates 7 days a week, recently adding Sunday hours until 6 p.m. Again, in the audit, SPCA reported they do as many or more adoptions on Saturdays and Sundays than the rest of the week combined, and the weekends are the critical days. In the audit again, Palo Alto residents want the shelter to be open on Fridays and Sundays. A direct quote from the audit. Outreach and events in the audit. The PAAS does not routinely participate in community adoption events, which are a way to the other shelters increase their animal adoption rates and raise revenues. Trying to go forward here. The proposal for in-house is but 7 staff members, and tonight we learned that the cost is also, response tonight was to match the hours of operation to the number of staff needed. But we know that the hours of operation are not commensurate with what best practices are, so we have downstaffed. The audit said that the city has not sufficiently staffed the shelter to ensure that minimum animal care standards are met for both the facility and the animals. By comparison, Penn provides a director of shelter operations, a behaviorist, foster staff, animal care manager and staff, adoptions manager and staff, community programs and outreach staff. These are in addition, of course, to the critically important veterinary care, none of which are indicated in the in-house model and do not address the issue of access to potential adopters, increasing adoptions, leading to the revenue and finding homes for animals. In the audit, there's no ideal place in the government structure for animal services functions. In the audit, any decision to move Palo Alto Animal Services within the city's organization structure needs to carefully consider the ability for PAAS to become a thriving function that provides animal services in accordance with recognized animal care standards. There's no indication that I've found that indicates that study has been taken into consideration. Quickly, more on finances. It's not clear to me that the positions that are indicated and the costs associated with them include both normal cost and unfunded liability. In other words, fully loaded. That's still not clear to me. As to the policy, there's a table that compares consideration for PIN and in-house model. I'm puzzled by the consideration section that says with an in-house operation, the city controls policies and services, shelter hours, veterinarian time and focus, and prioritizes services to PA residents and contract cities. The city has control over all of those by way of a contract. Clearly. So I don't know why they're loaded on one side and not the other. As for me, personally, I see no advantage to continuing a consideration of an in-house model for all the reasons that I've listed regarding the numerous ways it does not address issues raised in the shelter audit, does not propose state-of-the-art operations, including shelter hours, does not offer partner opportunities, does not and can't contain public donation or contain public donations and fundraising component, and there are the ongoing issues of liabilities. This isn't a criticism of anybody. It's how the system and the organization is set up. It's how it's established. Thank you I know this would be a serious consideration, and a quick shout out to Gennady. You all know that I love quotes. I didn't find one about pets by George Carlin, so I thought I'd go with the obvious next choice, which would be Gandhi. The greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council. And at this point, we can take questions, comments, and a motion. One of the revised recommendation is that council discussion is focused on PIN's response and only a cursory view of staff. But we can also decide to defer this to August. So, all right. Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I just want to make a very brief comment about the feral cats and then make a proposal. On page 326 of the staff report, it says, quote, maintain the current practice of offering rental of humane cat traps for public use, partnering with cat rescue groups for spay and neuter opportunities, and impounding feral cats for placement or euthanasia. I would like to see our current practices continued, and I'd like to make sure the term sheet is better aligned with that. So when it's time to make a motion, if entering a term sheet with PIN is part of it, I will ask that we amend item M from saying both parties will work together to develop a humane feral cat program reflective of municipal best practices to say both parties will work together to develop a transparent and humane feral cat program reflective of municipal best practices and reflective of the impact on public health and wildlife, and that maintains the current practice where PIN does not release feral cats or cause them to be released. So that is my view on that issue. But I wanted to say generally that I do respect the issues that have been raised on behalf of our vulnerable pets about service delivery to them. I hear you, and some of those issues do give me pause. However, when I look at the two proposals before us, I see ways in which both fall somewhat short of what would be ideal. This is a hard thing to do. Everyone who tries has a bumpy and challenging road. And so I respect the significant efforts, but also the challenges there. But, in terms of falling short, one of the concerns about PIN is that all of the executives are new, but perhaps that is a good thing if some of us are concerned about prior ones. In some, it's very, very hard to sort out, service quality issues. But given the reduction in hours and personnel under the current city plan, which could evolve, I just don't feel that now is the time to bring it back in-house. I'm concerned about how quickly we could move to ensure a good transition. And, some of the concerns are that about PIN not having after-hours vet care. Well, the current city proposal does not either. And again, I'm concerned about if we're going to move forward as quickly as I hope with some of the capital improvements trying to bring it back in-house wholesale at the same time seems like an awful lot. So what I would propose is that we, one, proceed as quickly as possible with the scheduled capital improvements and any more that we think would be necessary. Two, that we continue with PIN now. Three, that we make sure PIN knows what we want. And this has probably been a good process. I've watched the evolution of the term sheet change in response to some of the things that we've raised. If we think there should be more spay-neuter surgeries, let's put that in there. Although the 2-week wait doesn't sound bad. In other words, let's negotiate a deal that requires the services we really need. And 4, we could include a termination clause that we can exercise if they are not providing the services that we expect, including the levels of vaccination, euthanasia, return of adopted pets, and others that have been identified. We could have some kind of oversight or audit so that we know. I believe that the PIN personnel love animals, and I hope that it would be a grand success. We've heard some concerns, so let's improve the physical plan and keep an eye on this and be ready to execute a thoughtful transition if and when we need to. And I would suggest that that's not right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, thanks very much. So overall, I've put a lot of time into this, doing the comparisons. I'm just saying that because I want to make sure that we're very thorough about this. But I basically support the city manager's recommendation that we not take final action on this tonight. But I think we should go forward with the preference being a term sheet with PIN. They can do some more work on their as they've requested. But I think, our presumptive approach should be that that's going to be where we're going to go. And let me talk about the PIN sort of pluses here as they've elaborated them. The very first thing on my prepared remarks, just so you know I'm not looking over your shoulder, Councilmember Vinker, is that there's a new management team there. And that's a good thing because there were problems. And the organization has righted itself. So we're starting off with a whole new management team from the CEO on down. And if that management team also did terminations or changes, that's also a good thing. So I think that we should feel comfortable about that. We've had 2 presentations from these executives, and they make sense in terms of their commitment and what they want to do. And by the way, I noticed that none of their costs are added to the personnel costs that they're going to be charging us. So there's not any allocation for them. The second thing is clear, obviously, that with the PIN approach, we have domain expertise now. When you hire somebody, you say, well, they can start tomorrow. Well, they already started today and they're going to go back tomorrow. And we have that transition that's instantaneous, which is clearly an advantage compared to at one point in the staff report, it says 6 to 12 months. And another part of the staff report said 12 to 18 months in terms of ramp up after we hire veterinarians and things like that. And I'm concerned about the model not being quite done because I don't think that we have all the costs in there, even if you have the overhead costs of pensions for the 7.9 or whatever it is. There isn't any allocations for HR or management other than this 10% of assistant director. So I think, as you said, there's still things to do there with HR involved. And I think that, again, they're the feet on the ground looking at our needs, and they're saying that we need 12.3 people. So it just, to me, speaks to their expertise. They've got the full services in place that we need. We've mentioned that, their hours are more accommodating to what we think our citizens need. The facility improvements are essential, no matter who does this. We've already commented on that, which was the basis of my original question. And we also have to keep in mind that we're going to have 6,000 more residents in the next 8 to 10 years. So we have to, what did I say? Residences, that's right, homes. So occupants of that are going to have needs that we have to plan for as well. They are the ones that should be recommending to us, even if we were to do it, what these best changes to the facilities are. They have committed to the existing contractual obligation on no TNR at all. And I agree with Councilmember Vinker that that should not change. They need to be committed to that, to our jurisdiction. I would like to note that the Redwood City facility is a place for some advanced medical treatment, overflow space if we need it, even access to more pet inventory if we want it. And also they have 46 employees. So if a couple of our people are sick out of 7, we're in trouble. If they have a couple of people sick, then we're going to still get operations because they'll send somebody over from Redwood City. So there's a redundancy there. Businesses always like to have redundancy in their operations, and that's kind of built in as a benefit here. And so, as I said before, I'm going to emphasize as I start talking about our model, they're ready to do that right now and not ramp up. And obviously, in contrast, we have to ramp up from 0. And that is hiring the expertise that we already have on the ground here. So I think that this is basically as perfect example as we can get, particularly with everything we're trying to manage in the city, of something that should be looked at hard for outsourcing, which is why we've been working it this way. And doing this without having to put our own staff in place and manage that hands-on every day, as opposed to managing it with oversight like we would do, I think is a good way to do it. I mean, we've just taken on another whole utility with fiber. We can't just keep adding these whole big pieces and big pieces and big pieces and try to manage it. So I think this is a perfect timing for that to happen. So I think that we should move forward in that direction. I think that we sit down and with respect to action items in my 15 seconds, I think we have to have very clear language, as was just outlined by my colleague on the TNR, if there's going to be any changes. Get together on some of these specifics, like the numbers of surgeries. It sounds like their estimate, from my perspective, looks about right. I think we have to review the high revenue opportunities for fees and look at revenue share opportunities. A couple of council members asked about, well, how much does this cost? Well, how much are you loading into the cost? Are we wanting to cover variable costs of medicines and supplies? Or are we trying to do allocations of all the doctors? That's our decision. That's completely our decision in consultation with our partner or our own staff to figure out what should be the right prices for this. And that could vary by Los Altos residency versus Palo Alto residency. Perhaps take a look at a 3-year contract if that makes people more comfortable that we're not committing for 5. I'd put that on the table for a discussion and just work together on what the right capital budget should be. We don't have to spend $2 million in the first 12 months. That's for sure. So that's how I think we should go forward. I would suggest that between now and August that staff not do any extra work on the alternative, but that's of course up to staff. So that's where I come out. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple more questions and then some thoughts. So on the table on page 324, it does a side-by-side comparison between PIN and the in-house model and shows the in-house model saving money, but that's mostly because no money being spent on capital costs. So is it staff's position that these capital requests from PIN are not necessary?
No, that's not our position. I think that, as was noted earlier, we are operating with a lack of, I'll say, a plan going forward on the in-house model side, and that's reflected here.
Okay, so definitely these cost estimates are going to change fairly dramatically when we come back to that discussion if we were to take it in-house, and so those capital costs are going to be probably, I would imagine, near what PIN is estimating. And I, like Councilmember Burton, I think most of us up here toward the facility, and I was really concerned about the spacing, some safety concerns. And these concerns are not new. They existed back in 2015. I think this quote from the city auditor's report said, quote, "The animal shelter built in 1972 is outdated and does not meet modern standards for animal care." So clearly we're going to have to we're going to have to make some changes there. Next question, on page 324 of the staff report, it states it'll take 12 to 18 months to implement the in-house model, and that we would need to work collaboratively with PIN to ensure continuous operations until that time. Has staff discussed kind of the practicality of that with PIN to see if that's actually viable?
That's a great question. And no, we haven't gone down that route yet.
Okay. It just seems very awkward to me that we would essentially fire PIN and then ask them to continue operating for another year and a half. And I'd imagine then as we got closer to the end date, we'd probably see more and more PIN staff members leaving for other opportunities, and we'd see massive staffing shortages, which would be no fault to PIN. So I don't know about that. Like breaking up with your significant other and still going to Thanksgiving dinner. I mean, just kind of weird. And so don't really see the practicality of that working out, which the in-house model really seems to rely on that partnership being able to continue. And then just some thoughts. I mean, I appreciate staff's analysis and the side-by-side comparison of the in-house model compared to PIN. And at first I was really interested in that possibility because I think when it first came to us, that option, the cost savings looked significant, looked like we could have an expansion of the scope of services. But really now, after seeing the analysis, I really don't see much of a reason to go in-house. I mean, the costs are, the way I see them, costs are essentially the same as of now, and that's not even including those capital improvements, and those are going to be necessary. And even though I know staff said tonight that the in-house model is, would you say, fully loaded costs, I know, I mean, that's not going to include unfunded pension liability. That's often a cost that's significantly higher. And you also said that staffing too is, what do you say, lean staffing. And so I don't really see how we're going to be able to have a far leaner staffing model and still be able to keep the same scope of services. That just doesn't seem like a possibility. We're going to have less hours and less important hours. So I understand under the in-house, we would be closed on Fridays, but open on Saturdays.
I think it's the alternate, the regular Friday off that the city has would be closed on those days, but open on Saturdays.
Okay. So it would be Monday through Saturday, 1 week, and then the following week, that Friday would be off.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Still less hours. I'm concerned about the loss of institutional knowledge. I thought Councilmember Lowing put it really pretty nicely when he kind of pointed out we have this expertise and we have the skills there now. We're going to lose that. And another thing, I've been really impressed with PIN's their network of volunteers, 88 total volunteers, totaling 1,471 volunteer hours last year. I'm not confident that we can match that, as well as kind of looking back at the audit report too, as far as just fundraising goes. PIN is in a much better position to be able to do that fundraising. We had that issue. I mean, we have internal policies and legal issues with fundraising on the city's behalf that is not going to hold PIN back. So I think it was an interesting idea. I think it was worth pursuing. I don't see the need to continue down this rabbit hole and invest more time and resources in fleshing this out more. So I'm happy to stick with this and agree with comments already by Councilmember Vinker and Lowing as well on getting some more clarity on the TNR policies that they discussed. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, so I want to remind everybody we're at 10:30 and we have a really important item to go. I'm not clear whether staff, when they ask for us to give direction, is that via a motion or a bunch of study session-like comments like we have so far?
Actually, it's certainly at the discretion of the council. From the comments we've heard to this point, it suggests there could be a motion that would, again, if I'm extrapolating, at the risk of extrapolating, it would be to sharpen our pencil with PIN and bring that back in August if possible.
Well, yeah. So the question is, there could be a motion, and we could take quite a while on that, or we could wrap it up with just the comments that have gone there. I'm asking you whether you need greater clarity than the comments.
Well, depends on what you would do with the scenario I just sketched out. If we spent our time focused on tightening terms with PIN and bring that back to you, would that be in keeping with the sense of the council? If it is, then I say no motion is necessary.
Okay. All right. On that note, I'll largely concur with my colleagues who have spoken. I think that we need to also reconcile the different perspectives on the spay and neuter, where basically PIN says they're meeting the demand by having a short wait period, and our staff is saying that it's considerably below what we anticipate as demand based on past practice. That's an important issue, and there's no reconciliation there. I think we want to clarify that we do not want release of trap and neuter feral cats. And that's consistent with what PIN has said is their current practice. What is really not clear to me is how that can be verified as to when people bring in cats and knowing what's a feral cat and what isn't when they take it back, if they trapped it. And how did we verify that in the past? And we didn't have any discussion of that. How, if we're concerned over their approach, what did we do differently? I do want to say that PIN has its own set of priorities that are in many ways aligned with ours, and in some ways perhaps not fully aligned. When the subsidy to PIN was in the $700,000 range, that was one issue. And if they were making up the difference in the cost in order to fulfill their values, then that's one scenario. But now they're coming back and saying they basically want to continue with their model of care and for us to fully make up the difference. And I don't think we've really discussed that. And I think that we've got to, in the negotiation, either have a greater balancing of the models, or PIN picks up more of the cost difference. But if they're looking for us, like they are, to make up the difference, then we've got to reconcile those, and it can't be just their priorities on those things. Which goes also into this issue of our partner agencies. What I thought I heard, and I didn't hear back from staff on this, was that Los Altos Hills was paying 4% of the ops costs, and Los Altos 11%, so that's 15%. That's certainly not the population proportion, but I don't know if that correlates to the usage of the facility. So I'd like to see engagement with those partner agencies to get better alignment of them bearing the proportionate share costs that would be fair. I do want to note, as others, our in-house model didn't include a volunteer coordinator, and that's, I think, probably an important role that PIN does provide. And I concur on the CapEx and looking at how to allocate those dollars approximately over the years that we think they'll be expended. So on those notes, I'm good with going forward and asking staff to come back with a refined contract proposal.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. I think that it would be good for us to, because we spent some time on this and we've had a lot of the community come out and talk about it. I think it would be good for us to give staff very clear direction. We don't necessarily have to have everything ironed up, but I think we should have most of it ironed out because they have to negotiate right now. I think PIN's asking us for what, 55K extra every month or something like that of payment. So that's going to cost us money. So I think we need, the more specific we could be for staff, the better it is. In general, I agree with a lot of the comments my colleagues have made. I don't know if staff had a chance to read the contract, and if so, if you could share some of the findings that you found.
Sure. I'd like to clarify and correct my previous statement. So each agency, so Los Altos Hills, pays a percentage of actual program costs, both at the shelter and the cost of the animal control officers. That number is based on the average percentage of animals that are handled from those jurisdictions. So they're paying not just the ACO's costs, but a share of shelter service costs.
So are they covering their cost?
Yes.
Fully?
Well, it's an average and it's an estimate. So, I mean, there's other nuances too on, a portion of a medical staff's time. It's difficult to calculate what percentage of a veterinarian spent on a Los Altos animal versus a Palo Alto animal.
Yeah, I think what we should do is we should come out like, we need to figure out unit economics, right? So we should figure out the total cost, everything all in, right? The deferred rent we're giving on this, all the people that are involved, and including, what our time is, even if we're using pets and need to do the work, figure out the total cost divided by number of, things we do. So we get some sort of unit cost. So we know kind of like, are we making money on this thing or losing money? And it's okay to lose money if that's a conscious decision, but we should really know our unit economics really, really well.
Well, I think we can look into it more deeply, a deeper dive into that, but I think we're basing it on actual numbers of animals from those jurisdictions that are handled at the shelter. So we can review those numbers and do a little bit deeper dive for sure, but I think we're probably pretty accurate because it's based on the number of animals.
Okay. Well, I guess per service would be good to know what is the unit cost and, are we cost recovery from our neighbors or not? And if not, then I totally agree with what was said earlier, which is we should go back and make sure that we do get at least cost recovery, if not make something, because we are also administering this program. And then I think the issue about number of capacity in terms of the surgeries, I think that's an important topic. I had an officer on this yesterday, and some folks were also saying that, hey, we need a lot more than what we're doing right now. So I think we need to kind of figure that out. I don't know how we're going to do that, but I think we need to. So, and that needs to be baked in. I think there should be also some sort of level of service guarantee. So it's not just doing the service, but doing it within a certain time frame or certain quality. And I forgot who mentioned, but someone had a proposal of I think it was maybe Councilmember Finker who said that we have a cancellation policy where, like, if they don't have a certain level of service, we have the right to terminate. So if we're not getting what the community needs, then we should have the right to do something else. And then I also agree about I think we have to understand the cost structure in terms of, like, if we're having to make up the difference in the cost, that needs to be negotiated, and we have to understand what's going on there. So I of all the kind of ideas I've heard, I like the one that Councilmember Lowing said, which is to shoot for August, try to get these points mainly ironed out. I think for most part on council, it sounds like we have a fairly good consensus here, I think. So I'd like to make the motion that we kind of do what Councilmember Lowing said. Councilmember Lowing, you want to make the motion, you're welcome to do it yourself. You want to do it?
Were you done?
I was done unless you're going to make the motion.
No, I can. It's whatever the mayor would like.
Well, I thought that we have given the points and we didn't need to make a motion, that you would understand that.
But don't we have to authorize the 50K or whatever?
Well, at this point, that's a proposal, but has not yet been accepted. So it certainly adds some pressure to the decision timeframe, as well as, again, being an open issue. So it's council's call as to whether you think motion would be productive at this point.
Well, I think Councilmember Burt is, I'm sorry, may I speak?
Yes.
I think Councilmember Burt raises an important point, which is we have another item coming up. So if this motion is going to take an hour to put 16 amendments in, that's not going to work. So my motion would just be directional.
Yes.
And I'll try this. And if people object and we just want to give them a general guidelines, we can do that. But I think we should discuss the contract further with the presumption that we are going to go forward with PIN. And I don't have to comment, but part of that is that they asked for this time. And I'm just saying that as we do that, we should look at very clear language on no TNR changes, a review of and negotiation on the number of surgeries that make sense. We should review higher revenue opportunities and revenue share opportunities, perhaps do a 3-year contract and work together on capital budgets. So that's the 5 points of direction. I don't think it leaves out other things we've talked about, but it keeps it general enough so that we could vote on it pretty quickly.
I'd like to second that, but if you could just also add like level of service plus Councilmember Pinker's idea about cancellation.
That's fine.
Or termination, yeah.
I'd like to also add in reporting and oversight. So add in there that they report back with the services and what they did, like what they provided in this report, how many spay and neuters and how many
Metrics.
adoptions and so forth, metrics, right, once a year.
And I just sent Mahia some proposed TNR language. If people like it, great. If not, we can leave it out and not negotiate it.
Could you just send that as an example
Yeah,
instead of
Sure.
negotiate it now?
but we wanted to be quite certain, very clear.
That was my point, is the language I read earlier.
All right, Councilmember Lythcott Haynes.
I won't have another opportunity to say this, so I just want to acknowledge that staff members, Ms. Washington, Ms. Carollo, and Mr. McCourtney, and that your name, I'm not sure I know, next to you, Director. I wanted to acknowledge that things aren't necessarily going your way, but we appreciate your perspective and your service to the city, and your opinions matter, and it looks like we're just going to go in a different direction.
Okay, if there are no other comments.
Oh, actually, sorry, Clerk, you forgot to put in level of service.
Possible 3-year contract.
That would be consider a possible 3-year contract, right? Okay.
I think Councilmember Long also talked about, I guess you have higher revenue opportunities. I was thinking about higher, I guess that kind of includes from neighbors as well.
What neighbors?
That could be included. In other words, higher charges to Los Altos as an example. That's included in those words.
Sorry, could you please clarify where I should add that?
It's already contained in the language that's there, no problem.
I believe number 1 and number 8 are somewhat duplicative, and number 8 was intended to be an example of languages.
Correct.
How about no TNR changes, comma, through language such as, if you still got that on the clipboard.
She does.
She's good.
Councilmember Lowing moved, seconded by Councilmember Tanaka. All right. Shall we vote?
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And thank you, staff, and Pets in Need. This concludes item number 13. And I hope that we can continue with number 14. This is looking forward to this for a long time.
Mayor, I just wonder, it's almost 10, almost
Yeah.
11. Do we really want to start this now, or should we?
No, so I'm going to turn to my colleagues and see if what you say on this, but I would really encourage us to stay and finish this up.
I'm going to go bathroom.
What? Okay, so yeah, we're gonna continue on. Item number 14 is approval of home key lease agreement with Life Moves for use of 1237 San Antonio Road for a term of 9 years, and revenue agreement with Santa Clara County to enable the county to execute an operating agreement with Life Moves for interim housing operations. So I just want to say thank you very much for still staying and being here. Thank you.
All right, then we will hit a very abbreviated staff overview here. My contribution would be to note that we hope that tonight's action will actually set us in motion to begin construction based following what's really been a 2-year journey. So at this point, our Assistant City Manager, Melissa McDonough, will report for staff.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Because of the lateness of the hour, we're going to go through this presentation at a bit of a high level. Tonight, there are 3 things you'll be looking at: a lease, a revenue agreement, and given some recent discussions at Finance Committee, providing some direction on project elements removed. We have a number of partners with us this evening present in the chambers that can speak particularly to questions council members may have on project elements removed and on operational and performance concerns. Next slide. Palo Alto Home Key will be a modular interim housing shelter located at 1237 San Antonio Road. Next, please. It's located on a portion of the former Los Altos treatment plant. The site is now used, that portion, for sorting construction debris by our city contractor Green Waste. To accommodate the Home Key project, Green Waste operations will move to the back of the site with fencing and landscaping separating it from the shelter. Next slide. The shelter is located at the front of the property along San Antonio Road with green waste along the back. Looking at this drawing on the left are the family units, which are separated by a gate from individual units, which are along the San Antonio side of the project. In between family and individual units are some communal areas, and towards the parking lot and the home key entrance are rooms for support services. Next slide. One way to compare project costs is to look at sleeping rooms. When looking at this chart, some things to keep in mind are that not all sleeping rooms are the same size. So the info here is intended to address the question I get all the time of cost difference per site, but there are a lot of nuances that accompany this data. The communal spaces and support services at each site are not the same and have different sizes as well. So while this is a helpful starting place, it's important to note this is not comparing apples to apples. Now I'm going to hand over our presentation to the CEO of Life Moves, Mr. Aubrey Merriman. And next slide, please.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor Koo and esteemed council members. I just want to start by saying I appreciate your time and commitment. These are long meetings and you've taken a lot of information. Out of respect for your time, I'm going to limit mine a little bit. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about a few things that are top of mind for Life Moves, and we can get more into it at the end of the presentation or throughout the presentation to answer some questions. The second part of that is the commitment piece. We're still committed, and we want to reaffirm our commitment to this project and the impact that it's going to make in this community. And we know that things are not perfect, right? There's been some talk about the site location and is it ideal? It's not ideal, but there's pros and cons and trade-offs that need to happen. And I think our focus right now is how can we seize this opportunity to get this project going and provide an environment that's riddled with dignity and respect and a robust service system that brings a lot of services to the clients that will be calling that place home for as long as they need to. So I wanted to make sure that we just address that top level that, yes, it would be great if this was at the back of the Stanford Shopping Center. It's not, right? It is where it is, and we're looking forward to optimizing that space. The second thing is the commitment that we still have for this project, and our pillars as we move forward with you are going to be transparency. We want to make sure that we share our learnings, we share our successes, we share our failings, and we confront difficult conversations that we need to have, and that we're in constant communication with you from a transparency standpoint. The second piece is accessibility, making sure that you have access to information, that you have access to our staff, to our clients, to our community, and that you're having these conversations on a regular basis. And the last part of that is the accountability, that we look for you to tell us about things that we might not be hearing or seeing that would be important for us to hear, important for us to understand so that we can continuously improve. The other part of the accountability piece is to making sure that we're demonstrating and delivering on the data impact that's behind this project, that we're delivering on the metrics and that we're having conversations about that. And you're holding us accountable for delivering the highest level of service. As you know, Life Moves is the largest provider of shelter and support services in Silicon Valley. And we like to think that we have a sense of our model and what we want to do. The second piece is that we know that there was an article that came out in the Almanac several months ago. And were we thrilled about the article? No. Do we think the article captured all the facts and had the entire context for the complexity of this work? No. Do we think that the article would have had a different impact if it captured the fact that there was a 43% reduction in homelessness in Mountain View over the last 2 or 3 years? Maybe so. Do we think that there's seeds planted in that article that we can use to grow and continuously improve? Absolutely. But I wanted to make sure that we frame that for you because we're open to talking about that a little bit more if time permits. like Silicon Valley, we're in this design engineering where we're prototyping and we're iterating and we're learning and we're moving forward. Mountain View was such an important data point for us. It inspired the Navigation Center. It inspired what we're going to be doing in San Jose, and it's going to inspire what we're going to be doing in Palo Alto. And when we looked at this article and when we looked at what we do, we in no way viewed this article as an expose because it wasn't exposing anything. When we bring on a new site in the middle of a pandemic, we knew that there was going to be some learnings, and we knew that this was the journey that we were going to sign up for. So we've taken the learnings from the Mountain View experience, we've implemented those learnings in the Navigation Center, which many of you fortunately have been able to see, and we're going to apply those learnings from the Navigation Center to what we're going to be doing in Palo Alto. And so it's always going to be an iterative process. And a wise person once shared with me that this is inherently imperfect. And so this is the work that we're going to be doing. But the work that we're doing, the development of the staff, the program model, all those refinements, when you ramp up pretty quickly, there's always an opportunity to sharpen your focus and deliver higher and better outcomes. So I just wanted to set sort of the big picture there around how we're approaching this. And your time and commitment are as important to us as our time and commitment is to this project. Dr. Brian Greenberg is going to come up and talk a little bit about programs and services, and then we'll have different levels of our partners come up and speak with you to give you a fuller picture and hopefully get at some of the questions or concerns that you might have. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your opportunity. Take care.
Mayor, council members,
Next
I'm Brian
slide.
Greenberg. I'm over programs and services at Life Moves. Can we have the next slide, please? This is our kind of an overview of our service model. What we strive to do and our focus is providing a safe environment for even the most vulnerable clients that we serve, as well as our volunteers and our staff people. This facility will be serving single adults as well as families. They have kind of overlapping needs, but also separate and distinct needs. Each household will receive, our model is for each household, whether that's a single couple or a family, to receive a comprehensive assessment, which leads to a case plan. And your case plan serves as kind of a Google map to exiting homelessness and securing stable housing. The goal is to remove barriers for housing to the extent that they exist for each household. Next slide. And let me just say that there will always be a minimum of 2 staff on site. It's staffed 24/7, 365. Next slide, please. Just to kind of our sites are distributed throughout Silicon Valley and the peninsula. And like Aubrey said, in Mountain View, if the headline of that article was that homelessness drops 43%, it would have been different. But we've opened sites during the pandemic in Half Moon Bay. There's a visible difference in Half Moon Bay on Main Street and on the coast in homelessness since we've opened. In the last month, we opened 240 doors in Redwood City in the Navigation Center, as well as 96 doors on the Guadalupe River, between the Guadalupe River and the San Jose Police Department. So we're continuing to scale throughout the peninsula and Silicon Valley. What else do we want to say? Just that we appreciate this opportunity, and we're going to make a difference in Palo Alto with this facility. Melissa?
Thank you. Next slide, and we'll be hearing from Chantel Cotton-Gaines, Deputy City Manager, on the next few slides.
Thank you, Melissa, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. Just briefly going over the agreements that are in front of you this evening. The first is, and you can actually go to the next slide. The first is the lease agreement with Life Moves. This agreement allows us to give Life Moves access to the site in order to do construction and subsequently to operate the facility that is built at our site at 1237 San Antonio Road. Some of the key Terms are listed here on this slide, but particularly it's a 9-year term, which allows for construction and then the 7 years of operation. And it's $1 a year for rent. And the security deposit is listed there as well. Of note, the maintenance cost, we are asking Life Moves to carry those over year. We have pulled in a partner with the Santa Clara County Housing Authority to help us actually have a touch point to be able to evaluate the condition of the property over time. So you'll see reference to that in a subsequent slide. But of note, this maintenance budget is very critical for us making sure that the site remains maintained over time. Next slide. As you may recall, we had the 4-party letter of intent between the city, Life Moves, Santa Clara County, Office of Supportive Housing, as well as the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. And that is where we had that agreement and commitment from the Housing Authority to help us with the property maintenance oversight, commitment from the county Office of Supportive Housing to help us with the operations oversight, as well as performance. Life Moves doing the actual operations and building, and the city being committed to this as well. Next slide. And we're going to just breeze through this one. So if you can click as many times as you need to get, there we go. All right, and then the last agreement that is in front of you today is actually the revenue agreement with Santa Clara County. Next slide. This agreement allows us to pass through the operating funds that the City Council has allocated for our operations contribution from the city. This is a 7-year agreement at $1 million each year. That $1 million is the $1 million that the City Council in Palo Alto has committed for operations costs towards the Palo Alto Home Key project. This is a completely new body of work for the city, and we're grateful that the Office of Supportive Housing at the county has stepped up to help us in the oversight for running the actual shelter so that we can be good partners with Life Moves and the county, ensuring that we are serving the populations we're intending to serve, and that we have these performance metrics that we're able to have dialogue and continue to improve to the points that Aubrey previously made. As you see here, bullet pointed are some of the performance metrics that we've identified with the county, and we can further answer any questions that come up in that regard as the discussion takes place. Thank you, and next slide.
Thank you, Chantel. Palo Alto Home Key is supported and funded by a wide variety of stakeholders. This became even more crucial last year when cost estimates came in high due to construction industry uncertainty, inflation, and supply chain issues. Thankfully, Life Moves brought in a new construction firm that vetted cost estimates and identified savings. However, with those savings, we still had a significant gap. Next slide. We're almost in the home stretch, Council, but these slides are critical. With the chart on the left, starting with the blue on the bottom, is the portion of our original state home key award that is for capital, totaling $21.7 million. You'll also see the original $5 million from Sobrato Philanthropies. Starting with the purple, you can begin to see the efforts to fill the gap. There's $2 million Life Moves pledge, $2 million from Palo Alto, which is included in our proposed fiscal year 24 CIP budget, and a total of $4 million from Santa Clara County. Finally, you can see the proposed Palo Alto $2.5 million, which is included in our fiscal 24 tier 2 budget. This last $2.5 million is meant to cover fees and, if council desires, add back into the project elements that were removed as cost savings. We'll describe those elements in a few slides. Now, if you look at the chart on the right, which is capital expenses, unsurprisingly, the largest cost at $31.9 million is for the general contractor, and that cost includes contingency. For non-general contractor costs, we have $2.5 million, but also a small separate line item for non-general contractor contingency at about $332,000. Finally, you see the two green bars, the darker green representing fees and the lighter green representing project elements removed that council may decide to reinstate. Next slide. This chart, this chart shows you staff recommendations for funding. It mirrors what you see in the fiscal year 24 budget. For the $2 million to close the project's funding gap, this would come from the city's CIP. The $500,000 to cover fees would come from Measure K monies, and the $2 million to reinstate project elements that have been removed comes from unused operating money. This is because the city pledged and set aside $1 million a year for a total of 7 years of home key operations. And since home key isn't open this year and won't be operating next year, we haven't spent those 2 years of operating funds. Please note that if we repurpose this unused operating funding from these 2 years to capital, it will require the city to then allocate an additional $2 million to operations in future years. Next slide. Now, I've been referring to project elements removed. They're listed here at sort of a high level for your convenience, but there is a more detailed description in the staff report. Next slide. In preparation for this meeting, staff tried to anticipate which elements council may want to reinstate. Fencing, shade sails, PV, EV, and fire sprinklers. Please keep in mind the costs you see here are rough estimates, especially for decorative fencing, which can vary depending on design and materials selected. Next slide. Staff recommends that City Council approve a lease agreement with Life Moves and a revenue agreement with Santa Clara County, as well as providing direction on which project elements to reinstate. Given the lateness of the hour, I would recommend focusing on that third bullet. We do have representatives with us this evening from DevCon, Construction and Architecture, from Life Moves, operating staff, financial staff, data staff, as well as the director of the County Office of Supportive Housing. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to public comments.
Our first speaker is Liz Gardner, followed by Aram James.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. God, I just got into Palo Alto. I am very, very asking each one of you council members to reconsider this plan. I am happy that Life Moves is on board and this construction company, DEFCON 1. But please, we are in a climate crisis. We are in an economic crisis. We are in a wage gap crisis. How are these families going to connect with the community? The presenter from Life Moves talked about stakeholders. The most and major stakeholder is the individual and the family members that will be living in this location on a former wastewater site, a new wastewater site, and a waste management site. No, as my son just said, and not near any transit, no bicycles, no jobs, no shopping. You please reach into your hearts, embrace our community, put your arms and your love and your heart around what is going on here. Reconsider this. I just thought, what about at Buena Vista? What about on Cambridge? There are plenty of sites to reconsider where these stakeholders, these human beings in our world right now, suffering under tremendous odds and challenges, can be integrated, diverse, part of our community. These are human beings. And please allow our families and individuals who live here, have pets that spayed, neutered, and have papers or whatever they need, be allowed to live with them. Make it habitable, human, acceptable, reasonable, and livable. That's all I want to say tonight. It's a very emotional issue for me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram James.
Thank you, Mayor, for putting something on this critical this late at night and trying to rush this through. It's like I told the judge, don't you dare send my jury out on Friday night, Friday late afternoon, because they're going to come back with a guilty verdict. And, you know, Mr. Merriman and the other members of the staff, they did a great job. Mr. Merriman, Mr. Greenberg, they could all be criminal defense lawyers, prosecutors, but damn it, they glossed over the fact that they wouldn't even respond to the weekly. The caseworker turnover, because they're not being paid well. Let's find out what Mr. Merriman and Mr. Greenberg are being paid and whether they're going to contribute some money to keep the caseworkers around. Because this project is not going to work. It's going to be another boondoggle with taxpayer money going down the hill. Julie, thank you, Litcon Hames, for speaking out about the worst possible place. And then Pat Burt says, hey, who wouldn't love to live out of the Baylands? I bet he ain't moving his family out there to live at that Life Moves project anytime soon. Who wouldn't want to live out there next to the industrial complex? You, Pat Burt, don't talk, double talk. This is a failing project. You know, I'll tell you that we shouldn't be doing this. This is another boondoggle, you know, just like the slave catcher headquarters. People call it the public safety center. I call it the slave catcher headquarters. This is going to be over budget. It's going to be a loss of taxpayers' money, whether it's the county taxes we're paying for. So, you know, Greg Tanaka had this right. This is a really bad project in the wrong place, and you're isolating unhoused people without any guarantee that they're going to move in from this temporary housing into permanent housing. The statistics show otherwise. You all are being snowed in late at night when it's difficult to think. I mean, it's outrageous. We have, 30 speakers for the pets. And now when we're going to, pets in need. And now you guys are going to have the mayor jam this down our throat without the public input that we would have at an earlier hour. I mean, come on. And like I said, Janani Shanir did a great article, and he couldn't get one person from Life Moves to subject themselves to serious cross-examination. They're great PR people. I'll give you credit. Like I said, they could both be prosecutors or defenders. We know how to, gloss over the hurtful facts for our side, whether it's the prosecution or the defense. That's what lawyers do, But that's what these folks did. They're PR folks. They're making $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year, and they're offering their caseworkers $40,000 where they know they can't live here, they can't stay, they can't turn over. And so the hope of moving into permanent housing, we saw the statistics. It's dismal. Put this money into permanent housing. This is a failed project from the beginning, and you all know it.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So apologies for that. I would have to say that before I come back to council, I do want to say that this is a worthwhile project and that perhaps some people should visit it and have a tour and speak more knowledgeably about it. I did have a tour of the facility in Redwood City and did learn a lot more about it, provided a lot of information. And I just want to say thank you to Robert and to Mr. Merriman. I don't know how to say Mr. Robert's last name. But anyways, I'll bring it back to council for questions, comments, and motions. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, try to group my questions so I don't have to keep having people come up to the speaker to speak for our Life Moves representatives. What safeguards are in place or maybe this is for staff, what safeguards are in place to essentially provide accountability just in order to ensure that Life Moves is meeting their performance requirements?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. I believe the director of the Office of Supportive Housing can speak to that. One of the reasons we brought on the county is because of their in-house expertise in these very matters.
Good evening, Consuelo Hernandez, Director of the Office of Supportive Housing. So nice to be back in Palo Alto. As some of you know, I worked here for 4 years as a planner. To answer your question, one of the benefits of the revenue agreement is that we will have the ability to have one primary agreement, and that uses all of our countywide quality standards and threshold that is set for each type of housing intervention. What that means is for temporary housing programs like the emergency interim housing here that we're talking about, we have a system-wide performance. So each of our developments has to meet that, or then we'll make a finding as part of our annual review. Because this project is something new in our system, we don't have a specific benchmark for emergency interim housing. So we treat it like temporary shelter. And that benchmark right now is 30%, meaning that 30% of all participants that are enrolled in the program have to exit to permanent housing. But if we are running it the way that the county runs it, we're seeing that number is closer to 78%.
Great, thank you. And how, Ms. Hernandez, sorry, a follow-up question. How then is that information shared? Is that an annual report that would come before all the parties of this agreement?
In this case, it'll be reported two ways. One, it's included in our monthly report that goes to our Housing, Land Use, Transportation, and Environment Committee at the Board of Supervisors. And then as part of our commitment and revenue agreement, every time we would invoice the city, it would include a performance report. And then my assumption is that the council would probably want an annual report showing the outcomes based on that contract and any findings or areas of improvement.
Great, thank you. So a question regarding, I think one of the great things about this site, a significant amount of family for housing and hopefully for young school-aged children as well. How is the school selections going to work for those school-aged children? Because I read attachment E states that Life Moves staff is going to work with the families to ensure students are going to be enrolled in schools of their choice. But we have multiple neighborhood schools in Palo Alto. This is kind of a unique location. How's that going to work out?
Yeah, so the McKinney-Vento Act mandates that the schools, and we have children, we'll have a full-time children's services coordinator to make certain that that McKinney-Vento liaison at the school works with us to provide transportation. One of the things that we're really proud of is how we work with school liaisons to make certain all the kids are attending school. We have homework club after school, and we have individual tutors that are usually volunteers coordinated by that children's services coordinator. That's one of the challenges that we is because of the McKinney-Vento Act, we're able to really perform well on.
And I was impressed with those services when I got to tour a past site. I think that's great. So busing or some sort of transportation will be provided, so students are not having to walk across the San Antonio overpass there.
What usually happens is we begin transporting kids when they're first there in the first few days, and then we negotiate with the school, and then they have resources to pick that up. But we begin that process.
Great. And then one other question. I wonder if you experienced this in Redwood City or Mountain View, given the temporary nature of people living in this interim housing, what happens when a family moves out and maybe they move out to permanent housing outside of Palo Alto? What happens to the students who are enrolled in the district at that time?
So when they move into the emergency interim housing, the general practice is to continue going to school wherever they were in school. That could be wherever that is. Once they move and secure permanent housing, then that transition is facilitated between the current school, the future school, and life moves. So, our families are young. Some of them move into market rate housing outside of the Bay Area. It's very hard to live here in a service and work in the service sector and move into market rate housing. So the individuals generally tend to stay in the area. Some of our families are younger and decide to get a new start outside of the Bay Area. As you're aware, housing within 50 miles of the coast is very hard working in the service sector. So we facilitate those transitions. And some families will secure housing in Palo Alto or in surrounding communities.
Yeah, and for those who may not be able to secure housing in Palo Alto, but in surrounding communities, I hope we can have those discussions with the school district. So if they want to remain in the district, they can. I mean, with declining enrollment within the school district,
I'm not certain how that. Again, I'm not certain how that works if you move permanent housing outside of the district.
No, I don't expect you to have an answer to that. I'm just saying, hopefully, we can have those conversations with the school district and see what opportunities exist there. I see I'm out of time.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. Question, perhaps for Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines. Do we know, or perhaps for Life Moves, with respect to the county revenue agreement, which I know it has the various operational performance metrics in it, does the county HA have similar agreements with Mountain View or Redwood City with respect to the facilities in their jurisdictions?
I will start and then I will call Consuelo to the microphone so she can be teed up as a next person. So Palo Alto, particularly after a dialogue with our city council and trying to figure out what's the best way for the city to be able to take on this new body of work in a way that sets us up for success, we decided to bring the county in this particular capacity. The intention was to be able to glean all the things that Consuelo just referenced of knowing how a shelter should be run without us having to actually build that staff capacity for us at the city of Palo Alto, because we know that that is something that we haven't had. In terms of the other sites, the city of Mountain View does not have this structure. The county works in partnership with them, and I will let Ms. Hernandez speak to that. But the key, I think, difference there is that the Life Moves owns the property in the city of Mountain View, and it's not city-owned land. And so for us as the Palo Alto project, we have a few hats that we wear in this agreement. We are property owner, and we are also a partner related to the actual project. And so there are a few nuances that came up for us in this process that didn't apply to the city of Mountain View because of those multiple hats.
Thank you, Councilmember Venker, for the question. We are currently negotiating a revenue agreement with the city of Mountain View that's very similar. We are proposing $2.4 million in matching grant funds, and we'll combine that with the city's $2.4 million. The other thing I'd like the council to know is that the Life Move site opened in 2021, and some of the findings and the data that were provided were only for about a 7-month period. And, at the time, it was really hard to find an apartment building. Some of the things that we bring to the table is connection to permanent exits to housing, whereas in Mountain View site, really Life Moves is on their own. They take all of the referrals that are coming in from the city and from the county, whereas we have the opportunity to refer people who are enrolled in a housing program. For instance, your family units, we have a Heading Home campaign, which is geared towards ending family homelessness by 2025. So we would look at, of those that we're serving in Palo Alto, how many are enrolled? They already have an exit destination, but they're currently living in their car, for instance. So it increases the output or the outcomes by thinking strategically. So that is one thing that we offer by partnering with you, is increasing those outcomes.
Thank you. Thank you both. Switching gears to the question about what we might use that additional $2 million on for the things that had to have been cut. So I see there's a suggested list here on the last slide, and I don't have any concerns about those. But for me, the solar / energy storage is really key. A couple that got left off were that I would care about, because there's a longer list on, I think it's page 391. And the first three really strike me as ones I would like to see us include if we could, which is the irrigation metering device, water reuse, and Energy Star Profile Manager, just because I think those would really help us reach our climate goals. But my particular question is about the water reuse, because I'm concerned if that's not on the list, whether that might be harder to put in later than some of the other things. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Thank you, council member. So I'm going to start with one of our staff members, our chief building official, George Hoyt, who's on Zoom, and he can speak to the different regulations. So this project does not have to meet the tier 2 or the CalGreen, the higher tier standards. And then we also have both Tony Termino and Sean here from DevCon that can speak to the cost considerations if we were to try and add those CalGreen items back in.
Good evening, council member. Yes, water reuse will be very costly to put in a later date. It's the infrastructure that would need to be put in during the construction and during the modular build of the modular units themselves.
Yeah, thank you. That was my concern, that some of these might be prohibitively expensive later, and so that I would hope that we could factor that in. There's really all my questions. I would just close with a comment that, you know, all my life people have admonished me not to let the perfect get in the way of the good, and this is good. This is good for the clients who will live there and have a better path to permanent housing. This is good for the staff who can serve clients in a place where there's a panoply of services to support them as they work on the case plans that we heard about earlier for each household. And this is good for our community members who can volunteer and support this project instead of wondering what can I do when you walk by an unhoused person in one of our parks or on our streets. Is the location imperfect? Yes. But if we wait to find a new location, the delay would be tremendous. So I say, let's make this good now. And so I support the staff recommendation and stand ready to move it whenever it is the mayor's pleasure.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So a couple things on the kind of the optional elements. At Finance Committee, we didn't receive the list of the breakdown here. And so what we had was a aggregate amount that was considered to be optional. The problem that we have as a council is that we have all the tier 2 that we're going to be tackling next week, with certain recommendations by the Finance Committee and other things that are going to ultimately be final decisions by the council. And so we've got this, that we're looking at making this decision out of the context of the other tier 2 items that we'd be having trade-offs on. So one of the biggest dollar items is the solar, and what isn't clear to me, I thought at the Finance Committee, we were told that for the most part, these additional items could be added on later. Some of them we felt were important to do at the outset. Seeing this better breakdown, it's really one, we have a greater breakdown on the items, but we don't have a distinction on which ones can readily be done later versus at the outset. That makes it a little harder to make the decisions. The solar is the biggest dollar. Are these intended to be roof-mounted solar or parking awning solar? And could that solar be fairly readily done subsequently?
So I'm going to refer this question to our Life Moves and DevCon team, but at a high level, my understanding is that a PV system there would be work that would need to be done to each of the modulars that would have to be considered during the design process of those modulars. But if Paul or Tony could take this, that'd be great.
So to answer your question, the PV system that we currently have priced right now, it's just maxing out the total roof space that's on the modular boxes right now. So it's about 135 kilowatt system, which is, it's a large system. Without doing calculations and whatnot, we don't know how much energy that's going to offset of the actual energy consumption. But what we did was maximize the
Yeah, but
the
my
space.
question is more on what would be the difficulty of doing the solar at a later time?
Right. So what would be important to do right now would be to get the infrastructure incorporated into the modular boxes. That's about $60,000 to $70,000. And that's the conduit ran inside the walls. And then we could do the pull strings and whatnot and do that later. And then it's about $20,000 to do the design.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. And then I just wanted to address a few of the concerns been raised. One, in the presentation mentioned the various wraparound services of on-site healthcare, of transportation for students. It wasn't mentioned that actually this is very nearby our new bike bridge over 101. But my understanding is you also are providing full food services on site. Is that still the case? I'm seeing nodded heads, but we'll get a confirmation.
Yeah. Yes, all of our sites provide 3 meals a day.
Great. Okay, that's very helpful. And then there was concern that this is somehow completely anomalous in that we would place any housing near an industrial site. First, it's not permanent housing, it's temporary, but it still matters. But we have, if people reflect, we have housing Stanford Research Park's entire perimeter, in College Terrace along the edge of Barron Park. The new University Terrace is in the Research Park. These are all contiguous with industrial sites. The Maldive housing and other housing on Fabian are adjacent to an existing industrial site. The housing sites that we've identified in our housing element are rich with locations that are adjacent to industrial sites. What matters are impacts. Are there hazardous materials? Is there noise? Are there other impacts of like that? And I don't believe that we have those issues at this site. The use that would be the water purification plan, as we discussed last week, is a single-story building with minimal noise, no hazardous materials. I don't see that as a major issue. So I'll just say that it may be a good location, but I think that the project itself is far beyond good. This is an issue of we don't have, contrary to some folks who say, oh yeah, we could put it all these different places. We don't have a bunch of places. The city-owned land, unlike Mountain View, we are providing the land. And we have very limited number of undeveloped city-owned parcels of 2 acres that are out there. This is going to be transformative for our unhoused residents. And then lastly, I share the Vice Mayor's concern about where people transition from this to permanent housing. And that's one of the reasons that we've been discussing are multiple other affordable housing projects, in particular, the Charities Housing Project on El Camino as part of the Greater Fries and VCAP area, 130 units of very low and extremely low income like these income levels for families and with children and singles. It is a natural transitional to project for many folks to be able to go into permanent housing in our community. And I think we want to really support that project as it relates to this one. Thanks.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you, Mayor. My first comment that I was going to say now has become a loud second to what Councilmember Birch just said about the location is good and the project is really terrific. I mean, it's a need that we really, really have here in our city to house 108 units when it's all considered. And the idea that we should stop this and, wait for land to come available, which we are supplying, which is another point I was going to make. And therefore that probably reduces the cost of this project by $10 or $15 million for the land. It's just a crying need, and can't wait to kind of get going on this thing. I just had a couple of little questions. The 500,000 in fees, who gets those fees?
Our development center. So that is cost recovery for permitting, plan check, and things of that nature. And that's our best guess. We won't know for sure until they've gone through.
So that's
the rest
money
of the
that's actually
process.
coming back to us. That's what I thought you were going to say. Okay. And then the timeline, as I read it, is still beginning in July 23. We got to hurry. And it's going to get done at the end of 24.
The TCO on the last schedule I looked at was February. So the work would be done, but the final inspections and the certificate of occupancy would be in February.
Okay. And then just in the context of the third bullet point, these other things, I'm wondering, Councilmember Burt, relative to the Finance Committee, if we should just hold on this bullet point until next week so that we can talk about any specifics that could be added to this with the context of a week for, you to get more specific data and just add that to the discussion a week from tonight.
I think we need to understand from staff on the what they need from us in approval tonight. Does it need to have that component, or can that be deferred?
That component does not have to happen tonight, but if you have specific questions about line items that would benefit from, say, Tony's expertise, tonight would be the night to ask those questions.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I would like to share my screen. So let me do that right now. Actually. Okay, do you guys, yeah, okay, my screen's up. Okay, great. So this is I think what we're trying to do here is really important. I think, we're a relatively wealthy community. We're going to be putting in the $37 million plus another $15 million worth of land, so about $53 million, right? There's not too often we dedicate $53 million to anything. And so this is a substantial amount of resources for our city. And it's for a very important problem, right? I think a lot of you guys know, but I grew up actually relatively poor. And I think making sure that we help those less fortunate is really important, so that the money that we spend should really go towards helping the maximum number of people the best we possibly can. And you guys might have seen this chart. This chart here is from, I'll try to see if I can make it bigger. This chart here was from, I guess, the Almanac, and they pulled data from the Santa Clara County. And as you guys might remember, I voted for this project originally because I thought it was a worthwhile project. And I saw this article and we did some digging into it. But if you look at the rate of placement, and let me see if I could get rid of this window because it's kind of annoying. It's one of the bottom performers in terms of actually placing people. And one of the things I wonder about is, we're putting $53 million, right, which we don't do that every day, to something like this. And would it not be better to really focus more on permanent housing, which has a much higher success rate? Because we don't have this opportunity all that time. And we owe it to the people. We owe it to the people who are on the streets to try to help them as best we possibly can. So that's just one kind of thought I had. And, I would love to have more data to kind of refute what was said here. But as far as I understand, this is actually correct from the county, and what Dominic published was correct, which is unfortunate because I was really hoping for better. But one thing I want to ask, maybe the CEO of Life Moves, if you would be willing, is maybe just, there's some other issues that came up, personnel issues. And I was wondering if you could maybe just talk a little bit about, I realized that there were growing pains, and I love the idea of design thinking, you could iterate quickly. But I was wondering, at least for some of the things that were in the article, if you could address, so when these issues were found out, what action happened and how long did it take to happen? I don't know if
very much, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Marie Jackson, and I am the marketing lead at Life Moves. And to your question on the staffing issues, obviously as a large corporation or large group, we don't speak to any of the issues that take place. But I can tell you that once everything was understood and known, we have a no tolerance policy for any harassment or any other allegations. And the individual that was involved is no longer with the organization, and it was done very quickly.
Okay, let me move on. Yeah, and then there was reports of sexual assault, right, by 3 men, and there's a bunch of stuff that just doesn't really seem very good. And I realize maybe there's something you can't talk about, but I think, of course, quick action is really important. So I don't know if you could talk about maybe just in general, what is the policy if something like this happens? How long does it take for action to occur?
It was just literally a matter of weeks, because once the issue came up, we then did our own investigation, and they were pulled from the site, and then they were dismissed from the organization.
Okay. And, one of the members of the public brought this topic, and maybe you're not the right person to address this, but I am curious to know, so the CEO of this organization makes how much compared to the average worker? I'm really curious to know.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
question. How much does the CEO make compared to the average worker?
Oh, first of all, I have no idea, and that's not information that we would put out publicly.
Okay, well, I think you should, because I think you want to show that the money that's being spent is going to help the people, right? So I think it's a good thing. It's good marketing, actually. As a marketing person, it's probably good marketing to have, to talk about that, to show that the money that's being spent on this program is going to the people that it's trying to help.
You want to?
Hello, esteemed council members. What I can attest to is that Life Moves runs continuously yearly equity compensation surveys. Our staff are compensated at the 75th percentile or better. Our overall program's budget is about 80% of our overall budget which are all great benchmarks within our sector.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm out of time, but I have a lot more, so I don't know whether I just wait for the second round or to keep on going.
Why don't you hold off and let persons who have not spoken yet?
Sure.
Council member, so you want to let him go first? Go ahead. You can have 5 more minutes.
Sorry. Let me try to get back to this then. Okay, let's see here. Oops. Okay, so kind of lost my place on this thing, but want to also ask about, maybe this is for the person with the county. I don't know if she's still here. Oh, there she is, okay. In general, I see the operational performance metrics and I generally like it. But the one I think that matters most to the people in our city are how many people are actually taken off the street. Like, so how many, if we have 500 people on the streets before, with this program, how many people will we see off the streets? Like, what is the efficacy of the program to actually getting people, like, so there's not like as many as before? Is that a performance metric? And if not, can it be?
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka, for the question. Currently, between the period of May 1st, 2022 and April 30th, 2023, 158 homeless households that are connected to Palo Alto were assessed for the first time, meaning that they reached out to our county to say that they're homeless in Palo Alto. So what we would do in anticipation of the lease up of the site is actually work with your staff in the police department, all of your service providers, and convene an outreach strategy. So where are these 158 households? So that's number one, right? We want to make sure that we maximize locating and connecting them to services immediately. The other thing that I wanted to flag for you in the data presentation, this is kind of one of the challenges. I'm not questioning the report that was produced by the reporters. I'm not familiar enough, but what I can share with you is one of those programs we run. It's Casitas de Esperanza, located at the Civic Center. It's 24 interim housing units for families. When that report was published, our outcomes were lower because the project actually started around the same time as Life Moves. That data now, if you were to look at it, 78% of families connected to our program exited to permanent housing. The same thing with the program in the city of San Jose, Evans Lane. Again, another family project. The outcomes of that are very close. And the reason why those two are different than Life Moves is because those two, the people that are being referred into those programs have an exit destination. So you can't really compare that to Life Moves.
I hate to cut you off, but I'm on a shot clock here. But the question I asked, and I don't know if you answered it, is so people on the street, can that be a performance metric? Like, how many people do we get off the street with this program by spending $53 million?
Yes, that will be included in the report.
Great. And so that would be a part of the report. And I guess in terms of the performance metrics, if, I don't know if it's with the siren, but with the performance metric, let's say Life Move doesn't perform. Do we have the right to take back the land, or do we lose control of the land? I don't know, maybe it's a question for Molly, but I'm wondering what the situation is if we don't have the performance that we expect.
But let me clarify that the performance outcomes for the site and our agreement is related to the exit destination of the people that are enrolled in the program. So Life Moves would not necessarily be in charge of or required to reduce the number of homeless people in the city of Palo Alto. That is more through a partnership with the county and kind of figuring out how to leverage outreach dollars.
Okay, so I guess a question for the city attorney then is, so if there is non-performance, what happens?
So our real power in this, I'm looking to Molly in case I don't use the right words. This is very late for me.
It's very late for me.
Is in the lease agreement. So with the lease agreement, if we come to some sort of situation where we need to terminate the agreement, then all the improvements on the site come back to us.
But can we? I mean, is it at will termination, or is it termination based on some condition, or how does it work?
I could not speak to that exactly. Is Sunny on the call? On the Zoom call?
Okay, well, she looks that up. I mean, the other thing I wonder about also is that there's going to be a lot of families on here, especially little kids. And I wonder also, and this used to be a garbage site, right? So I wonder, is there environmental issues, CEQA issues? Do we need to worry about that kind of stuff? Is the city liable? I mean, are we liable for issues there? Does the Life Moves in the county indemnify us against any and all possible lawsuits? So I just wonder about that kind of stuff as well. So maybe you guys could look that up. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, Councilmember Tanaka. To your questions on the site conditions, The city has done environmental reports on the site. We had the soils tested as part of the earlier obligations that the city did for the project. And so we do have those reports back, and that's even part of why our project cost, to Ms. McDonough's point earlier, can't exactly be apples to apples with others, because we do have to do quite a bit of site remediation to prepare the site for being used, but it's not because of soil contamination. It's just preparing the site because it has to be raised pretty high compared to what it is right now, and a few other aspects, but we have tested the soils on the site and we encountered no problems.
Okay, yeah, I guess I just wonder about that, and also, is this in the flood zone area? Do we have? I mean, so I just wonder about in terms of location logistics, and also I am curious about the indemnification, right? So are we on the hook if whether some sort of poisoning, or whether just a sexual assault thing? Are we on the hook for that, or is all that liability with Life Moves and the county?
I'm gonna tell you my understanding. I am not a lawyer, but my understanding is that Life Moves is responsible for their clientele on the site, and the Office of Supportive Housing is monitoring their compliance with performance measures.
Mm-hmm.
We are also working with the Housing Authority to monitor compliance with adequate housing provision, adequate residential housing provision. They'll be helping us with inspections and follow up on that. As for the indemnity, I can't speak to that.
Okay. That's something I'd be interested in knowing. And in regards to that $2 million, we have negative revenue this year, at least projected revenue. And I think we should, I saw the things that were talked about, and while they seem nice, I think my first preference would be we hold it in reserve for ourselves, because we are in a negative revenue year. But second thing would be, I think whatever money we put in this project really should go towards the people it's helping. I think that's really important. I know it may make us feel good to have solar panels on some of the stuff, but I think we want this not to be a trophy project, but not a project that we could take tours on and show people how environmentally friendly we are, but a program where we could show how many people we helped, how many people we took off the streets, how many people who were in poverty that got helped by this program. I think that's our trophy, right? So I would encourage us to not use this $2 million towards stuff which may make us feel good, but really stuff that makes the people there who it's helping feel good. I think that's better. And some other things I don't know if you guys have this, but so what is the anticipated cost per person being helped? Do we have any idea what that metric would be? I don't know if staff knows it, or maybe someone at Life Moves knows this. Like how much does it cost per each person that's helped? Does anyone know?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
What'd you say?
Can you please repeat the question?
Oh, sure. I want to know, I'm kind of curious to know, the amount of cost, right? So we're putting about $53 million in, plus there's about $1 million that we're putting in terms of operating cost. And then there's money that the county is putting in, right? So I'm just curious to know per person, how much does it cost per person that we're helping? So
in terms of capital expenses or in terms of operating?
All in.
I don't know that we've done that calculation, because one of the things that would make that difficult is you would have to assume the number of individuals you served in a given year, and we don't really have that throughput.
I know, we estimate it. So we say we have 100 units, they can be there for 3 months or 6 months, and then just rough estimate.
A representative is here to help.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll hand it over to the CFO. He knows this stuff better than me.
All right. Good evening again, esteemed council members. And again, my apologies for not introducing myself. My name is Paul Simpson. I'm the CFO at Life Moves. To the specific question, what I can speak to is our overall operating cost. They're roughly around $4 million a year for this particular site. What I would say is we don't produce a per person cost metric that would assume that the clients that we serve are a monolithic group. Every individual is different and receives their own individual support services plan. And therefore that would vary by person. But overall, given the amount of folks that we anticipate serving on site, we anticipate a site cost of about $4 million a year.
So $4 million operating costs. And how many people do you think you'd be helping a year, roughly?
Somewhere roughly around maybe 300 folks.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka,
I know,
you're
but
at
simple
12
overtime.
minutes.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll relinquish it. Thank you. I don't know,
you.
maybe staff at some point can answer my questions.
Councilmember Lipcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's be clear, despite tremendous effort in the face of the various constraints, this location is subpar. I don't think we do ourselves any favors when we can't admit that. It's not simply the proximity to utility facilities. Unlike the other sites mentioned by colleagues, 1237 San Antonio is completely isolated from other people. That's not conducive to reintegrating them back into the community, which is ultimately what we want for these folks. But regardless of the undesirability of the site, I am wholly in favor of this project, and I commend the PTC and prior council in the county for setting all of this in motion. I can think of no better partner for our transitional housing project than Life Moves. I'm impressed by their commitment to this community when they were in Vision and Shelter Network. I'm impressed with who they are today. I admire their learn as we go approach to building transitional housing and their philosophy and plans for moving clients on to permanent housing. And I am confident that we and they will learn from this project and process and deploy those learnings into the next project we build for extremely low and very low income people in Palo Alto. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. There's a reporting requirement in the revenue agreement for the revenue agreement that is done quarterly. How is that received? Will council receive it or and the public? Well, it's reported quarterly to Melissa?
Thank you, Mayor. The report would come to city staff and we could make it public to you on a quarterly basis or on an annual basis, whatever makes the most sense. I will say, though, that when we have talked with other entities that engage in this work, the first couple quarters, there's not much to report.
Right, I'm sure.
So,
I just think that, in a transparency, I think it's good to involve the community in this knowledge about how this is all done and what is happening. So that might be something that you might consider. And I wanted to ask about the parking concerns, right? How is the 19 spaces in the 400 units at the Mountain View site working out? Is there any complaints? Is there any issues with cars that's parked on the street and so forth? And also, it's one thing at night, right? Because in this location, it's actually fairly open. But in the daytime, when there are other uses for the offices as well as for the Bayland users. So has there been any complaints?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to see if there's anyone here from Life Moves Operations. I'm not certain there is, but perhaps Paul can speak to this.
Sure, happy to speak to this in relation to the Mountain View project. The Mountain View project has 19 parking spots. We have no issues with parking there, no complaints at all from the local business community that's on that block. I will say that the project's been open a couple years now, and that might change with the population that's there. But from the entire time that we've been there, we have not had any issues with parking on site, either from staff or clients.
Thank you. And at the Palo Alto site, there's 23.
23 is what I recall. And 2 of them should be probably EV ready. There's some that are ADA accessible, so on and so forth.
So I can understand ADA accessible, right? But why EV? I mean, I don't think
building code requirement.
Oh, that's a building code requirement. Okay. Councilmember Burt asked about the PV system, right? And the representative from DevCon said that they can certainly kind of put in and measure the rooftops where it's going to be placed and also put all the conduits and piping in. But we don't have to put in the system, the solar itself right now, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So what are you looking at doing in terms of?
Well, remember, we were going to defer the final decisions on the tier 2 expenses to the budget discussion next week.
Okay.
So we don't have to make those decisions tonight. We'll make them in context of all the other tier 2 things.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that, I mean, some of the items okay, those are the tier 2s. Okay, I see what the tier 2s are. Now, there's one here that's the sealant protected wood siding. Is that something that would be prudent to put back so that the elements from the bay is not going to deteriorate it faster?
Council member, I want to see if Emily, Tony is here as well. We did go with a different material that is, I believe, more weather resistant, but I'll let Tony speak to that.
Yes, that's correct. We're going with engineered wood currently. So it's not plywood with the battens. It's going to be almost like a composite material. It's called LP siding. So.
Thank you. I just want to say for the finance committee or to consider is on the Cal Green Tier 2 requirements. I think some of the things that are for health benefits, like the enhanced indoor air quality, there's also light pollution, compliance with formaldehyde levels, so water reuse, some of those things are benefits to people who are living there. I think the shade sales are already included. When I was walking through the Redwood City site, I did notice it helped a lot with creating shade. So I hope those are some of the things that will be taken into consideration. And if Councilmember Venker wants to move forward with her motion.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I would be happy to move the staff recommendation. And thank you to my colleague, Councilmember Lowing, for saying without bullet point 3.
I'll second it. Okay. Councilmember Lowing seconded.
Would you accept a friendly amendment, which is that bullet point 3 would be deferred until June 19th, when the council will be looking at the fiscal 24 budget, including the tier 2 items?
Happily, because I think we need to do that to give them direction in time to incorporate it as they break ground next month, hopefully. Yes, thank you.
That's fine with me as a seconder.
Do you want to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Do you want to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So I just did a calculation. So it looks like at $53 million capital plus $4 million a year for 7 years, and then you divide it by 300 people a year times 7, it's about $40,000 per person, $39,000 actually per person. That's a lot of money, and hopefully all those people get helped and get into permanent housing. I was wondering if staff had answers to my questions about the performance and whether we could take it back, and also the indemnification.
I have some responses to you. You'll see in your packet on the lease, the page of the lease is 14 and 15, which is packet page 408 and 409 is the list of defaults and an explanation of the city's remedies. This is the lease agreement with Life Moves, and it includes things like abandonment of the premises, failure to abide by covenants that are in the lease, some potential very significant changes in the lessee, such as bankruptcy or assigning the property.
Actually, the only question I really have is if they
I'm
don't.
sorry, I could not understand.
Oh,
you.
sorry. It's getting late, and the only question I really want to know is if they don't perform, right? Let's say they don't provide the homelessness services that we want or need. Can we take back the land?
The performance standards are not contained directly in the lease. They are in the agreement between the city and the county. So if you take a look at that agreement, you'll see a reference to where the performance standards draw from, which is, as the county representative said, the Santa Clara County Continuum of Care System performance measures. And there's a discussion in that document of efforts that both the county and the city would make to address problems with performance of the vendor.
Okay, I guess I was looking for a yes or no, but so does that mean yes? Yes, we can take back the land? Is that what that means? So if,
I think I answered your question. So you have to look at the documents to see
I was hoping the city
circumstances.
attorney could answer the legal question.
I'm sorry, one more time?
I was hoping the city attorney, you could answer the legal question because it's getting late and I was just looking for a quick answer.
There is not a quick answer to that question. So it's a complicated project. There could be situations in which the city could recover the land back before the end of the term of the lease, and they're listed in the document. And the performance standards are in really between the city and the county, who will work with the lessee on performance outcomes.
Okay. It does sound complex. And what about indemnification?
I'll have to look at that again. The provision, the documents include those provisions, so I will find them and identify them for you.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. Councilmember Vinker, did you want to speak?
Very quickly, I just wanted to thank the council members who have been on this body longer than I. The mayor gave me the honor of moving this tonight, but those of you who've worked to get us here, I want to really thank you. I should have had you make that motion, but I do appreciate, because I know this has been a long path and a long journey with our Life Moves partners. So thanks to all of you. Thanks to city staff for all the work and staying here so late tonight to help us sort through this. So thanks to all of you for getting us to this point.
I also, I see Councilmember Byrd's light, but I want to mention there is a mutual indemnification on packet page 429, staff report page 47. So I think it will help you, Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Byrd?
Yeah, just a couple of things. One, I want to briefly respond to Councilmember Tanaka's math on cost per resident that would move through the program at $4 million a year. And if we do have 350 or 300 or so residents, that's comes out to about $13,000 per resident to move from unhoused through complete support services. And that's phenomenally low in my mind. Throwing in the capital cost is kind of specious, including, I think that he referenced a 7-year period for the capital, but that's not the life of the capital investment. And on top of that, the capital is coming from the state and the county and Sobrato Philanthropies prominently, and the city and other donors. But lastly, I do want to really express my appreciation for our staff who have worked extremely diligently on this to make it happen, to work in partnership with Life Moves, whose commitment is to addressing the needs of the unhoused and the extremely low income members of our county and region, and who is moving forward in a set of projects that are transformative. And then I want to thank all the other partners in this, of the philanthropic partners, most prominently Sobrato Philanthropies, that's not only donating $5 million to this project, but to $5 million to multiple projects in this area, because John Sobrato and their philanthropy as extremely successful business people in property development believe that this is a well designed and successful set of programs. And I think he knows where to put his money. So thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I need to respond to that. So I put all that's being spent, because the way I think about this is the money could be spent on this, on a site that is, as we all would, I think, largely agree, that's suboptimal.
I'm going to call the question. I'm going to call the question.
Spent on.
Mayor, that supersedes.
Yeah, he's calling the question.
Yeah.
I need a second.
Second.
And you need a supermajority vote.
Okay, will you call the vote for the calling the question?
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. And with that, I'm gonna, before I ask you to take the vote, I just want to align myself and with Councilmember Burt's gratitude to everybody who worked on this. And I really appreciate Councilmember Venker for recognizing those of us who have been here from day one. We're very grateful for all of you for being here so late. So Madam Mayor, I'm calling myself. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
What are we voting on?
Now the motion.
on the motion.
Oh, I thought we,
No, that was called.
oh, sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
motion carries 6-1.
Again, thank you. And this concludes item number 14. And the meeting adjourned.
Thank you.